Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto absorbs the God Tree? Part 1, so buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 1, Talking, Thinking, Demon, Jutsu. A deal struck. On a late October day, a crack of sunlight peered its way through a shade-covered window set within the stone walls of an imposing tower that stood at the center of a bustling village lit by the orange glow of a fall sun as it sank across the horizon. As that last trails of light pushed through the window, they fell upon a blond man relaxed in his chair facing a worn wooden desk, his body lax as he looked out towards his dimly lit office. As the light traveled across the worn wood of the desk, skipping over unopened scrolls and the discarded bits of quill and paper, it came to rest glinting slightly on a pair of china saucers and a photo that sat before them as if the frame itself was to enjoy their presence. Even as the light dimmed, the last vestiges of it glinted upon the frame housing the image of an old smiling man staring out defiantly from the glass, holding a peace sign as he flashed his eternal smile to the blonde before him. Sitting across from the still image, the blonde man remained motionless as his eyes drifted across the photo, his mind casting into the stream of his memory as he found a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Flashback. Minato, my boy, that hat sure suits you, chuckled an elderly man draped in a set of older white robes, his crinkled face turning up in a smile, as he watched his successor place the Hokage hat upon his head and take his first seat behind what had long been his own desk. Of course it does, sensei. Can I teach them or what? Laughed a white-haired man dressed like a kabuki actor, swelling with pride at seeing his student succeed in his dream thanks to his guidance. Well, I did some of the work, Jiraiya-sensei, chuckled the blond man as he adjusted the brim of the hat now sitting atop his head so that the red emblem of fire faced towards the pair before him. As the three men chuckled, Minato could not help but smile back at his own inauguration a few hours before as he took his first sit in the Hokage office with his predecessor and sensei looking over him. The blonde Hokage simply sat smiling at the two, basking in the realization that at long last he had accomplished the dream he had held since childhood. Turning his head slightly, he set his gaze out over the village resting below his new perch. His village. As he looked out, he felt a small pressure on his chest as his eyes tracked out over his home, pride, hope, and most of all love, fighting for dominance, as he looked upon the scattered rooftops and the small moving shapes that made of the people he had sworn to protect. Then and there he swore to himself that he would follow in the footsteps of the other Hokage and protect his home from any danger, no matter the cost to himself. As Minato gazed out on the village, the third Hokage watched his successor, a small smile upon his lips as he felt a growing pride at the man who would be carrying on his duty from that day on. Sighing to himself, the third cast his mind back over his time in the office. He had carried the village through the slog of war, the glory of victory, and the simply calm of peace, but now, at long last, he was passing on the will of fire to the next generation. A small tear formed on the corners of his eyes as he saw himself all those long years ago first taking the Hokage hat, the look of pride on his sensei's face at the time even as his own lit up, smiling just as Minato's did now. And at long last it was his turn to watch the torch pass on. Turning slightly, he looked at his student, the Toad Sage, and couldn't help but chuckle at the expression playing across the man's face. Jiraiya had never been one for sultry, so while the old third and new fourth Hokage allowed this moment to wash over them with small warm expression, Jiraiya had elected to sport a pair of waterfalls that fell from both eyes, muttering how proud he was that his student had made it this far, his words barely audible as he tried to rub away his tear with one red sleeve. I always sniff. Knew you had it in you. You blonde gaki, sniff. The old sage managed between his continued happy sobs. Turning around at the sound, Minato could not help but burst into a wide grin looking at his old sensei's expression, rising from his chair as he made his way slowly towards the man. Come on, Ero-sensei, this isn't a time to be crying. Wouldn't want all those beautiful women to see the gallant Jiraiya in such a state, would we? Chuckled Minato as he clapped a hand upon the sage's back, causing him to halt his sobbing for a moment. This seemed to snap Jiraiya out of his stoop as he blinked up at Minato for a moment before smiling widely before striking a triumphant pose in the center of the office. You're right, Gaki. I, Jiraiya, the gallant Toad Sage, am now the teacher of the fourth, and soon to be greatest Hokage the Leaf has ever known. The ladies won't be able to resist me, shouted the white-haired man even as a perverted smile spread across his face. At the sight of Jiraiya's perverted smile, Minato and Sarutobi could only shake their heads before as Minato slung his arm around Jiraiya's shoulder, smiling so brightly his face seemed to glow. Well, come on then, Ero-sensei, I have a date with the most beautiful girl in the village, and it's a time of celebration. The blonde laughed as he glanced around to the other member of the trio. You coming, Sarutobi? called Minato as he and Jiraiya moved slowly towards the door, the blonde glancing back to see the third standing silently before the old desk, one hand lying upon the worn wood while looking into the photos of the previous Hokages that hung above the window with a small smile upon his lips as he traced each image. As he turned to face the two men, his smile slowly grew to match the pair's own as he looked upon the future of his village with pride. "Yes, Minato, I'm coming. I wouldn't want to keep Kushina and my wife waiting," replied the third as he turned from the desk, starting forwards towards the pair, only to stop dead as he came to a sudden realization. The other two noticed this change and stopped their merrymaking to gaze questioningly at the third, who had gone completely rigid. "Hey, old man / sensei, are you alright?" they questioned, in unison as they looked at the seemingly frozen man. As they watched, the smile Sarutobi had adopted grew steadily larger and larger, until it appeared to cover his whole face. As Minato and Jiraiya watched, they would have sworn that a younger man had been standing in the office that day, so full of life and happiness was Sarutobi, as a glorious thought took root in his mind. Then, without warning, the old man bursting into the loudest and happiest laugh that the two had ever heard from him, the sound echoing around the office, seeming to only grow louder every moment as it ricocheted off of every surface. "Ha ha 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 ha. No, ha 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 ha. Pap. Pa ha 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 frehhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. I ha ha ha, I'm free," laughed the old man as he threw up his hands as thought he was proclaiming to the heavens themselves of his great victory. Sensei, did Sarutobi just go crazy?" questioned Minato, glancing around to his sensei, who looked just as lost as his student at the old man's apparent breakdown. "I have no idea, Gaki," responded Jiraiya as he continued to watch his sensei cheer for a moment longer. "Hey sensei, snap out of it," shouted Jiraiya as he waved towards the man who didn't seem to notice him. For a full minute afterwards, the third continued to laugh, barely able to speak, only sputtering the occasional word out here and there as the pair looked only completely lost as to the cause of this episode. "It kind of sounded like he said no more paperwork, but why would he say that?" asked Minato after a few moments of listening to the old man's howling. At this, both turned to each other before remembering all of the years they had watched the third wage his seemingly unending war against what he had always said was his greatest foe. Then, as the pieces fell into place, the pair found themselves joining in the laughter themselves at the old man's last victory as Hokage. Yes, the third Hokage, student of the first and second, had finally surpassed his predecessors in outlasting the evil that was paperwork. For a time the three continued to laugh and joke before finally gaining enough control to head out to the celebration. But not before Minato had insisted on the photo to commemorate Sarutobi's greatest victory. Flashback end. So 2 years after that happy memory, Minato sat alone in his office, his eyes tracing across the photo he had insisted on taking that day, dropping his gaze slowly to the sake dishes sat between him and the smiling face of Sarutobi. Looking at the old photo, he could only think how happy they had all been then, remembering how Kushina had hit him over the head when the three arrived late, and how Jiraiya had been thrown through a wall by Tsunade when he had tried to flirt with the waitress. It seemed like so long ago now. If only those days could have continued on. But as his memories continued to swim slowly past him, those bright days slowly shifted till arriving at the darkest night of his life. Flashback. That night, under the mid-October moon, Minato found himself standing beside his wife within a hidden cave, lit only by the fiery illumination of touchlight that they were using to safeguard the birth of their children. Covering the walls and table were a practical sea of seals meant to hold the beast that dwelt within the woman at bay as she gave life to the struggling forms still nestled within her belly. Though at the moment Kushina was quite intent on ridding herself of that particular burden. "Minato, I'm going to kill you for doing this to me," screamed Kushina as she continued to contract her face, grimacing as flashes of pain flashed across her sweating brow. "Come on, honey, you're almost there, you'll be fine," whimpered Minato, even as the bones in his hand cracked under the redhead's grip. His face turned up in worry at the sight of his wife in pain before him. "Don't you honey me, Mr. Hokage. Hhhhh. I better get all the ramen for this," she screamed out again as the contractions picked up, cutting her words off to be replaced by her labored breathing. The absurdity of the last comment causing Minato to momentarily sweat drop. Only his wife could be thinking of ramen at a time like this. However, before the blonde could give further thought to the matter, his attention was turned around as Sarutobi's wife moved forwards to help receive the first child that was slowly pushing out at that very moment. The birthing was longer than he would have thought possible as each child came one by one, but after what seemed like an eternity, Minato was looking down at 3 beautiful faces all scrunched up and crying. As he looked down at his newborn children, tears found themselves spilling from his eyes as he waked over with the third's wife, holding the children up for Kushina to see her own face, still stretched with exhaustion, lit up in a beautiful smile as she gazed upon her children's small forms. Even as Kushina slowly reached out towards her children's small forms, Minato moved forwards to aid in holding the demon sealed within Kushina at bay, lest the great 9-tailed kitsune seize the opportunity to escape its prison. That moment of relief was when everything had gone so terribly wrong. As Minato had moved forwards, a man in a spiral mask had appeared seemingly from nowhere, slaying Saratobi's wife with a single slash, spattering the stone floor with a crimson stain as he reached out to seize the still sobbing bundles of his daughters from her quickly cooling corpse. Even as Biwako's body fell, the man had swung his still bloodied kunai to the babies' throats and demanded Kushina's life in exchange. Minato had engaged the man in a desperate battle and had managed to save his newborn children, but at a cost. The man had managed to tear the demon from his wife as they battled. The Kyuubi had been released and was now attacking the village, his village. On the front lines, ninjas desperately tried to hold the beast at bay, throwing their lives towards the kitsune in a desperate hope to buy a few more precious moments for their loved ones to escape the demon's wrath. Meanwhile, within a secluded safe house, Minato had managed to retrieve Kushina was now leaning over his wife as he gazed out the window, even as the distant sounds of carnage steadily drawing nearer. As his eyes trailed down to his new family, he felt an odd calm wash over him as he prepared himself for what he knew was his duty. He could not let the beast take them, he would not let it take his village, and he would never let it take anything from him while he still drew breath. Minato, Kushina whispered as she gazed up into her husband's face, even as he said it into a look of determination, the fear in her voice noticeable even through the pain and exhaustion that racked her body after having the beast torn from her. Minato. She managed again, drawing the blonde's eyes to her as she struggled to speak. What are we going to do, the Kyuubi? We can't let it hurt them. She whispered, her voice fading slightly as she clutched her 3 babies closer to her bosom, each letting out small whimpers as the distant roar of the Kyuubi rumbled across the land. Don't worry, Kushina, I won't let it hurt them, I promise. He whispered. He slowly moved towards her, his tone setting off small warning bells within her mind, even as she felt Minato's lips upon her forehead, and his hands pulling the 3 bundles from her arms as he rose. What are yo? Was all she was able to say as he disappeared in a yellow flash, leaving her alone, her arms now empty, as she felt a growing horror building in her chest. Minato, she called as the realization of what he was doing, and what it would cost, began to set in for her, even as her voice rose. What strength she can, pushing out in a cry of fear for the lives of her loved ones. No, Minato, not them, not you, and oh! She screamed, even as her husband raced towards his death. A moment after his departure from his wife, Minato arrived on the battlefield, within a flash of yellow light, landing beside his old sensei and the third, both panting from their continued attempts to hold back the Kyuubi. Minato? They shouted as the blonde arrived, their eyes immediately drawn to the 3 struggling bundles he had clutched against his chest before shifting back to the young Hokage, confusion evident upon their faces. Gaki, what are you doing bringing them here? This isn't a good time for bring your kids to work day. The Toad Sage joked, called, taking a second to crack a joke despite the desperate situation. Not replying to his sensei's jib, Minato turned to face the 2, his gaze telling them in a moment that he stood ready to make the ultimate sacrifice that night. At this realization, both suddenly felt like bucket of ice water had been dumped down their backs as their thoughts came to settle on the only reason for the children's presence, and the haunted look now evident upon the blonde's brow. The few injustice Shiki Fujin, they both thought at the same time. Gaki, no, you can't do this, yelled Jiraiya, taking a step towards the 4th, desperate to talk his student out of this. I'm sorry, sensei, but it's the only way. If I do this, at least the fox won't be able to take anything else from me, and they... At this point he looked down upon the faces of his children, a soft smile touching his lips. At least they will be safe, he finished in a determined tone. And oh Gaki, there has to be another way. We can think of something, we just need a little time, pleaded the Toad Sage. Time, growled Minato as he turned to his sensei. Time is something we don't have. Every second is being paid with by the blood of our village, my village. If my death can stop that flow, I will jump into the jaws of the Shinigami himself. Minato shouted back, his voice causing the babes in his arms to suddenly begin to struggle slightly against his chest as the little face of his son let out another loud cry. Jiraiya, spoke the 3rd, cutting off the sage's retort before it could begin. He is right, whispered the 3rd, his words causing the sage to spin around to face him, looking horrified at his old sensei's words. This is what it means to be Hokage. This is what it means to be prepared to give your life for the sake of the village. And this is why Minato was the right choice for Hokage, continued the 3rd as he slowly approached Minato, even as the roar of the Kyuubi drew steadily closer. Boo, but sensei, managed the white-haired man as he watched the aged Hokage pass him by as he slowly moved to stand before Minato. As Saratobi approached, Minato found his eyes drifting down to the crying face of his son as he raised one hand to lightly caress the boy's cheek in an attempt to quiet him, silently thanking the 3rd for understanding what had to be done as he looked upon his children for what could be his last time. That moment, however, was all the aged man needed as he disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing behind the young Hokage, and with a swift chop to the neck, rendered him unconscious. Before Minato's body had reached the forest floor, Sarutobi had moved yet again, gathering the 3 children in his arms, and turned to his student, who looked on in shock. Jiraiya! The third shouted, causing the Toad Sage to turn away from his fallen student to his teacher. Look after the Hokage. And here he paused, his eyes drifting slowly across the treetops to where the barest hint of the village could be made out, illuminated in the raging flames around it. Look after the village for an old man, will you? He finished, a look of peace overcoming his face as he watched his student looking unbelieving at him. Boo! But sensei, you can't. Jiraiya began, only to fall silent as Sarutobi shook his head slightly. The ghost of the sensei he had been seeming to fall around him as he lectured his student for one last time. Jiraiya, I told you a long time ago what it meant to be a shinobi of Konoha. The old man said, looking back at Jiraiya with that same look of peace upon his face as he slowly turned away from his student. Besides, the third called, cracking a small smile as he continued, I think beating both paperwork and the kyubi will make me welcome when I see my senseis tonight. After all, I can't keep Biwako waiting for me, finished the old man with a smile, even as he vanished towards the raging kyubi, leaving the pair alone in the clearing as the roars of the kyubi thundered across the land, the drums to the final march of a true shinobi. Jiraiya could only fall to his knees, looking down at the form of his student lying unconscious before him. Even as the roaring of the kyubi grew and Jiraiya heard and saw the explosions and seal arrays that signaled the final battle of his teacher, he could only remember back to his first days as a student with the third. CS. Sensei, what the idea of the will of fire that you keep talking about? Asked a young Jiraiya as he sat tied to training post, blinking up towards where his sensei stood looking down at him. Pushing what strength remained in his aged form, Sarutobi dashed forward, breaking out of the forest edge as he turned to face the rampaging kyubi, a blast of smoke obscuring him for a moment before his oldest partner, the great Monkey King Enma, was falling into step beside him. As the two rushed ahead, another blast of smoke erupted before the charging man was suddenly amongst a field of identical figures, all now sporting great staffs that they lowered to face the great kitsune that swiveled to face them. The will of fire. Who? Well, that is something my senseis passed down to me when I became a shinobi of this village. Honestly, what do they teach you kids in the academy these days? Replied Sarutobi, putting on hand to his chin as his eyes drifted momentarily from the bound boy, who looked annoyed at being suddenly ignored. With a monstrous roar, the massive kitsune rushed towards the approaching storm of Sarutobi's enormous claws, fangs and tails coming to bear upon the army before him that answer his roar with one of their own, a last valiant battle cry that echoed out through the night as the elements themselves hurtled one after another, covering the skies in flashes of flame and electricity beside the dull force of water and earth, all cast against the beast's ferocity. Well, how to put this? You see, the will of fire is what makes us able to protect those we care about. It's that strength that only comes when defending those you care for. It's because I care about the people of the village that I'm able to protect them all. They are my strength. Smiled the third as Jiraiya blinked up at him, obviously confused. As the storm of elements crashed upon the great kitsune, the beast seemed to ignore them as it barreled ahead, roaring as it swiped its massive tails back and forth, scattering all that came into contact with them, even as its claws and fangs tore still more of the army before it. At the same time, Sarutobi turned to 4 of his clones, handing off the 3 children, trusting them to handle the ritual as he turned to buy them what time he could. But sensei, how does that make you strong? I mean, aren't we just paid to protect people? Besides, everyone protects their home. What makes us different? Questioned the boy, obviously lost as above him Sarutobi let out a small chuckle, shaking his head from side to side. Sarutobi hurled himself aside as the massive jaws of the kyubi snapped down towards him, swinging the massive bow staff, that was his partner, into the beast's jaw, even as its tails lashed towards him. Swiveling its enraged eyes to focus on the source of this new kyubi, brought one massive paw around, claws bared, to smash this incest that dare oppose him flat. Just as Sarutobi managed to avoid another crushing tail of the beast, a shadow fell over him, causing him to spin in time to see a paw, the size of a building, descending upon him. The next moment, with an earth-shaking impact, the kyubi felt its paw crushing into the forest floor as a fierce grin to spread across its face. That is true, Gaki. Sometimes we are simply hired to do jobs for others. But let me ask you this, if you're out on a mission, won't you be with your team? Smiled the third, causing the boy to look up at his sensei before nodding slowly as the old man smiled. You see, our home isn't just this village, Gaki, it's the people, our comrades. As long as you are a member of this village, you will always be with the will of fire. Smiled the third as the young boy blinked up at him, still looking puzzled at the old man's words. Before the great kitsune could celebrate smashing the annoying fly, his smile faltered as a sudden pain erupted from his paw. A moment before the end of one massive bow staff burst through its fur, rocketing skywards through his very paw, staking it to the ground. As the staff continued to rise, the enraged kitsune's eyes turned up to spot the accursed man running up its side, going through hand signs as he went. Upon becoming level with the kyubi's face, the man sprung from the pole towards the beast's face, even as it brought its other paw to swat the pole from its paw. You see, Jiraiya, as long as we have people to protect, we have the will of fire, and by protecting them they inherit that will and carry it to the next generation, so our flame will always be passed down. Smiled the old man. Itsutsu Ryu Arashid bellowed the third as he became level with the kitsune's head, spitting out streams of earth, fire, wind, water, and thunder towards the beast, each of the steams forming into a separate dragon which crashed into the beast, slamming it into the ground, even as those remaining shadow clones began to slam bow staffs through the beast's tails, desperate to hold it for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, across the field, the 4 clones had finished the preparations as the 3 children clung together on a small shrine, as around them the clones began flying through the hand signs to call forth the ritual. Filthy ape! Roared the Kyuubi as it struggled against its new bindings. You think you can hold me? Spat the kitsune as its tails began to rip the bow staffs away from its body, the remaining clones falling one by one as the beast freed itself. I burn you village to ash, and use its people to kindle the thirst of my vengeance, monkey! Roared the Kyuubi as it continued to surge forwards. However, the third was not listening to the beast. He had used the momentary opening to rush to the ceiling altar to complete the ritual. Skidding in front of the altar, he suddenly found his legs weakening as he fell to his knees, coughing up blood as he did. Guess this old body of mine just isn't going to be enough for much longer, managed Sarutobi as he looked back to the Kyuubi even as it began to break free from its cage. As the clones finished their work, a sudden cold power radiated across the clearing as the Shinigami himself appeared, glowing faintly in all his horrible magnificence, dropping to hover slightly behind the aged Hokage. At the same moment, the seals around the altar began to glow, attracting the attention of the Kyuubi, and unbeknownst to those present, something else that looked on from the heavens. And even if we lose someone important to us, their death sparks a light for others to protect those who care about one another. That is the will of fire. Finished the third as he looked down at his student, who still didn't look convinced. As the kitsune watched, a ghostly hand suddenly emerged from the old man, plunging into his being as pain the likes of which he had never known slowly ripped him apart, his roars echoing out across the forest. As the broken parts of the Kyuubi were pulled towards the infants by the Shinigami, a swirling seal appeared on 2 of the children. As each began to absorb the Kyuubi, the beast slowly drawn into each. Even as the last bits of the fox began to fade into the 2 little girls, Sarutobi noticed a small seal appearing on the only boy of the 3, a seal he did not create. As his vision blurred, he saw a small tree-like tattoo appear for a moment on the boy's forehead, before fading. The time for wondering, however, was over. His time was over. Looking back towards the village, he could just make out the faces on the Hokage monument even as the light of his eyes began to fade. So Jiraiya, does that make sense now? Asked Sarutobi as he bent to untie the boy from the training pole. And with a smile on his face, Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, the professor god of shinobi, knelt down at the scene of his greatest victory, smiling towards the village he loved, and the faces of his masters he knew he had pleased. I still don't quite get it, replied Jiraiya, a shrug causing his sensei to chuckle slightly to himself. Well, that's okay, Gaki, you'll understand someday, smiled the 3rd. CS. And as the kitsune slowly faded from sight, Jiraiya sat kneeling before his student, his eyes fixed upon the horizon where his sensei's final lesson had finally managed to pound its way through his thick skull. His mouth twitching up in a smile even as tears began to spill from his eyes at the knowledge of what this final lesson had cost his sensei. Flashback end. As Minato remembered that night, his thoughts turned to his own part, how he had awakened only in time to help find Sarutobi already dead, his children beside the man on an altar, 2 having the Shinigami seal still glowing slightly upon them as the 3 had moved to hold tight to one another, trying to stay warm in the cool night air. Minato couldn't help but smile, remembering how Kushina had first burst into happy tears when he had returned with all 3 of their children, and then proceeded to beat him into the ground while crying, yelling about worrying her so much. He chuckled, remembering that following this Kushina had collapsed on him, crying into his shirt and telling him never to leave her like that again. The days following the attack had been tough for the village. Besides the physical damage, the spirit itself had been wounded with the loss of so many. The dead were located and honored. A massive ceremony was held to honor both them and the 3rd for their sacrifice to the village. Minato had announced to the council that his 2 daughters had become the new Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, explaining the events of that night. While some were at first scared of the children, Minato's assurances finally won the council over, and his daughters were celebrated as heroes for helping the 3rd to save them from the raging kitsune. Shaking himself from these memories, Minato's gaze slowly returned to the photo before him as he let out a small sigh. Smiling slightly, Minato raised his hand to cup one of the sake dishes, raising it towards the photo of the 3rd's, offering another thank you to the man who 1 year ago to this day had saved both his family and his village. After finishing the drink, Minato proceeded home to celebrate along with his family the life they had been given this day. Time skip. We return to the Leaf Village some 4 years later. During this time, the village had been able to rebuild itself from the Kyuubi attack, and was well on its way towards a complete restoration. The memories of that horrible night slowly fading into history as Konoha marched into its future. Meanwhile, in the Namikaze's home, most of the family was happily preparing for dinner, or at least attempting to. Naruto Namikaze, the oldest and only son, was bouncing up and down in his chair, excited for his dad to get home, barely able to contain his excitement as he looked around the room as if expecting the man to pop out from under one of the chairs scattered around the large circular table that served as the centerpiece to the kitchen. The young child's grinning face was just like his mother's, but everything else was a complete mix of his parents'. His eyes were a blind of both the violet of his mother and the azure blue of his father, so that they carried a look not unlike a sea at sunset. Meanwhile, his hair had chosen a bright blonde mop just like his dad's. As he looked around, his blended eyes met the bright blue of the second oldest child that stood opposite him. Naruto also bouncing around awaiting the return of their father, her blonde hair waving behind her pulled back into a single ponytail that draped down the side of her head, while her blue eyes darted around just as her brother's did, a wide smile playing across her whiskered face which carried the same smooth curves of her mother's, and her personality happened to be similar as well. As the two children continued to bounce excitedly, their matching red and white Uzumaki shirts waving around them, their constant movement drew the attention of the final child. Standing over by the skink, the youngest of the triplets, Minami, stood in stark contrast to the other two, starting with her fiery red hair that was drawn back so that it cascaded down her back, becoming two pigtails mirrored after he godmother Tsunade. Her eyes as well were different, carrying a deep red, almost brown color that gave her a powerful presence, exemplified by her slightly sharper face like that of her father. Unlike her two siblings, she was offering help to their mother, while every once in a while looking at her siblings with a sad little smile and a shake of her head as though she was looking at much younger children instead of her older siblings. Meanwhile, the three's mother Kushina was currently standing over an oven working to get their dinner ready for when Minato arrived, a happy smile upon her lips as she listened to the excited chatter of her children. The previous Jinchuriki had not changed much over the past 5 years, still easily identified by her long red hair, her round happy face, and warm violet eyes. Thanks to the timely arrival of Tsunade, she had recovered from the events 5 years ago, and had been able to look after her family ever since. At present she was dressed in a simply green and white dress that allowed for her protruding belly to be accommodated. It seemed, despite her statements that night, Kushina had not been too opposed to bringing another little one into the world, and at present her family couldn't be more excited to meet its newest member. "Here you go, Minami, put these on the table for me," Kushina said as she handed a few plates to her daughter, who turned up to her mother, red eyes meeting violet as she nodded. "Hi, cousin," smiled Minami, taking the dish from the taller redhead and turning to face her siblings still bouncing up and down at the table. "You know," she called towards the pair, momentarily drawing their attention to their motto, "you two could help cousin and me with dinner, it's not like you're doing anything," finished the redhead as she marched over towards the table. As she moved, the two blondes turned towards their motto, both sporting fox grins, and jumped up to help her out. From behind them, Kushina could only look on as the children started to set the table, idly placing on hand lovingly over her belly and the new life within it. When Minato had first told her that her two daughters were holding the fox, she had been horribly worried about how the village would react. But thanks to her husband, most had seen them for the heroes they were. Meanwhile, her fists had convinced those foolish enough not to listen to think twice before messing with her family. She also remembered back to the time that they had told the girls that they contained the fox 1 year ago. Flashback. "Now girls, there's something. Naruto, get off Naruto," called Minato as he attempted to speak to his children, while them seemed intent on their own activities. The three children had been engaged in a poking battle while they sat on the couch facing their parents, and Naruto had finally abandoned subtlety and tackled her older triplet over the back of the couch moments before, just as their father began to speak to them. Meanwhile, Minami was rolling around giggling at the whole thing, her tiny hands clasped over her mouth as she tried and failed to stifle her giggles. A moment later, the two blondes emerged from the back of the couch, grinning and laughing at their red-faced father, while their mother giggled off to the side at her husband's failed attempts to control their children. Receiving nothing but laughter for his efforts, Minato looked pleadingly at his wife for help with the situation. "Okay, you two, front and center, we have something important to say, you can play later," called Kushina, finally taking pity on her husband's attempts and deciding to handle her children. "Hi, cousin," the three trumpeted in unison, suddenly sitting straight up on the couch once more, silently waiting for their parents to continue. For a moment Minato could only blink from his wife to his three kids with a look of shock upon his face, wondering how she could do that so easily before deciding better of it. "Ahem, anyway, there's something important we need to tell Naruto and Minami today, and Naruto, you need to know too," began Minato as the three listened eagerly. The two parents then proceeded to tell the three children how the Kyuubi had attacked, how the three had been taken to be sealed, and how Naruto and Minami become the next Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi just like their mother before them. After they had finished their story, the pair of children sat silently looking between their parents', horror slowly creeping their faces. Seeing fear upon their daughters' faces, both Minato and Kushina started to assure the two girls that everything would be alright. But their son beat them to it. So you two have a big fox in your tummies, that's so cool. How does that feel? Is it fuzzy? Where can I get one? Naruto called excitedly, fired off question after question while poking both of his sister's stomachs, unintentionally tickling them. Nah, Naruto, hehehe, stop that, at the hehe tickles. Laughed Minima. She tried to get her brother to stop the tears that had begun to form out of fear and sadness turning to happiness before she could even let them fall. Hihe onaikan hihihe, no fair, stop that. Laughed Naruto, who like her sister had her mind shift from sadness to happiness due to her brother's assault, her hands trying and failing to batter his away as he continued to poke at both of the girls, drawing fresh giggles from their lips. But why, you said you have a fox in your tummy, so I'm just petting him, maybe he's ticklish too. Smiled Naruto while continuing to play with the two sisters, each glancing at each other through their laughter before smiling back at their brother and tackling him to the floor, intent on paying him back, with cries of fox power, and for the fluffy one ringing out amongst the children's laughter. In the end, the serious discussion of the daughter's burden culminated in 3 children, 2 blonde and 1 redhead, rolling around before their parents laughing and playing, the fears of what they had learned banished before they be given life. Meanwhile, both Minato and Kushina looked on happily at their children, silently thanking their little maelstrom for protecting his sisters from their own doubts. Well, Kushina-chan, I don't think we have to worry about them feeling bad as long as Naruto is around. Smiled Minato as Kushina nodded to him, her own thoughts, remembering the words of her predecessor Mito, and knowing that within this family they would always find the love they needed to hold strong to their burden. Flashback end. Just as Kushina allowed her memories to fade, Minato entered into the kitchen only to be bowled over by 2 blonde missiles that tackled him to the floor, with ear-to-ear smiles and cries of "Tu-san." As she watched, Minato disentangled himself from the 2 with help from Minami, who always seemed the more adult of the trio, and helped her father to his feet. Well, how my favorite family is today? Asked Minato as he walked over to Kushina, planting a kiss on her cheek as he did so. Your family is fine, dear. We were all just getting dinner ready before the party tonight, isn't that right, kids? Kushina said, smiling down at the 3. Hi! Called the 3, smiles covering all 3 of their faces. Well, that's great, guys, replied Minato as he moved to help Kushina with the meal, fussing over her to the point she had to swat him with her ladle just to get him to calm down. After dinner, the group proceeded to get dressed for the arrival of their guests for the party, before they headed out to the Kyuubi celebration. Once they were all down in the living room again, Minato called his family forward to make a quick announcement before the guests arrived. Now, Minami, Naruto, I have talked to your cousin, and we have decided that we need to begin you training a little early, so that we can get you guys ready for the academy next year, he said, smiling down at his girls. Both girls smiled brightly at this, Naruto even jumping up and down, saying how awesome it was going to be to become a kunoichi as they looked excitedly towards their parents. However, both stopped a moment later when they realized that their brother wasn't celebrating. Naruto was looking between his sisters and his parents, wondering why he hadn't been mentioned, his little face turning towards Minato, confusion evident upon his face. Ano, Tu-san? Spoke Naruto, prompting Minato to turn towards his son. Am I going to start my training with Naruto-chan and Minami-chan? Questioned Naruto as his Amatos soon turned to look from their brother to Minato and turned just as confused as the blonde boy. Well, you see, Naruto-kun, your sisters need to learn to control the fox so they will be safe as kunoichi in the academy. But once they have gotten the hang of it, you can join in training, but for right now we have to make sure they are safe. I know it's hard, but for right now we have to work with the girls a little more, spoke Minato, kneeling down so that he was closer to his son, his face an odd mix of sadness and determination that was lost to the young child. His Taozen's words caused Naruto to turn towards his 2 sisters, who were watching him with worried expressions, as though they were scared he was going to blame them for this, and worse, that they would be leaving him behind. From the time they were kids they had always been inseparable, and the idea of leaving Naruto to fend for himself sounded wrong to them. As Naruto saw the pair's expressions slowly shifting, he realized they were worried about him, and thought back to what his Tu-san had just told him. He did want to train with his sisters, but he remembered hearing from Kushina once that training with the Kyuubi had been hard for her. That must be what this was, so if he wanted his 2 sisters to be okay when they entered into the academy, he'd have to wait a bit. Well, that was okay, wasn't it? And besides, it wasn't like his parents were going to not train him, they just needed to look after his sisters first, that was all, he reassured himself as he nodded towards Minato. Okay, Tu-san, I understand, replied the blonde boy, smiling as he turned to face his sisters. You 2 better train hard, or when I join I'll leave you in the dust, boosted Naruto, smiling as he saw the pair shift from concern to happiness at his assurance. Oh yeah, well, I'm going to train so hard, I'll be Hokage like Tu-san before your training starts. Shot back Naruto, not one to back down from a challenge, as a confident smile split across her face. Yo, we will be so great, you'd be begging us to teach you what we know, added Minami, inwardly happy that her brother was going to be okay, and promising to be strong enough to help him like he helped her at learning about her burden. "Okay kids, it's about time for the guests to show up," called Kushina, getting the three to separate and calm down in time to greet their guests. Time skip. It was now almost a year later and the triplets had just turned 6 a few days ago, while their newest little sister Mito was just turning 1. The three had changed little during the year in manner of looks. Meanwhile, their new little sister had been growing quickly into a little bundle of energy that the whole family adored. Little Mito, with bright red hair and violet eyes, was like a little Kushina in the making, and her bubbly excitement was partially infectious to anyone who met her. Over the years since the birth, Minato and Kushina had been training Naruto and Minami to harness and control the Kyuubi chakra, making steady progress as they worked with the pair. Minato had even called Jiraiya to stop by and help train the two whenever he was free. As a result, the two sisters had begun to blossom as future kunoichi, each determined to make their family proud. Speaking of family, one of their instructors usually sported a little red-headed babe at most of their sessions. Following the birth, Kushina was often found with Mito in her arms, instructing the two while she watched them practice. Meanwhile, the children's godmother Tsunade was busy most of the time with the medical program she had pushed through after the Kyuubi event, but still found time to stop by and spoil her goddaughters rotten and patch them up when they managed to bang themselves up like children are wont to do. Sadly, even as Minami and Naruto grew steadily closer to their family, their brother was slowly fading from that same light. Naruto found himself being left out little by little from family activates, slowly being overshadowed by those around him as his sisters drew more and more attention. After the birth of Mito, his parents tended to stress their attention between his sisters training and looking after their newest little member, leaving little time for him. Meanwhile, those outside of the family, like Jiraiya, while kind to Naruto, but only present every now and then, and for some reason that Naruto didn't understand, seemed to focus only his twin sisters. At the same time, his godmother, Tsunade, was always chatting with his sisters whenever she was visiting, helping to patch them up whenever their training got out of hand, leading to a strong connection between all of them. But whenever she looked at Naruto, he would notice her eyes getting teary, before she turning from him, leaving him alone and confused in her wake. What he could not know was that Naruto looked so much like Tsunade's younger brother when he was growing up that Tsunade could not look at him without remembering her brother's death. So instead of facing her fear head on, she simply chose to avoid Naruto. While she did not dislike the boy, she simply told herself that he had others to look after him. So slowly Naruto became more and more excluded from his family. While his sisters still played with him occasionally, they had begun to incorporate training into their games, playing ninja, running, and the like that he could simply not keep up with. But as always, he insisted that they go on ahead, not wanting to make them feel bad about their abilities. Despite everything happening to his life, Naruto stayed the same kind boy he had always been. He smiled and laughed, and did whatever he could to see his family smile. And that was no different today, almost a full year after his sisters had begun their training. The birthday was in full swing now, with people milling around. All of the clan heads in attendance to offer their congratulations to Mito turning 1. Speaking of Mito, she was sitting happily, in a bright white onesie with an Uzumaki spiral adorning it on the back, between the feet of her older brother, while giggling as they played with her. As Mito sat laughing as she rolled around under her brother's gaze as it trailed to the yard where Naruto and Minami were off playing with a few of the clan heirs, while Minato and Kushina were talking with their parents and discussing the upcoming year at the academy, where many of their children would be attending. As Naruto continued to play with his red-haired Amato, he heard a quiet voice call out to him from behind. Turning, his mixed eyes fell upon bluish hair and wide eyes of his best friend, Hinata Hyuga. The two had only known each other for a few months, but already they were almost inseparable thanks to an event back when they had first met, where he had stepped up to protect her against some bullies at the park. Flashback. Naruto had been walking through the park wondering what to do while his sisters were off playing shinobi tag, when he heard the sound of raised voices from behind a clump of trees a bit off the trail. Curious, Naruto headed towards the voices. Upon arriving, he had found Hinata in a circle of boys, all making fun of her and pushing her to the ground. "Hey, leave her alone!" shouted Naruto, running up to stand between the bullies and Hinata, the girl's eyes still moist with tears, looking up to see the blonde-haired boy standing before her. As he came slowly into focus, she suddenly remembered seeing him from afar when the Hokage had met with her father. Who's this kid?" asked one of the boys, looking at Naruto, as beside him his friends shook their heads, not having any idea. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I won't let you pick on her," shouted Naruto at the bullies, raising both his fists in front of him to make his point clear. The bullies stared at Naruto with varying looks of confusion, before one finally spoke. "Wait, I thought the Hokage only had 2 kids, the village princesses?" muttered one, looking at his fellows, who nodded at him. "Yeah, everyone knows that, you moron," said another, pointing at Naruto. "Let's teach him for lying about our Hokage guys," shouted the last, as the boys fell upon Naruto. Hinata could only watch as her hero was attacked by the 3 boys, trying but failing to stand up to the onslaught of all 3. She was about to try and help him when a pair of yellow and red blurs crashed into the bullies, blowing them back off the small form that was Naruto. "Hey! Which one of you wants to tell me why you are hurting my Onisan?" shouted the enraged form of Naruto, as she stood protectively in front of her brother, blonde hair wiping back as her blue eyes trailed across the stunned bullies. "Never mind, Naruto. It doesn't matter what they say, they're still getting a butt kicking for hurting out Onisan," called Minima, cracking both her knuckles like her godmother often did whenever their godfather did something perverted, the three boys shivering as the pair advanced on them. Before the three boys could do more than cry out in fear, the girls were upon them, returning each punch tenfold for having hurt their brother. During this commotion, Naruto had slowly gotten up and looked around to find Hinata looking worriedly towards him, her eyes still moist with tears. Smiling at her, Naruto half dragging himself over till he was beside her, looking her over with an obvious amount of concern. "Hey, are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they?" asked Naruto once he got close enough to see Hinata clearly. Hinata in turn simply nodded slightly as her mind raced, trying to figure out who this boy was before her. "Wait, I thought the Hokage only had 2 girls. But they just said he was their brother, so wait, does that mean the Hokage's son just saved me?" she thought in a rush, even as a red blush began to creep over her face as Naruto leaned in looking concerned. "Hey bro, you okay?" came the call of Naruto, who had just finished giving the world's worst wedgie to one of his would-be attackers. Turning at her call, Naruto found himself smiling at the sight of the 3 bullies now tearing across the clearing, all crying as his sisters stood triumphantly before him. "Oh, course, Databeo, I'm fine, those guys couldn't beat me if they tried," he said, trying not to show that he was actually pretty hurt. "Onisan, what are we going to do with you?" sighed Minami as she approached, shaking her head slightly. "You're not strong enough to protect yourself yet, try thinking before you act." She finished, looking a little sad at lecturing the boy for getting himself hurt. "I meant to strong. I'm going to be stronger than both of you, just wait till we get into the academy and you'll see," Naruto replied, standing up and thrusting his fist into the air. "Baka," Minami said while putting her hand over her face. She knew her brother wanted to be strong, but the fact remained that he was only going to get himself hurt if he kept on going the way he was. She was also getting more and more annoyed with how he seemed unwilling to realize it. Why doesn't Onisan see how far behind he is? I mean, he just keeps saying that Kassen and Tusen will train him soon, and he'll show us then. Onisan has to learn how things work, or he's going to get himself hurt. She thought as beside her Naruto had other ideas. "Ha, no way bro, I'm going to be the best and become Hokage. You don't need to worry, I'll always be here to protect my baby brother. And then I'll train you too, but only if you ask nicely," laughed Naruto as she smiled at her brother. Naruto responded to her jab by sticking his tongue out and telling her that he would be better than her in no time, and the two degraded into a small friendly argument, while Hinata and Minami watched on. Flashback end. After that, Naruto had gotten to know Hinata slowly, the two becoming fast friends, playing when they could, and generally just enjoying each other's company. Each also learning the similarity they shared in their family. Like Naruto, Hinata seemed to have been slowly pushed away after the birth of her younger brother a little over a year back. The little boy Hanabi having become the center of attention within the Hyuga household, happy that he had emerged despite the worry surrounding the boy's cousin. Their mother had been sick for several months while carrying little Hanabi, but thanks to the presence of Tsunade she had pulled through, though the events surrounding the birth still resulted in her being bound to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. This on top of the new child severely hampered Hitomi's ability to look after her daughter. But if nothing else, the Hyuga woman was stubborn to a fault, and did what she could for her daughter, even if it was just the two sitting in compound's gardens together. Hinata's father, however, was a bit of a different story. He had latched onto his son and had become more and more attentive to him, bragging about how he was going to raise him to be the greatest gentle fist user, even better than his brother's son Niji. Unfortunately for Hinata, she was born into a family where power and skill seemed destined to decide one's fate, the competition slowly growing throughout her family, making for a hard place for the innocent girl. But for now she was free from that as she smiled across at her friend and his Amato. "Hello, Naruto-kun," whispered Hinata as she approached the pair of Namikes, guiding her Ototo Hanabi as she did so. While Hinata took after her mother, Hanabi was a little Hayashi in every regard, and walked with a sense of pride that made him an odd sight, only being 1 year old himself. His stoic mask broke, however, when the little red-headed Mito walked over to him, smiling wildly into his stoic face. Before the little Hyuga could do more than look at this smiling redhead, Mito let out a happy giggle before throwing her blanket towards the boy's head, intent to drape him in it. Hanabi, seeing the blanket approach, tried to perform the spinning move he had seen Hyuga do to deflect things from hitting them, but sadly not understanding that only twirling wasn't going to save him, as the blanket fell over him, winding its way around him, so that he soon found himself wrapped up and on the floor, looking up at a giggling redhead who dropped down to start pushing playfully at the trapped boy. While the two 1-year-old had been having their tiff, Naruto and Hinata had begun talking about the academy, hoping they would both be in the same class when it started. And so on. This continued throughout the evening until at long last the guests had left, and only the Namikaze family remained. As their parents tucked each of their children in for the night, Naruto sat waiting in bed for the chance to ask his parents the question that he had been waiting a full year to ask. When the two came in to wish him good night, they found Naruto bouncing up and down on the bed in restless excitement. "Now what has got you so excited?" asked Kushina, smiling down at her son as Naruto's excited eyes turned to her. "Well, Kassen, now that Mito is one, does that mean I can join the training now, can I?" asked Naruto with stars in his eyes as he looked between his parents. At his question, Kushina felt a slight pang of guilt as she looked down at the smiling face of her son. She had only recently been able to get back up and start to help the girls with their training, and despite their improvement they were still not where both Minato and she wanted them to be before Naruto joined them. With Mito finally becoming old enough to not need her complete attention, she had hoped to move towards training the girls on a more hands-on approach to finish things up. Meanwhile, beside her, Minato was biting back his own guilt as flashes of choice he made assaulted him like so many hammering blows. He still had to help his girls prepare for the job they would have in the future. He knew that. And for that he also knew what he would have to sacrifice. But he had to make sure they were ready if everything he cared about was to be protected. Besides, I went through the academy without help. So did Sensei. It's not like I'm leaving him to the wolves, and there will be time later. Yeah. Later. Thought the man as he shook himself back to reality, looked down at his son. "Well?" spoke Minato, drawing Naruto's attention to him. "I think it would be best for you to start up in academy studies before we start your training, son," spoke Minato as Kushina looked to him a little worried. But why?" asked Naruto, looking confused. "Well, you see, son, the academy will be able to tell where you are good at, so that when you start with us, we will be able to teach you even faster, and we don't want you having trouble with both our training and the academy work," lied Minato, even as he felt the pang of guilt in knowing that he was misleading his child. "Boo, but I thought I would get to be trained by you," whispered Naruto, looking sadly between his parents, feeling a horrible sinking feeling in his chest as the joy and excitement that had been building there tumbled away. "You will, Sochi, we'll be training you in no time, but we need to make sure we don't rush things," said Kushina, feeling tears on the corners of her eyes even as she saw the confusion on her son's face, as she too threw in the white lie she hated herself for using. Naruto, for his part, looked back and forth between his parents, feeling a multitude of questions springing to life within his head. Why can't they train me? I mean, they love me, right? And they train Naruto and Minami. Why am I being left out? Hey, why does mom look sad? I hate it when she looks like that. Stupid Naruto, of course they love you. Look, they are sad you don't like them looking after you, baka. Quick smile, show them you're okay. Wait, why? I mean, I am sad, maybe they should feel bad. No, I won't let them be sad, Databayo, thought Naruto as he pushed back his confusion, forcing a smile onto his lips. Okay, he said happily, causing both parents to relax slightly. But when I know what I'm good at, you better be ready, because I'm going to show you that I'm the greatest shinobi ever, Databayo, cried the boy, his words causing both parents to let out a breath at this, relieved that Naruto seemed to be taking the idea okay. Soon they finished tucking him in and left to look after Mito, before turning in themselves. As the pair moved down the hall towards their own room, Kushina found herself doubting her own actions as she turned to her husband. Minato, do you think this is okay? I mean, leaving Naruto out, he needs to be trained too, you know. Sure, I want to make sure the girls are okay, but lying to him like that, it's just wrong, finished Kushina solemnly as she and him got ready for bed. I know, Kushina, but we need to make sure the girls are looked after first, and you are the only one who can safely train them. Either of them are able to form your chains, so we need to be careful. I just don't want to see any of the hurt. Sometimes we have to tell a white light to protect them, but we'll never stop loving him, Kushina, and we'll make it up to him. I promise. Minato replied softly, silently trying to convince himself, even though he knew he was only telling half-truths. I guess we'll start his training up next year, and then we'll make him an amazing shinobi. Right. Kushina responded with an almost pleading note to her voice. We'll make it up to him, Kushina. I promise, replied Minato as he laid down to sleep beside his wife, feeling as though his mind would tear itself apart for what he was doing. Meanwhile, down the hall, Naruto was having more problems falling to sleep as well. His mind continued to fire off contradictory arguments about his parents' behavior. Why don't they train me with my sisters? Is it my fault? No, I haven't done anything. What should do? I want to be strong enough to protect them. No, they are both awesome shinobi. They have to have reason for what they're doing, right? He continued to ask himself, desperate for some kind of answer. Will you stop that? I'm trying to sleep here, shouted a feminine voice from seemingly all around the room as Naruto froze, wondering for a moment if his silent pleading had been answered. Naruto looked wildly around in an attempt to see where it was coming from, only seeing the shadowed shapes of his room before him. Who said that? He shouted, still looking around his room, starting to get a little frightened as he continued to see no one that could have spoken to him. Learn some manners and I might just tell you, you little seedling, replied the voice once again, seemingly coming from nowhere. With nothing else for it, Naruto decided to answer the voice. I'm okay, mister. That's Ms. The voice interrupted. Sorry, Ms., but where are you and why can't I see you? Asked Naruto, wondering what was going on. Am I going crazy? You see, this is what you get for being stupid. Kami is making you hear voices? He thought to himself before he was interrupted from his mental berating by the sound of laughter. Kami, hee hee ha. Oh, that's good, me Kami. That's priceless. I wouldn't be caught dead looking after the universe. Too much work. Chuckled the voice, slowly petering out into a small fit of giggles. Wait, how did you hear me? Where are you? Asked Naruto, again searching for the source of the voice, this time looking under his bed as if he expected to see someone hiding under it. You can stop looking for me, little seedling. I'm not in your room, I'm in your head. The voice stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. This caused Naruto to stop dead in his search, and look across to his wall where a mirror hung, as if expecting to see another face reflected upon it. What do you want with my head? What's going on? Who are you, Ms.? What do you want? Asked Naruto, firing off questions one after another. Relax already, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. I swear you little seedlings are all the same. To answer your question, I suppose you can just call me Jubie, and what I want is to make a deal with you. Spoke the voice as Naruto continued to stare into the mirror. Chapter 2. Talking, Thinking / Mental Conversation. Demon, Jutsu, A Life Forgotten. What do you want with my head? What's going on? Who are you, Ms.? What do you want? Naruto called, firing question after question out with hardly a pause between them. Relax already, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. I swear you little seedlings are all the same. Sighed the voice as she waited for the boy, who seemed to have finally run out of steam, to quiet down. As he finally fell silent, the voice spoke out again, echoing in the empty room. To answer your question, I suppose you can just call me Jubie, and what I want is to make a deal with you. Continued the voice as Naruto looked across the room into the mirror that showed his own puzzled face. Jubie? Muttered Naruto, quirking one eyebrow up as he spoke, a little surprised by the word. Well, that's a weird name, he thought to himself as he crossed his arms in thought. I will have you know it is not a weird name, young seedling, and it is not polite to insult someone who can make your head explode from the inside out, the Jubie replied with an air that only an irritated woman could pull off. Ah! Shouted Naruto a moment before rolling off of his bed, both hands now clapped to the side of his head as he thumped to the wooden floor, where he proceeded to roll back and forth in apparent panic. No, Ms. Jubie, don't blow up my head. Please, Ms. Pretty Beautiful, kind loving Jubie, you wouldn't do that to me, would you? Please? Begged Naruto as he rolled to a halt, looking into the mirror with rivers spilling from both of his eyes as he clapped his hands before him as though in prayer. Oh, this is priceless, you're great, I can't wait to see what else I can make you do. Calmed the amused voice of Jubie from seemingly everywhere in the room. Oh, this was so much better than being stuck in the moon, thought the voice. At least here she could have fun messing with humans again. After finally getting her amused giggles under control, Jubie turned her attention back out to her host, noticing as she did that he had fallen silent once more. Hey little seedling, you still alive out there? Asked the Jubie as she once again looked out through the boy's eyes to see his face now turn from fear into a childish pout that was looking back at him from his own re-election. Does the little seedling not like being picked on by the big bad Jubie? She laughed, looking at the cute pouting form of Naruto, who had brought his arms up folded before him as he looked pointedly away from his reflection as if trying to ignore the voice. That wasn't funny, muttered the boy, still refusing to look at his own reflection as if that was who he was conversing with. Oh, on the contrary, I think it was quite funny, replied the Jubie, waiting a few moments for a response from the boy, who seemed quite set on ignoring her. So do you want to know what my deal is, or do you want to sit pouting on your floor all night? Because I can wait a lot longer than you, seedling. Chuckled the Jubie as she saw the boy glancing back to his reflection, a thoughtful expression upon his young face, as he slowly let his arms fall to his sides. I guess, mumbled the boy, finally turning to face the mirror again, even if he was only facing his reflection. Ms. Jubie, is there a way that I can see you? It's kinda weird talking to myself, called the boy as he gave his reflection another glance. The boy's remark seemed to trigger something within the woman as her own thoughts turned back to a time when her only companion had been her voice, and how that long loneliness had come to an end so many years ago. Flashback. The disembodied consciousness of Jubie was silently flouting within her lunar prison, her thoughts cast out once more to how she had managed to let some stupid women steal her charge, and worse, let that same women's children seal her away after robbing her of her power and children in one fell swoop. As her thoughts began to swirl, the agitation became too much as she called out into the starry night. If I ever see that woman and her sons again, I'll seal them in this stupid rock and see how they like it. screamed Jubie into the silence of the moon that she called home. It had been thousands of years since that stupid sage had sealed her into this lunar prison, and with only her thoughts to keep her company, the time had passed very slowly indeed. Her only reprieve had been when on a full moon's night she could cast her gaze down at the world, these brief glimpses being all that kept her from falling to absolute despair within her celestial tomb. So tonight, like those before, she turned her gaze upon the earth, not knowing that this moment would spell that end to her long exile. As her eyes slowly shifted down, her attention was immediately drawn to a commotion within a forested land. As she looked closer, she saw her youngest son causing his usual 9 kinds of hell for the people of a shinobi village. As she watched, her son swiped his tails back and forth across the armies of the village, his mouth open in a roar of rage. But something was wrong. That rage, it wasn't his. As she watched the great kitsune raging among the trees, she saw his almost rabid assault upon the village that sat burning beneath him. Her eyes narrowing as she saw his eyes momentarily turn skyward, his eyes sporting a horribly familiar red marking. Her memories recalled the only other time she had seen her son like this, all those years ago in that valley, as he stood between the descendants of that stupid women, used as a pawn in their petty battles for power. As her memories fell into place beside the bison before her, an uncontrollable rage boiled up within her. Damn them! She yelled as she struggled hopelessly against her prison walls. It's not enough that they bind me here, but they have to continue to use my children in their stupid war, cried the woman as she looked down at her son's body paraded like a puppet to that family's tune. Leave him alone, you bastards. When I get out of here, I swear I'm going to tear them limb from limb and scatter their ashes to the 4 winds so even Cammy can't put their bodies back together. Let him go, screamed the Jubie as below her son continued to rage. Even as she howled and struggled, her eyes noticed as an older figure charged along to attack her son. Unable to tear her eyes away, she watched the battle begin, the shinobi throwing everything he had in an attempt to halt her son's assault on the village. As the struggled, her eyes turned to a small ceiling table which appeared behind the man, her attention now drawn to the 3 small bundles that lay upon it. Turning her attention back to the battle, she watched as one of the attacking figures split from the fight, turning to run towards the table, as the seals around it began to glow, illuminating the night sky around it. Then he appeared. The one she had long ago known, the brother of her lord. The lord she had failed so long ago. No, it can't be, whispered Jubie, her tone speaking of the disbelief currently running through her, as she gazed upon the figure who had emerged from behind the old shinobi. But there he was, the Shinigami himself, in all of his terrible glory, his hollowed mask looking down across the bundles before him before turning to look up upon the great kitsune. Then, before she could overcome her shock, she was forced to watch as his hands reached out to tear her child apart. She watched helplessly as the hands tore the yin and yang from her son, his roars of pain flooding the night sky as her own rang out in the heavens above. And still all she could do was watch as the Shinigami's hands dragged the 2 halves into the children, sealing her son once again into a living prison. As the scene slowly came to an end, Jubie found herself openly weeping at the sight of her son's fate. The 9 may have never been her chosen children, but they were born from her, and like any mother, she could no more bear their suffering than her own. As the final flickers of her sun began to fail, Jubie found herself turning from the surface, not wishing to see any more, not able to bear to see her children suffer, as she sat helplessly above them. Then, just as her eyes slowly turned away from the lands below, a gentle pressure caught her, as though a hand had reached up to halt her from looking away. As she turned towards that feeling, her eyes found themselves moving down towards the table beside which the Shinigami still stood, looking up towards the moon right into her eyes. As the pair's eyes meet, the Shinigami slowly inclining its head towards the final bundle upon the table. Watching, Jubie saw the skeletal hand of the figure moving to trace a small seal upon the boy's brow. Her symbol, as he looked back to her as if to tell her that it was waiting. For a moment she was unable to even believe that this was happening. Had Cammy finally heard her prayers, after all of these years? Was she finally being given a second chance, a place outside of this moon prison to once again live in a chance for freedom? The Shinigami once again shifted his head, motioning for the Jubie to move towards the bundle even as its form began to fade. As the ghostly figure slowly began to dissipate, she shook herself from her thoughts as she looked back to the disappearing figures, her lips parting as a chocked voice issued out. "Thank you," she whispered as she allowed the pull from the ceiling table to draw her down towards the final struggling bundle. And so, as her soul had finally been freed from her lunar prison, finally back to the world she had so long been apart from, and so she found herself slipping gently into the final struggling babe who lay beside his siblings, a small look of peace crossing his face as the seal upon his head glowed faintly before fading. Flashback end. As Jubie shook herself from her memories, her attention returned to the small blonde still looking curiously at his reflection as she felt a small smile crossing her lips. "Well, since you asked nicely, I guess we can meet face to face," spoke Jubie as she considered how to go about handling the situation before her. "Tell me, boy, do you know what a mindscape is?" asked the woman's voice after a moment, as she watched the boy blinking at her words. Naruto in reply cocked his head to one side at the question, moving to recross his arms in what passed for a 6-year-old's thinking pose. For a full minute the blonde sat there, his eyes closed in apparent concentration, as Jubie waited silently, starting to wonder if the boy had slipped back to sleep on her. After a little longer, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes with a look of confidence on his face as he spoke. "Nope, no idea," he called as a wide grin found itself spreading across his face. For a moment Jubie simply looked at the boy's smile before letting out a sigh as she shook her head. "You know that's not something you should be particularly proud of, seedling," pointed out the woman as Naruto's smile faded, replaced with an annoyed look. "Hey, it's not my fault if you're so smart, why don't you tell me what it is, Dadabayo?" Naruto fired back as Jubie's face quirked up into a smirk the boy could not see. "What did I say about asking nicely?" Jubie whispered in a dangerously sweet voice that caused Naruto to freeze, his mixed eyes to go wide as he shifted back into his pleading look, complete with clasped hands. Please tell me smart, pretty, nice Ms. Jubie," gushed Naruto with a hint of panic as he looked to his own reflection, hoping his head wouldn't explode any moment. "Nice to see you remember. Oh, and drop the Ms., but the pretty you can leave," chuckled Jubie as she focused on drawing the boy into his mindscape. "Now just relax, I'll help you in this time so you can get a feel for it," she called as her presence reached forwards towards the boy's own. Even as the final words echoed within the boy's mind, he felt a tug on the back of his neck as darkness slowly closed in from the outsides of his vision. At first the sudden blackness terrified the young boy as it slowly crept across his eyes, swallowing him whole. However, just as the last vestiges of light disappeared, his eyes were suddenly assaulted with a blinding flash that caused him to raise his hands before his face as an impromptu shield. A moment later, as the light slowly faded, Naruto lowered his arms, allowing his eyes gaze around at his new surroundings. Where before, he would have seen the simple plaster walls of his room, with its usual amount of mess, he instead saw a massive expanse of blue and green stretching out to the horizon. A moment before he had been sitting in his room on the second floor of his home, but now found himself in an open field, the soft green grass now all around him brushing lightly against his bare feet. As he turned his eyes skyward, he saw a cloudless blue sky that seemed to stretch on for miles in every direction, on and on, as if this land had no true end to it. Feeling the touch of the green ground below him, Naruto's eyes fell across his orange pajama from to the grass on hand, running gently through it as he pushed himself up from the ground, his mind already buzzing with questions. Where am I? Last thing I remember was something about mindscape, and that voice saying something about helping me. Was I dreaming? Wait, no, is this that mindscapey thing? But this just looks like some field like the ones outside the village. Maybe that's all that happened, I just fell asleep in the field, though the boy as he continued to take in his surroundings. However, before he could continue to try and explain how he had found himself in this deserted field, a voice jerked him back to reality. Well, are you going to sit there all day, or are you going to say hello, seedling? Things may pass slowly here, but you don't strike me as the patient type, called the voice, now coming from behind the blonde instead of from his own mind. At the call, Naruto spun towards the source of the voice, his eyes traveling across the plain to the peak of a large hill. He suddenly realized he was standing at the base of. Looking up the hill, the blonde's eyes were immediately drawn to the summit where a single magnificent tree stood. The tree stretched some 40 feet into the air, and had bark of pale white, as though the clouds absent in the blue skies had been formed to create its massive trunk. As the boy's eyes trailed up the great tree, his eyes found an explosion of color awaiting him as the thousands of gently swaying leaves formed a great canopy above him, each of the leaves shining with a deep purple light, or shifting to an odd glowing black as thought the leaves themselves had not chosen what color to remain. The tree seemed the center of this place, as though the blue skies and grass themselves were given light from its branches. Slowly Naruto began to approach the top of the hill, feeling an odd pull to reach the beautiful thing. As he continued to get closer, he felt a strange peace about him, as though he was greeting an old friend that he hadn't seen in a great while. Soon he reached the summit, and stood before the tree, a rather disconcerting thought popping into his head as he looked up at the massive tree. Great, I'm talking to a giant purple tree. Oh, that's just great. This is what I get for eating all that ramen. Minami was right, it's rotted my brain. Stupid delicious ramen, thought the boy as he extended one hand towards the bark of the tree, curious to see if it felt as soft as it looked. I wouldn't do that if I were you, little seedling. At least not until we have our talk. Oh, and I'm not just some talking tree, called the familiar voice now coming from directly above the boy. The sudden voice caught Naruto off guard as he jumped slightly back from the tree, looking back and forth for the source of the voice before a small giggle drew his attention up into the softly shifting purple canopy. That's right, I'm up here, seedling, called the voice once again, a small smile almost visible in the words alone. Looking up, Naruto's eyes fell upon the outline of a figure he could barely see against the tree, his eyes squinting to get a better look. As if in answer to his desire, the figure began to descend slowly from above one of the branches, bending to accommodate its passenger, as the pair moved steadily towards the blond boy. As the branch came closer, the figure sitting upon it slowly came into clearer focus. She sat gracefully upon the branch, one hand draped lightly over her lap while the other held the side of her living transport figures draped lightly over the silken branch. Her hair was the same shade of purple as the leaves of the tree and seemed to glow with the same simple radiance as the tree as it fell about her shoulders, waving gently as she gazed down upon the boy. Her skin was porcelain white like the bark of the tree itself, covered in a simple kimono that lay upon her, adorned with the pattern that mirrored the falling of leaves. Despite the simplicity of the dress, it somehow seemed to only intensify her beauty, as it curved gracefully around her form, accenting her beauty and strength in equal proportions. However, despite this staggering image, what drew Naruto's focus was the woman's face. The gentile heart-shaped curve set between the waves of her purple hair turned towards him as a smile played across her lips. But even this was not where the boy's gaze Saturday. His gaze fell only upon her eyes. Her unearthly eyes. They glowed pure black, as though one were looking into a night sky that had yet to give forth any stars. Yet they were somehow welcoming, like some great expanse that was begging to be explored, the warm glow seeking to embrace one just as night would come to embrace day in the endless dance of the heavens. Well, my little seedling, what do you think? Not too bad for a woman that has been trapped in the moon for the last 1,000 years. Called Jubie, as the branch finished its decent settling before Naruto. As Jubie rose slowly from it, her bare feet alighting upon the grass as she looked down at the boy who now came only to her waist. While whispered Naruto as he looked at this woman, lost for words at the woman who had literally just descended from on high. All he could do was look at her in silence for a few moments, as he took in her image, noticing the small smile upon her lips growing into a slightly amused expression as her eyes crinkled near their edges. I know I'm amazing, seedling, but if you're just going to stare at me all night, then I'm afraid we won't get much accomplished. Giggled Jubie as she brought one of her hands up to push a few stands from before her face as Naruto seemed to shake himself out of his stupor. Sorry, it's just I've never seen anyone with eyes like that before, said Naruto, looking down at his feet in an attempt to hide the blush at being caught just staring at the beautiful woman. I suppose you haven't at that. No one has seen my eyes since Kami himself sent me down to your world to guard his fruit upon my branches. Well, that stupid woman and her son saw them too, but I don't like to count them, remarked Jubie as she adopting a simple thinking position, one hand raised to tap ideally at her smooth chin. Who? Asked Naruto, turning his head on his side and once again adopting a confused expression as he looked at the woman before him. Fruit, Kami, what are you talking about? Pretty Jubie asked Naruto, remembering to add the little tick to the woman's name, drawing a small smile to her lips as she looked down at him. I guess I'm laying a bit too much on you at the moment. This is our first meeting after all. Let's start over, said Jubie as she bowed slightly, as a lady of the court might, her eyes never leaving the boy before her. My name is Josie Aino Jubitsuri, but you may call me Jubie. I am a warrior of the heavens, and have been imprisoned in the moons for the past 1,000 years. You may also know me as the mother to those you call the tailed beasts. Finished the woman as she rose, Naruto blinking up at her for a moment before rushing to bow as well. Oh right, well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the 4th Hokage and soon-to-be greatest ninja of Konoha Databayo, he said, glancing up to Jubie, who reached out to pat his blonde head, slightly nodding down at him. Well, it's nice to finally meet you, Naruto. We'll have to work on your matters later, but for now let's get to why you're here, spoke the woman as she moved over to rest herself against the tree. Naruto soon moved after her, settling himself before her so that he was looking up into her face as she fixed him with those blackened eyes of her again. Josie I know Jubitsu. Tsura. Started Naruto as Jubie let out a small chuckle, waving him off. I told you, seedling, just Jubie. I never liked the whole title anyway, called the woman as Naruto nodded, smiling as he looked around himself again. Okay, up Jubie, where are we? Asked the blonde as Jubie looked around them at the open field with a small nod. Well, this is a place in your mind, Naruto. Kind of like a room in your mind that I've organized to suit me, explained the Jubie. Seeing the confused look on Naruto's face, she continued, think of it like a little vacation home I just set up here. I can assure you that it won't harm you at all, smiled the woman as Naruto seemed to be satisfied with her words. Oh, okay then, replied Naruto, a little loudly, a smile upon his face as he accepted the woman's words without a second thought. My Kami, this kid is so innocent, it's almost scary. He'll have to realize at some point it's going to get him into a world of trouble. Though I suppose that is the problem that lead him here, isn't it? Thought Jubie as she let out a sigh, focusing back on the boy blinking up at her. Naruto, since I'm living in your head, I was thinking that I could do something for you. Like a way to pay you back for letting me say her. How would you like that? Asked the woman in an offhand way that nonetheless caught Naruto's attention, as he seemed to vibrate slightly at the prospect. Really, what do I get? Is it a cool superpower, or the extra chakra like my sisters? You said you were the tailed beast's mom, Does that mean I'm a Jinchuriki like my sisters? Hey, does that mean that I'll get training from my parents now just like my sisters? Does it, Ms. Jubie? Naruto called, firing question after question in that way only an excited child could. There were many things that Jubie was prepared for. An excited 6-year-old that was on the equivalent of a sugar high with the attention span of a gnat was not one of them. Wow, there, seedling. Hold on for a moment, I can't answer you if you never stop asking, now can I? Asked Jubie with an exasperated shake of her head. This caused Naruto to slap both his hands over his mouth in an over-the-top manner, as if to completely stop all sound from escaping from his mouth, as he looked worriedly towards the woman. Better. She chuckled as she looked over the boy before nodding slightly, as if deciding something. Now I guess I'll start with the question of chakra. I'm afraid that I don't really have any more chakra. You see, when a certain man, here she adopted an annoyed look, who we will just call Deadbeat, took my chakra from me. He used all of my power combined with my ability to give life to chakra in order to create the tailed beasts. So my power is in all of my children like my youngest that is sealed into your sisters. Explained the purple-haired woman as Naruto gave her another puzzled look. Who but my sisters have the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox? Said Naruto, quirking his head to the side as he looked up into the woman's black eyes. Yep, that's my youngest, always trying to show he is the best of his siblings by flaunting his power, silly little boy. She said more to herself than to the boy, shaking her head slightly as she spoke. Anyway, the point is that I'm afraid I don't have any chakra to give you. But you are still a Jinchuriki, just not like your sisters. She finished her words, causing the boy before her to deflate slightly at her words. For a moment Naruto felt the happiness that had slowly been growing within him faltered as his hopes of being like his sisters were dashed. That doesn't mean I can't do anything for you on the superpowers though, added Jubie, hoping to get the boy's spirits back up. The result worked a little better than she was hoping for, as it caused the blonde to leap up off the grass and start running around the tree yelling about how cool it was. Before Jubie could even begin to call him back, he was already rounding the trunk, coming back to stand right in her face, blasting off questions once again. Really, that's awesome. What kind of powers? Will I be able to fly? That will be awesome. Or maybe I will be able to get some cool ability like a bloodline, like some of the clans. Tell me, Jubie, please. What is it? PPPPLOLOLEASSSE? He asked, falling to his knees and looking at her with stars in her eyes, his little face showing so much excitement that Jubie found herself smiling despite her slightly annoyance at the boy's performance. Drawing in a deep breath, Jubie set her face into a stern look as she gazed across at the boy, who seemed to freeze at her gaze. Okay, Naruto, we can't keep doing this song and dance all night. If you want me to help, you will sit there and listen to what I have to say, or I can just let your head explode. Stated the pale-skinned woman as Naruto froze before nodding hurriedly. Yes, Jubie-sensei. Called Naruto, falling back and sitting excitedly before her, rocking slightly back and forth as he smiled up at her. Good, now I'm afraid I don't have a magic wand to wave to give you superpowers, but what I can do is give you the training so that you can use my abilities with your own chakra. Started the woman as Naruto nodded excitedly at her words. Now before I get any farther, this would require you going through a long time of training, and it would require us to leave the village for a while, continued Jubie as Naruto blinked up at her. How long are we talking about? Asked the boy, watching as Jubie took a moment to think before replying. I would have to say at least 10 years to get the whole training done. But if you work hard, maybe just 8. What? 10 years? Are you crazy? I can't leave for 10 years. What about my family, my friends? What about my parents? They are going to start my training in a year. I can't just leave. Shouted Naruto as he pushed himself to his feet, looking down at the woman who watched him, a small frown upon her lips. Poor boy, he is so worried about others that he is going to stunt his own growth just to make them feel better. And he's just stubborn enough not to care. God, what am I going to do now? Thought the woman, even as Naruto crossed his arm, fixing her with a determined look. I'm not leaving my family. My two sen and cousin are going to train me to be an amazing shinobi, and then I'll protect everyone. Called Naruto as Jubie fixed him with a sad look upon her brow. Naruto, if you keep waiting for everything to work out, you're going to end up left behind, and me along with you. I'm trying to help you, but you need to be selfish this once. Replied Jubie, fighting to keep her own voice steady, as she slowly rose to her feet so that she towered over Naruto, who looked stubbornly back at her. So what do you care? They are my family. They care and love me. What makes you think you know what's better for me than them? Called Naruto, now feeling slightly scared as his own worried found themselves now being directed towards the woman before him. It's not a matter of love, you baka. You want to be a shinobi, well, you need to be ready. I have seen hundreds of kids like you go out to save everyone and only end up losing their own life as a result. She called, flashes of her own battles rushing through her mind as she recalled those times such ideals had led her to fail in her mission, to caring to sacrifice the innocent to capture that hated woman. I can't. Jubie whispered as the fight left her, allowing her to slowly slip back to her sitting position, looking sadly up at Naruto, her lifetime alone crashing upon her, as she gazed at another who risked the same suffering. I can't let you sacrifice yourself for them. I can't watch helpless while those I have come to care about are taken from me," continued the woman as Naruto's anger left him as he watched the woman seemingly shrink before him as her voice grew softer, more pained with every moment. "I was just like you. All good intentions. And I lost my children to good intentions, I lost my freedom to good intentions. I am not prepared to see you lose everything I did, seedling. I can't live though seeing that again," she finished, turning her moist eyes towards the boy. Naruto looked again into those bright black eyes with the starlight tears that were falling from them as his own doubts surfaced. He hated to have these thoughts. And worse, he hated to see someone so sad. So he did the only thing he could think of. He stepped forward and embraced her, letting his smaller form to be pulled close to her, as she openly wept into his shoulder. It took a few moments for Jubie to regain her composure, and a little longer for Naruto to step back and allow her to right herself, rising to sit upon her branch once more, the small moist trails upon her cheeks still staining her beautiful face. "I'm sorry I made you cry, Jubie," whispered the boy, looking into her face as he saw Jubie shaking her head slightly. No, Naruto, I'm sorry. I guess you are just like me after all, a couple of bakas," smiled Jubie slightly as Naruto gave a small nod. "Hi, two of a kind," smiled Naruto, remembering one of the few phrases he had picked up from his godmother over the years. At his words, Jubie suddenly froze as her face slowly shifted into a smile as she looked back to the blonde boy before her. "Well, maybe you aren't a baka after all, seedlings. I think you might have given me an idea how we can both win," she finished as Naruto gave her a puzzled look as she began to explain her plan to him. That night a decision was made that would rock the foundations of the shinobi world to their core, and from the hope of two bakas the world itself would find itself forever changed. Time skip. 2 years after that fateful night, within a simple classroom within the Shinobi Academy, a group of potential shinobi and kunoichi sat listening with varying amounts of attention to the words of a man who stood before them marking off notes on a wide blackboard. However, most were too distracted to listen as an odd little mantra permeated the entire classroom, drawing several eyes as the steady beat continued. Board thud, board thud, board thud, board thud, board thud. Continued the steady beat, drawing more and more eyes as it continued, the source of this mantra being a particular orange-clad, blonde-haired boy who sat in the back of the room, where he was banging his head against his desk while droning on and on like some broken metronome. Already his seemingly continuous banging had attracted the attention of a large majority of the class, and even he, Chun-Nin, instructor himself. "God, is that baka ever going to stop? He is messing up the lesson again," thought a pink-haired girl, looking back towards the front of the room as she tried to focus on the lesson. "Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Hooah. Oh, just Naruto agains," thought a particularly lazy individual before returning to his sleep, deciding that whatever the blonde had planned, it was too troublesome to worry about at the moment. Wonder what mom packed for lunch. Maybe it's those pork buns again." Though a particularly good-natured boy who sat beside his sleeping friend, his hands ideally rubbing his protruding stomach as he continued to worry about lunch. "Maybe if I show I'm strong like Itachi Nei-san, I won't have to sit through these lessons anymore. If he doesn't stop that pounding Hokage's son or not, I'm going to hit him with my fireball," thought a black-haired boy, who had a desperate urge to prove himself to everyone, his eyes narrowing back towards the titular blonde. "I swear if he doesn't stop that pounding, I'm going to hop in his head and make him run around town in a dress," schemed a blonde-haired girl within her mind from where she sat beside her pink-haired friend. "Maybe mom will let me bring Akamaru next time. At least then I will have something to do during these classes. Naruto's right, this is so boring," thought a feral-looking boy as he ideally scratched at one red-fanged cheek. "Buzz. Yes, buzz. Yes, I know. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Don't worry, I'll be ready for it," a heavily clocked boy whispered as he continued to silently converse with the insects inside of his body. "Haha, Oni-chan always does know how to sum up sensei's history lessons," silently giggled Naruko, her hand moving up to cup over her mouth, as she smiled around at her sister, who seemed less amused about the situation. "Baka Oni-chan, if you don't pay attention you are never going to get any stronger," thought an exasperated Minami, who shot her older sibling an annoyed look. "Naruto-kun, you need to start listening or you aren't going to be able to pass. I'll have to talk to him later, even if he is right about Irika-sensei's lectures," thought Hinata as she looked at the blonde sitting to her left, her young face a mix of disapproval and amusement at her friend's actions. "Board thud, board thud, board thud, hhhhhhhhh," shouted Naruto as he suddenly burst into movement, leaping onto the top of his desk and as he slammed both his hands down into the baggy pockets of his orange jumpsuit. Every person in the class except for one particular sleeper now turned their attention towards the boy as he made his declaration. "Boredom must die, I say, death to boredom," roared the blonde as his hands re-emerged from his pockets, an almost manic smile now plastered across his face. As everyone's eyes saw that smile, a feeling of dread fell over them so that they almost failed to notice the two bright orange objects that Naruto had grasped in his hands. A split second later both objects were loosed into the middle of the room, followed by a loud bang, and an ensuing river of orange in every direction. A moment after the blast, the whole classroom found itself dripping in orange paint save for a few interesting exceptions. While most of the class had reacted by diving under their desks at the sight of the orange projectiles, or in the case of one redhead pulled under by her sister, there were two exceptions. The first being Irika, who had been heading up the stairs towards the blonde at the time, and as a result was at ground zero, making him look as though he had stepped on an orange landmine, his whole form now dripping in a blanket of neon paint. The other victim was one, no longer sleeping, individual who was now plastered against the back wall of the classroom, slowly slipping down the wall even as he muttered to himself something about troublesome blondes. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," shouted Irika as he cleaned the paint from his eyes and cast his gaze around the room. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen, only an open window and the distant sound of laughter to mark his escape. "Naruto!" bellowed Irika as he leapt out of the window after the blonde, the pair soon hurtling into the village as the remainder of the students watched them go. "What the heck, why does he do stuff like this?" roared Sakura as she attempted to shake the orange paint from her books, casting annoyed looks around the destroyed classroom. "Yeah, I mean, why can't he be more like you, Minami? Even Naruto never causes this kind of trouble," added Ino, looking across to where the sisters were emerging from below their desk. "Hey, what is that supposed to mean, Ino?" fired off Naruto as Minami let out a sigh, shaking her head towards her sister. "Relax, Naruto, Ino didn't mean anything by it," muttered Minami as she surveyed the damage to the classroom. "Who cares, that was awesome. Best history lesson ever," laughed Kiba from the back of the room, bearing a toothy smile as he looked down at the class. "But he trashed the lesson?" shouted Sakura, turning on the feral boy. "Wasn't that much to trash if you asked me?" sighed Sasuke, looking out the window that the blonde had escaped through. "What? But Sasuke, why would you say that?" questioned Sakura. "'Cause he's right. Oni-chan gave us the rest of the day off. Let's get out of here," cheered Naruto, giving Sakura her fox-like smile. "Hey, that means it's time for lunch. Come on, Shikamaru," called Choji as he pushed himself up, glancing around to his now neon friend. "Hey Hinata, any idea where Oni-chan ran off to this time?" asked Minami, approaching the back of the room where the pale-eyed girls sat. "Sorry Minami, I don't. We were going to meet up later for Hanabi and Mito to play, but that wasn't supposed to be until after class," replied the girl, watching as the redhead before her let out a sigh. "Oh well, come on Minami, let's go find Kazan and get in some training," called Naruto happily as she moved towards the door, Minami turning away from Hinata and following after her. "Okay Naruto," called Naruto, falling in behind her as the two moved out of the classroom. Meanwhile, within the village streets, the titular blonde was currently sprinting at top speed down the road, perused by a bright orange Irika, the pair drawing several eyes as they darted around food stands and pedestrians alike. "Ha, take that ninja history, you can't stop me now," laughed Naruto inside his mind as pair of voices added their own comments to his situation. "Yeah, that was awesome, man, did you see the looks on their faces?" cheered an excited voice from within Naruto's head, causing the blonde to grin wider if that was possible. "I swear Naruto, you never fail to amaze, do you, my little seedling?" added Jubie, a small giggle joining the happy laughter of the pair. "Yeah, I know I'm awesome," thought Naruto as continued his race deeper into the village. "Naruto!" shouted Irika again, causing Naruto to shake himself back to reality. "Oh/oh/oh," said all three voices at the same time. "Come on legs, don't fail me now," shouted Naruto as he upped the pace. At the same time, a few blocks ahead of the pursuit, a red-headed woman dressed in a simple blue kimono was looking at the food in a stall, while also keeping an eye on the little redhead that was running around at her feet, smiling slightly to herself as she let her focus drift back towards that coming night. Now what should I make for dinner? Minato is coming home early to help with the girls, and Naruto is taking Mito to the Hyugas for a playdate, so I guess we could just go out." Kushin amused to herself as she moved back from the first stall, turning to continue her way down the street as her youngest rushed to keep up with her. As she moved through the market, her thoughts began to turn towards her only son, a small flicker of uneasiness accompanying her thoughts as they centered on the boy. It had been a little over a year since she had to ask him to hold off on his training yet again. With a small stab of regret, she remembered the look on his face when she had to tell him that the girl's training was not advancing as much as she had hoped, and that she was going to have him look after Mito while she worked with them. She wasn't originally thrilled with the idea, but Minato had reasoned that the sooner the girls were on the right track, the sooner they could focus on Naruto. After all, it was just one more year. No real harm there, she still had plenty of time, she continued to reason to herself as she watched her youngest moving ahead of her, giggling happily as she looked around the market. Besides, Mito and Naruto had bonded so close they were nearly inseparable whenever they were home, thought the woman, the sight of her youngest becoming another justification for her actions. Looking down, she smiled as Mito glanced up to her, violet eyes turning up into smiles that mirrored the one upon her lips. Her youngest was a mini her in every way, from her long red hair to her violet eyes. At the moment the child was dressed in a simple white dress that made her hair stand out all the more as she bounced around below her mother, a little ball of energy just like she had once been. And like her son still was. Maybe I can talk to Minato about training Naruto sooner. I mean, it's not like it would mess things up all that much. She thought to herself as her thoughts turned back to her son. Just as she was thinking about asking Minato about her son, she felt a tug on her arm drawing her out of her thoughts and down towards her daughter, who at that moment was bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet, pointing down the road, her mouth opening in an excited cry. "Onaizen, Naruto-ni-san, over here," called Mito, waving her free hand in the air towards the oncoming figure, her red hair waving behind her, as she practically wiggled with excitement. "Naruto?" questioned Kushina, looking towards the road. Wait, shouldn't he be in class? What would he be doing in town now? Did class let out early? She thought to herself as her eyes focusing ahead to where a small commotion was occurring. Just as she saw her son coming into view, she heard his name being yelled across the village, getting louder even as he got closer. "Naruto, stop now and get back her and take your punishment," shouted Irika as he chased after the blonde. "You'll never take me alive, Irika. Your history lessons will not have me," fired back Naruto as he continued to sprint unknowingly towards the pair of redheads. At hearing the voices of the two runners, a visible tick mark appeared on Kushina's head as her hair began to stand on end. "Naruto, what did you do this time?" she thought angrily to herself. Mito, meanwhile ignorant to her mother's anger, was laughing and trying to pull her mother forward towards her brother. As Naruto closed the distance, he faltered at seeing his mother and younger sister in front of him, the red hair of his mother already waving dangerously behind her. "Oh, you are in trouble now," laughed the voice in his head. "It was nice knowing you, seedling. I will always miss you," echoed the Jubie mockingly. "What should I do?" thought Naruto worriedly as his fellow voices paused for a moment before responding. "Surrender," suggested Jubie. "Pray to Kami," offered the voice. "Won't work, I know Kami, they won't get involved with this," replied the Jubie. "Crud, well then we are doomed," said the voice a moment before Naruto reached his mother. Or more accurately, Kushina reached him as he found himself wrapped up from head to toe in a familiar set of golden chains. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, what in the world are you doing out of class? And why is Irika chasing you through the village, and why?" Here she paused as she got a clear look at the bright orange Irika. For a full second Kushina simply blinked at the man before her anger cracked as another sound replaced her lecture. "PMFT. Hee, laughed Kushina as she gazed at the bright orange Irika, her anger escaping into a fit of giggles at the poor Chunan's expense. Mito in the meantime had fallen onto the ground giggling at the poor man, while smiling at her older brother who still stood bound in his golden prison beside her. Irika, for his part, could only look down at himself for a moment before chuckling along with the rest at the whole situation. After a few moments, when Kushina had regained her composure, she turned to face Irika once more, with a small grin still playing around her lips that she couldn't seem to shake. "Now, Irika, do you mind telling me why you have taken up my son's dress code and why you are chasing him throughout the village when he is supposed to be in class?" asked the redhead as Irika nodded to her, ideally whipping a bit of the paint from his face as he replied. "Sorry, Kushina-san. You see, Naruto here." At this he looked down at the still chained up boy, decided that he would redecorate my classroom today, while I was in the middle of my lesson. Finished Irika as the pair of adults looked down toward the blonde. "Lies and slander. I was framed. Ask anyone, they'll tell you," Naruto began before a chain wrapped around his mouth, causing him to both fall silent and over on his side. As the blonde thumped to the street, Mito walking over, still giggling as she reached out to pat her brother's head as he looked up at her with pleading eyes to help him. "Naruto, you are in big trouble, mister. If we weren't already looking after your sisters tonight, you would be grounded for this," lectured Kushina in a scolding voice as she looked down at her son. "You have to act more mature if you are ever going to be a proper shinobi databang," she continued, allowing her verbal tick to slip by due to her annoyance at the boy. Naruto in turn looked up into his mom's eyes, violet into his mix of blue and purple. After a moment his gaze dropped as he nodded his head at her words, allowing his body to go lax within the chains. "Good," said Kushina, allowing the chains to resend back into her body, allowing Naruto to push himself back up. Even after rising, Naruto continued to look down at the ground, not wanting to look back up at his mother for fear of seeing her disappointment in him. Then he felt a hand on his head softly ruffling his hair, causing him to look up to see his mom smiling brightly at him. "With that out of the way, nice going. With the paint, I bet the whole class looked hilarious," the redhead feeling a small warmth as she saw Naruto's face brightening at her praise. Even if she was angry at him for getting in trouble, her pranking nature could only be proud of her son's most recent action. "He is so much like me, it's scary sometimes," thought Kushina to herself as she let her hand part from his golden locks. "But don't go doing that again in class," she finished, bopping him on the head for good measure. "Yes, Ka-san," Naruto said, looking up at his mom, while Mito took the opportunity to attach herself to Naruto's leg. He was happy that she had stopped being angry with him. Due to his interaction with Jubie, she had slowly developed a bit of a fear of angry women, and his mother was no exception. "Ka-san, can me and Naro-Nizen go see Hanabi-kun and Hinata-chan now?" asked Mito, still bouncing up and down, looking between her mother and brother. The three others looked at Mito's smiling face, before turning back at each other, eyes shifting to Irika, who let out a small sigh as he looked down at himself. "Well, I guess I have to go back to the classroom and see if I can get some people help me clean it up. Maybe the Hokage can give me a small D rank to help speed it up," muttered the man as Kushina focused upon her children. "Well," said Kushina, looking down at her son and daughter, "okay, but you to be back after dinner with them, okay? I don't want you wandering around town without us," finished the redhead as Mito exploded into movement. "Yay! Thanks, Kassen," yelled Mito, happily dragging Naruto off towards the Hyuga compound. As the two faded slowly into the distance, Kushina could only shake her head with a small smile on her face, as her thoughts to once again return to Naruto's training. "Maybe we should wait till he moves out of this pranking phase before we get him into training. Wouldn't want him getting hurt by not taking things seriously," she thought to herself, unknowingly taking another step away from her son in the process. Meanwhile, Mito was still dragging Naruto towards the Hyuga compound, her little face lit up with obvious excitement as they sped down the winding streets. "Slow down, Mito, Hanabi isn't going to disappear before we get there," called Naruto, even as the little redhead continued to drag him ahead as though she hadn't heard him. "Hey, Onizen, Oni-chan, over here," called a voice from ahead of them just as the pair entered into another street. At the call, both siblings turned to see Naruto and Minami approaching them down the street, Naruto waving as she came. "Wanchin Yuko, Wanchin Mina," Mito called, waving at her sisters with her free hand as she changed direction, now dragging Naruto towards their other siblings. "Hey, Squirt," said Naruto, rubbing the top of Mito's head as she got close enough, causing Mito to playfully slap at her hand while giggling. "Hey Mito, why are you with Naruto? I thought you were going to be shopping with Kassen today," asked Minami as she glanced down at her sister. "I was, but Naro-Niken and the Orange Man found us. Now we are headed over to Hanabi's," called Mito, smiling up at the darker redhead who looked momentarily puzzled. "Orange Man, oh right, Irika," muttered Minami as her gaze shifted to Naruto. "That reminds me, Naruto, what were you thinking doing that in class?" asked the girl as Naruto gave a small shrug. "What, Irika's lessons was so boring, all I did was get us all out of there easily. You should be thanking me," he smiled back, his words causing Naruto to chuckle a little, nodding in agreement. "Naruto, you need to pay attention in class or you won't be able to become a good shinobi," continued Minami in a slightly annoyed tone as her thoughts turned to her growing irritation with her brother. "Geez, Onizen, if you don't start taking things seriously, you're going to get yourself hurt out there. Gah, how can you be so blind to it, Yubaka? I don't want to see you hurt," she thought to herself as she watched Naruto looking down at Mito, who was excitedly asking all about the paint prank. Meanwhile, Naruto was having her own mental debate as she looked at her little sister holding on to her brother's hand. "Why doesn't Mito ever look at me like that? I mean, I know that she and Naruto spend a lot of time together because of our training, but I'm awesome and stronger than him, so why doesn't she look up to me like she does to him? I want to be her hero too," she thought, allowing her focus to slowly shift back to reality. "Hey Squirt, what do you say that after my training I take you out for some ice cream, just you and your Wanchin? How does that sound?" asked Naruto, hopefully looking down at the little redhead. At her words, Mito looked up at her, adopting a thinking pose, which with her age made a cute little picture to be sure. "I can't, Yuko Onaiken, Naru Onizen and I are going to Hanabi's," she said, smiling up at her sister, ignorant of the touch of sadness moving across her sister's face. "God, it's always Onizen this or Naruto that. Come on, Mito, I'll show you how much better I am than him, and then you'll be proud of your big sis too," she thought to herself as a dark little seed began to take root in the young blonde's mind. Meanwhile, Minami was watching the exchange between her siblings with a thoughtful look upon her face. "If Mito keeps hanging around with Naruto all the time, I'm worried she will start to act like him with that carefree, trusting attitude. I don't want to see Mito her get herself overlooked for training like Naruto because she picks up on his bad habits. I mean, why else would Kassen and Tusen be leaving him out?" thought the redhead as she shook herself back from her thoughts. "Okay, well, we have to get back home and start training with Ka-san. See you two later, okay?" said Minami as she turned, leading Naruto away, who gave the pair a small glance with just a hint of jealousy as the two moved away. "Okay, see you guys later," called Naruto, missing the subtle change in his sister. By Yuko by Naru waved Mito, still smiling after them, before returning to dragging her brother towards the Hyuga compound. Later at the Hyuga compound, we find Naruto and Hinata standing on a small wooden outcropping to the main house beside the chair-bound Hitomi, watching Hanabi try and fail to stay ahead of Mito as she chased him throughout the gardens of the Hyuga compound. "Go get him, Yamato, he can't run forever," chuckled Naruto as he watched the two chase each other around. Naruto-kun, don't pick on Hanabi, stated Hinata, looking over at the blonde who smiled nervously at her. Oh, course, Hinata, chuckled the boy, his reply drawing a small smile to Hitomi's face among several others. Ah, does the big bad Hinata-chan scare little Naruto, giggled Jubie. Hey, two voices responded, drawing even more giggles from the purple-haired woman. Not funny, Jubie. You know she can be scary when she is angry. Remember when Naruto stole her cinnamon bun that one time? Through Naruto. Yes, she couldn't lift her arm for a whole day after that, agreed the other voice. At the same time, outside of Naruto's mind, Hitomi turned her smile from the elder children as she watched her son running for his freedom and sanity from Mito. She loved how Naruto and Hinata had started setting up these little get-togethers between Hanabi and Mito, these times being some of the few she felt her son was getting to be the child he was instead of the heir high she seemed intent to make him. Ever since Naruto and Hinata had met all those years ago at the park, they had become the closest of friends. Together he and Hinata had managed to overcome much of her shyness. Although she was still a soft-spoken and kind young girl, she now had a strong will to defend both herself and those she cared for. Naruto had given her that, and for that Hitomi would always be grateful. On top of that, he kindly brought Mito over to help Hanabi have a childhood. Once Hanabi had been born, Hayashi had dedicated more and more time to training his new son, always bragging about how he was training the next great master of the gentle fist. With that came intense training, followed by lessons on educate, everything a growing future clan head needed, but not what she wanted for her child. Then Naruto and Hinata had become friends, and with them came Mito, the little redhead, becoming a breath of fresh air to the Hyuga compound, allowing Hanabi, whether he realized it or not, to be the child she wished him to be. At least for a time. Speaking of children, Hitomi could not help but giggle as she saw her son get tackled to the ground by Mito in the game of tag they were playing, before the redhead leapt up, darting away before the Hyuga boy could right himself. Okay kids, it's time to get ready to eat. Naruto, would you mind going and getting Mito and Hanabi for me? Asked Hitomi as she looked across at the blonde. Sure, Hyuga-san, replied Naruto as a branch member approached to wheel Hitomi back into the home. Come on Hinata, let's go save your brother before he decides to take this chase into town, smiled the blonde, hopping off of the porch and offering a hand to Hinata to follow after him. Yeah, she replied as a blush moved across her face, even as she took the offered hand. They found Hanabi a moment later, having been cornered up a tree by Mito as she ran around the bottom of it, yelling at him to come down. Well, looks like you have treed a Hyuga there, Amato, laughed Naruto as Mito turned to him, smiling wildly at his words. Hanabi, come down, it's time to get ready for dinner, called Hinata up to the trapped boy, who gave her a worried look. Promise me you won't let her get Mionizan, called Hanabi down a moment later, causing both Naruto and Hinata to sweat drop before looking at Mito, wondering what the young girl could be doing to scare the boy so much. It didn't help that Mito at the moment had a grin that spread from ear on her face, only adding to the boy's worry. Have I mentioned recently how much I love your little sister? Chuckled Jubie as Naruto gave a mental sigh. Okay, I promise, Amato, now come on down, called Hinata, gesturing with her arms for Hanabi to come down. Once the boy was finally down, and both of the younger children were off getting ready, it was only Naruto and Hinata out in the garden, the pale-eyed girl looking nervously towards her oldest friend as she steeled herself to speak. Hey Naruto, whispered Hinata, finally mustering the courage to speak. Yeah, Hinata, what is it? Questioned Naruto, turning around to face her, noticing her slight worry as he did. Earlier in class you need to start paying attention. I don't want to see you get held back, she said with concern evident in her voice as she looked up towards her friend. Don't worry Hinata, I'm going to be the greatest shinobi of the leaf, there's no way I will get held back, Databayo, replied Naruto, raising one arm in victory as Hinata continued to look slightly worried. But Naruto, you need to work to get better. Why don't you go and ask your parents for training again? Asked Hinata, knowing that Naruto hadn't spoke of his family's training for months. At her words, Naruto seemed to pause for a moment, as though his mind had momentarily gone away before he focused back on her. Hinata, I've told you they have to train my sisters for now. I'll get my training, I just have to wait a bit more. Besides, Naruto and Minami need to learn to use the fox or they could get hurt. If that means I have to wait, then that's just what I have to do. Being selfish isn't going to help me get any better, he finished as he looked across to the girl, who still did not look convinced. Hinata could only frown slightly at her friend's words. Naruto seemed to trust his family so much that he wouldn't hear a word against them. It made her worry. Still, his parents were the Hokage, as well as a former A-class ninja. They had to know what was best. Right, I guess, Naruto, but please will you promise me to train some, just so you're ready when it's time for their training? She said, looking full into Naruto's face, right into his eyes that so resembled the sunset ocean. Naruto found a little heat rushing to his face as he gazed back into her lavender-tinted eyes, his lips moving before his mind seemed to have any say in the matter. Okay Hinata, I'll start working harder, I promise, and I always keep my promises, Databayo, He finished with his usual gusto, drawing a small smile to the girl's lips that caused him to smile all the more. Hey, tell her to join in. Called Jubie out of nowhere. What, why? Thought Naruto in reply. Because I said so. Naruto, now get your butt in gear and asked her. Fired back Jubie as Naruto felt a small mental shove from the woman. But Jubie, why? I mean, sure, Hinata is great, but why have us train with her? Asked the other voice as he too received a mental shove of his own. Just do it, you knuckleheads. Shouted Jubie as Naruto sprang back into reality, even as both he and the other voice nodded in unison towards the purple-haired woman. Hey Hinata, how about you train with me, just the two of us, so that we can get stronger together? Smiled Naruto, not even realizing what he sounded like to the poor girl. Naruto and I alone, together, out in a secluded training field, where we might eat, thought Hinata, her mind taking a hard right turn before she knew it, and with that the poor girl fainted, falling face forward into the unsuspecting Naruto. As a result, Hinata Hyuga unknowingly took the blonde Uzumaki to the ground with her, now pressed beneath her small form. What she would also did not know was that the way she had fallen, she had unintentionally given her first kiss to Naruto at the same time. Hinata's lips, me soft, were Naruto's last thoughts before he too fell into unconsciousness at the sudden contact. I, she, they, added the voice as it too fell silent. This left Jubie alone to nearly fall out of her tree, laughing at the whole situation. I freaking love these kids. She laughed even as she continued to roll around in the shade of her tree. Chapter 3. Talking, thinking / mental conversation, demons / god or the like. Jutsu, facing your fears. As the first rays of light crested over the horizon, they found themselves falling across the slumbering village of Konoha, slowly illuminating the Hokage monument, as well as the orange-clad figure that stood astride the top of the third Hokage's head. The blonde figure stood silently gazing down upon the village as the first rays of the new day began to reach across it. The last 4 years had been trying for our young hero, yet despite the hardships he had managed to persevere in the face of what his life had slowly become. As his eyes scanned the village below, he was able to make out in the distance the rooftop of his own home, where no doubt at this very moment his sisters and parents were just rubbing the sleep from their eyes and preparing for the day ahead of them. As his thoughts turned towards his family, he could not help feeling a sense of regret at the last 4 years he had spent with them, and all the times he had been forced to let himself fade into the backdrop of their lives. But such was the cost of his conviction. His faith. Flashback. It was now the triplets' 9th birthday, and Naruto was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. It was finally time. He had waited and waited, but he was finally going to get to start his training with his sisters. As he hurried to throw on a simple set of orange pants and a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki swirl in bright red on the back, he glanced around to see his own smiling face looking back at him from the mirror across from him. A blonde boy looked back at him, both swirling blue and purple eyes turned up with his lips into a look of excitement. The few years of aging had done little for his growth, though his now regular training with his best friend Hinata had allowed him to slowly lose the traces of baby fat that still clung to him only a few years previously. Aside from this, the only real change to come over him was the gradual lengthening of his hair, so that it now sat much like his father's, the spiky mess waving around his head as his face looked unhappily at his reflection. Today's the day. I'm going to start up my training and become the greatest shinobi that the leaf has ever known. Databale. The blonde practically roared within his mind as he finished pulling on his clothing, just as a voice he knew well spoke for only his ears. Yes, we heard you the first 100 times, seedling. Though knowing you, we're in for another 100. Responded Jubie, shaking her head even as a small smile played across her lips. Naruto had not been the only one to be looking forwards to this day. She had sat with just as much anticipation all year while helping to guide her young host. Ideally, her thoughts turned to why she privately prayed she was wrong to doubt his family, even as flashes of the blonde boy's life availed themselves before her midnight eyes. Over the past year, she had watched helpless to do more than comfort him, as he had seen his sisters surpass him in class, surpass him in ability, and surpass him in the love of his parents, each another wound to the boy's heart. He may have been able to fool his parents, even his sisters, but Jubie knew that the boy was tearing himself apart inside over slowly falling away from them. And along with that pain grew another's anger. Yo, we told you, Jubie, all we had to do was wait, and now we're going to learn all of these awesome justice. Hey, don't forget to learn them well, we want to be the best ever. Called another voice from inside the boy's mind, also teeming with excitement at the coming training. Right. Well, let's go. Called the exited blonde as he spun out of his room and into the hall beyond, starting down the stairs before his bedroom door had a chance to close behind him. As Naruto reached the bottom floor, he turned towards the sitting room only to be nearly bowled over by a small red missile that slammed into his gut with an excited cry of greeting. Aniki. Called Mito as planted herself into his chest, turning her smiling face up at him as her red bangs fell across her smiling cheeks. Happy birthday, Aniki. giggled the little red-headed terror, still smiling happily up at her brother, her little arms looped around him so that she hung slightly off of the wooden floors of the landing. Hey Mito. Naruto responded as his breath returned to him, ideally reaching down to return the embrace of his youngest sister, causing her to let out a giggle as she pulled herself closer to him. So Mito, where is everyone? The party is going to get started soon, asked the boy as Mito pulled back from her death grip on him, blinking a pair of violet eyes up to him as she adopting a thinking pose. Naru and Minanezen are still getting ready, but Kassen and Tusan said they needed private time and I had to wait out here, replied the girl, finally allowing Naruto to slip out of her grip so that the little redhead now stood before him, still smiling as she looked up at him. Wonder why they didn't want Mito with them, must be something really important, thought Naruto as he allowed himself to be slowly pulled forwards into the sitting room, passing down a small hall, the walls covered in smiling photographs of the family in various states of happiness. I say we go and check it out, maybe it's about our training or about some cool secret mission, called the other voice within the boy's mind as its partner voiced her own opinion of the news. I guess it wouldn't be a horrible idea to take a quick listen. After all, you are going to be a shinobi, and intelligence gathering is going to help you out in that regard. Jubie added, her tone hinting at a bit of curiosity herself. Great, then Operation Eavesdrop is a go, Naruto thought, allowing a look of mischief to spread across his face as he arrived in the sitting room, his gaze traveling over to the hall that leads to his parents' room. But first, how to distract Mito. She may be many things, but silent was not one of them. Heck, that was one of the few reasons that Hanabi was still able to give the little girl the slip. That, and he had managed to activate his Bikugan at the amazing age of 3 thanks to her constant concussive greetings. Hayashi had been so pleased at his son's accomplishment he had spent the following week bragged it was due to his excellent training, and showed how well Hanabi was suited to the position of future heir to anyone who would listen. Meanwhile, Hitomi, Naruto, and Hinata had chuckled knowing he had only activated it in an attempt to escape Mito's chasing him one day during their games of tag. The memory of Hanabi suddenly throwing himself to the ground as Mito fly clear over him into one of the garden's ponds still brought smiles to the three's faces when they recalled the small boy's excitement as he looked up to see the socked girl turning to him, a look of surprise plastered across her face along with her matted red hair. Hey Mito, could you wait for me out here? I'm going to go check on Kazan and Tusan, but I'll be right back, promise, smiled Naruto as Mito turned to blink up at him for a moment. At his words, Mito's face slowly took on a pouting look, her little arms crossing before her as she looked up at the blonde. Well, I don't think she's too interested, seedling, chuckled Jubie as Mito slowly dropped her arms. Okay, Aniki, murmured the little girl as she made her way over to pull herself onto the couch. As she began to heave herself onto the cushions, she felt a pair of arms helping her up, turning to see Naruto smiling softly down at her. Despite herself, Mito found a smile working across her face as she soon was back to her smiling self as Naruto stepped back. Okay, Aniki, but you better be right back, called Mito, her voice once again carrying a happy tone as she suddenly became interested in adjusting her white party dress. Same old Amato, chuckled Naruto to himself as he made his way down the hall towards his parent room as quietly as he could, sliding forwards until he stood just outside their room. Pressing his ear to the wall of the room, he was just able to make out the sound of voices from inside. So Minato, what do you think we should start Naruto on? I was thinking of starting him with taijutsu, or do you think chakra control would be better? Asked Kushina from where she sat facing her cabinet mirror, fixing her hair so that a single red ponytail fell forward over her chest, framing the back of her head in an elegant cascade of silken hair. What was that, Kushina? Called Minato from the connecting bathroom as he stepped out, one towel wrapped around his body while the other was currently being used to dry his hair, muffling his reply slightly. Turning with a slightly annoyed look on her face, Kushina saw as the towel dropped from her husband's head as she repeated her question. I said, what do you think we should start Naruto on now that his training is going to get started? Asked the redhead just as Minato was turning towards the armoire that held his clothing. As her words fell across the small gap between them, Minato came to a halt as his blue eyes slowly widening as he bit back a silent curse. In truth, he had been dreading this moment ever since he had said to hold off the boy's training the previous year, and from that dread he had allowed his time to run out. Now he stood here on the very day his dread only matched by the cold reality of what now faced him. He could only hope that his wife would see things his way, and that maybe his son could forgive him for what he was about to do. Swallowing slightly, Minato turned to face his wife, his face set even as his mind recalled that fateful day, knowing that since then that this day would come. Flashback. It was the day of his children's 5th birthday, 5 years since he had been given the 3 greatest gifts he could ever imagine. Smiling slightly to himself, the blond man's eyes drifted over a happy photo of his family, the children standing around their seated mother, as he looked over them all looking out happily from the glass frame. Shaking himself slightly, Minato turned back to his work, eager to get through the reports on his desk, glancing every once in a while at the two shadow clones that were also digging through the paperwork that had accumulated, hurrying to get done so he could be with his family. Note to self: thank Kushina again for suggesting shadow clones, he smiled to himself. As we watched the work progress, eyes glancing to a clock that hung across from him showing the hands just striking noon. As his eyes dropped back to his work, the sound of a window opening behind him caused him to smile slightly as he turned to greet the only man who chose that particular way of entering his office. Hey there, Minato, how's the big chair treating you? Joked Jiraiya as he stepped down from the windowsill, the small wind from the open window jostling his mat of white hair as he turned his older face towards the Hokage. Not too bad, sensei, just getting some more work done before I head home. You know the triplets are going to be turning 5, and Kushina and I were thinking of getting the 3 started on some of the basics so they would be ready for the academy next year. Oh, and you better be there tonight or Tsunade's going to track you down and drag you there. Smiled the blonde Hokage as he set down his pen, watching as Jiraiya moved slowly around to take one of the large seat that sat just before the Hokage's desk. That's so, kid, well then it's a good thing I got here when I did, replied the Toad Sage, leaning forward slightly as his face became slightly more serious. Why is that? Asked Minato with a note of curiosity towards his sensei, as he took in the shift in his sensei's words. Well, you see, Gaki, you remember about the great Toad Sage? Replied Jiraiya, looking straight into the younger man's eyes as Minato paused for a moment to think back to his days learning with his sensei. Yes, the one responsible for laying down the prophecies, right? Wasn't his last one just before the beginning of the Third War? Asked Minato as Jiraiya nodded slightly. That's right, he tried to warn us about the whole thing, even gave us a hint as to Whirlpool's destruction. If we'd been willing to listen to him, we might have even stopped the village from falling. Sighed the sage as he shook himself slightly, focusing back on the Hokage. But anyway, the point is he's made another prophecy, kid. A prophecy that concerns your children. Finished Jiraiya as Minato looked slightly shocked. Another prophecy? Wait, you said it was about my kids, how could you be sure? What was it? Asked the blonde Hokage as a small amount of worry began to enter into his voice. Easy, kid. The prophecy said a great evil will descend upon the ninja world, and that two who share a great burden with the blood of my student, and the blood of the leaf will be the ones to determine the world's fate. It went on to say that the two would either stand side by side and together join their power to vanquish the darkness, or one would fall, and the remaining one would then have a choice to either save or damn the ninja world. Finished Jiraiya with a firm look on his face as across from him Minato looked slightly horrified. Wait, what do you mean one may fall? Are you telling me one of my children is going to die? Shouted Minato, knocking his chair to the floor as he rose, towering over the sage, eyes blazing as his hands curled into fists. As Minato began to let off waves of anger, Jiraiya lifted his hands up in a play-acting manner as he continued. No, kid, remember what it said before that. If they combine their power, then they will save the world, no problem. Your family will be fine as long as we don't ignore the prophecy. Replied the sage, waved both his hands in front of himself as if to shield himself from the blonde's rage. As Minato relaxed slightly, he bent down and repositioned his chair, allowing himself a moment of quiet as his mind focused on his sensei's words. Okay, calm down, Minato, panicking won't help you here. So 2 of my children will be the ones from the prophecy that should cover the blood of the student that was spoken of. Okay, fine. As for blood of the tree, well, that's easy, after all this is Konoha, so that's easy. So that leaves the last hint, sharing a burden. He thought to himself as he slowly repositions his chair, sinking into it a moment later as his attention returned to his sensei. So you think this prophecy is referring to my daughters, Jiraiya? Stated Minato quietly as he thought back to the Kyuubi attack, and the sealing that took place, the final clues snapping into place as he finished speaking. That's about the long and short of it, kid. They fit all of the parameters of the prophecy. I mean, what is a greater burden than the freaking Kyuubi? And unless you have your son secretly building up his own village, it has to be them. He replied confidently, smiling a little as he attempted to lighten the mood. Okay, so what do we do? I mean, the prophecy says that one can fall unless they stand together. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen? Asked Minato as he looked across at his sensei. I don't know, kid. All I can think of is to keep an eye on them and make sure that they can work well together, without any distractions. Just make them the best we can and have faith in them and the prophecy. Replied Jiraiya as Minato nodded slightly. I suppose that's all we can do. Well, Kushina and I can handle that just fine. I'm sure the kids won't have any trouble working together. Besides, it's not like we weren't already planning on making them the best shinobi and kunoichi they could be. Smiled Minato, some of the worry leaving him as he considered how to break the news to Kushina that night. What about Naruto? Asked Jiraiya, breaking the blonde's train of thought as he looked back to the sage. What about Naruto? What do you mean, sensei? Asked Minato as he saw the sage shifting slightly as though he was suddenly uncomfortable. Ah, hell, he doesn't see what I'm talking about. Should have figured things wouldn't go smoothly. Thought the sage as he prepared for the coming backlash. One he had been preparing for ever since he heard of the prophecy. What I mean, kid, is that we have to focus on Naruto and Minami, or else we risk messing up the prophecy and losing them. The two who carry the burden, not three, kid," replied Jiraiya, looking back into his student's eyes, as comprehending dawned on them. For a moment Minato simply stared at the man across him as his hands unconsciously began to grip his armrest, causing the wood to splinter beneath his grip. "Sensei, you better not be asking me what I think you are," replied Minato with a mounting feeling of anger and dread fought for control of his mind. Across from him Jiraiya remained steady as he looked back into his student's eyes. "Look, kid, this isn't going to be easy, but you have to think as a Hokage with this. If we risk your daughters, then we also risk losing the village. Hell, we risk the whole world. Whatever else happens, we have to make sure your daughters are ready for what is coming," replied Jiraiya, his tone almost hollow as he continued to speak. "We have to make sure that Naruto and Minami stand together, and we can't risk messing that up. I don't have Naruto, Minato, and neither do you, but he could mess their training up even if he doesn't mean to. What if Naruto and Naruto started to get closer than Minami and Naruto? Those two are already so much alike, you can't tell me it couldn't happen. Or what if Minami and Naruto surpass Naruto? You know she takes longer to learn things than them. If he is part of the training, we risk too much," finished Jiraiya solemnly. "So we throw him out in the cold. You're asking me to neglect my son for the sake of," began Minato as his voice rose into an angry cry that was cut short by his sensei's own. "For the sake of everyone, kid, including him," cut in Jiraiya, interrupting Minato and standing up from his seat. "If this prophecy plays out and we lose one of your girls, we could lose the whole world. What will it matter if your son didn't feel left out if everyone dies? Damn it, kid, I don't like this either, but we have a choice, the world or your son, and I'm not going to lose the world for one kid who we would lose anyway," shouted Jiraiya as Minato felt his heart stopping as a flash of a flaming city light up his mind. The smiling faces of his family, now haunted looks, and all he loved forever lost to him. Minato could only look at the face of his sensei and realize what he was saying, his fear slowly worming its way into his mind as he felt the fight leaving him. What would it matter in the end if Naruto was happy if it cost them the world? Besides, it wasn't like he would abandon his son right. It would just be training. He could always do it later once the girls were closer. Yeah. No harm in waiting. The third left you to protect this village, and sometimes that means making tough decisions. You knew that when you put on that hat. You owe it to everyone in this village to do what is right." He though his eyes drifting down to photo on his desk. The smiles he swore to protect. "Okay, Jiraiya, you're right. We will just have to make it up to Naruto once the girls are strong enough in their training," replied Minato sadly as he looked back into his sensei's face. "I'm sorry, kid. I know it's hard, kid, but it will all work out. I'll be stopping by every once in a while to help train the kids with you. You'll see everything will be alright in the end. I promise," replied the sage as he smiled sadly. Neither man spoke for the next few minutes, the weight of what they had decided resting upon their shoulders. They were starting down a path with the intention of saving everyone they loved. But good intentions have often paved the way to the Shinigami, and this would be no exception. Flashback end. As the memories of that fateful day flashed before Minato's eyes, he steadied himself for the argument he knew was coming, his resolve as solid as stone as he pushed forwards, intent on protecting his future. "Well, Kushina, I have been giving it some thought recently, and I'm not so sure that Naruto is really ready to start his training with the girls," replied Minato, his words catching Kushina off guard as he blinked at him a few times before her eyes narrowed dangerously as they focused on Minato. "Excuse me?" she whispered in a dangerous tone, as she looked across at Minato, who had not looked away from her. "Would you mind saying that one more time, honey? Because it sounded like you were asking us to hold off on training our son after he has waited for 2 years to start? After we promised that he could start this year," she continued, allowing her anger to flood off of her as she spoke. Despite the fear he felt at the moment Minato steadied himself, he had dreaded this. But he would not back down when things got tough. He was the Hokage, and he would not be dissuaded so easily, even as a small part of him hoped he might be. "I'm saying, Kushina, that we both know that Naruto is still pranking and causing trouble all the time in class. He isn't showing a real aptitude towards any area of being a shinobi yet. If we start him now, it will take both of us looking after him just to make sure that he is properly looked after," answered Minato as Kushina continued to glare up towards him. "If we were to bring him into the training now, all we would be doing is taking all of the attention away from Naruto and Minami, and both of them are getting into the advanced levels of their training. Leaving them now is dangerous," he continued, even as he felt his own heart slowly hardening. "Oh, you mean like how we have been training them without him for the past 2 years, Minato? Or did you forget that little detail? How is it fair to neglect Naruto for them?" shot back Kushina, now rising to her feet. "Be that as it may, we can't fix that by damaging Mina's and Naruto's training just so that Naruto doesn't feel left out. Kushina, the girls have a burden that Naruto doesn't. We need to make sure that they are looked after." Minato replied, holding his ground as Kushina advanced upon him. Oh, so we just leave him out in the cold, is that your answer, O wise Hokage? Not even a clone cause its dispersal messes up our training. Quoted Kushina, throwing Minato's reason for the absence of clones along with one of her fingers that she jabbed into his chest. Swallowing slightly, Minato looked down to his wife as he replied, Kushina, what happened to you when you were a Jinchuriki of the village? Whispered Minato quietly, his tone solemn as he felt a stab of guilt using his wife's own past against her. At his words, Kushina stepped back as though she had been slapped, her mouth opening and closing as it failed to form words. The memories of her near-successful kidnapping flashed before her eyes. Seeing her uncertainty, Minato pressed his advantage, his tone carefully controlled. At this moment both Naruto and Minami are in the same kind of danger you were. They are not only Jinchuriki, but also my children. Kumo tried to steal the Byakugan by kidnapping Hitomi's daughter just a few years back. This is a real danger to them, and they need to be ready because we are sending them out into a world with a bullseye painted on them. He continued as Kushina began to shake herself back to reality. Boo, but Kushina began to reply, only for Minato to press on. We can't risk them not being ready for this world we live in, even if that means that Naruto will have to wait a bit longer for training. Kushina, we knew they would be in danger for carrying the Kyuubi just like you were, and I don't want to see them ever having to suffer like you did, continued Minato, as he walked forward, wrapping his arms around Kushina as he did so, feeling her body shiver under his hold. But Naruto, whispered Kushina, struggling to speak in her shaky voice, eyes slowly turning up to Minato. He doesn't have the Kyuubi in him, Kushina, and the Uzumaki bloodline doesn't show visible signs like Mito and Minami, so he is even less danger. He's our son, but he isn't a target like the girls are, replied Minato in a soothing voice as Kushina's mind continued to swirl, the fears seizing hold of her inch by inch. Besides, it's not like we are going to abandon him. Once the girls are ready, we can start his training up with Mito, and with both of us it won't take long before he's an amazing shinobi. Even Naruto and Minami can help us if we want. He'll have all of us there for him, right? He finished with a small smile, offering Kushina the hope she needed to escape her growing fears. Promise me, whispered Kushina in a hushed voice as her shaking slowly died away. Promise me he will be okay, Minato. Promise me that we're doing the right thing for him, pleaded the woman, privately praying her husband would stop himself here even as the realization of what she was going to be asking of her son settled down on her. I promise, Kushina, we will do whatever we have to in order to protect them all. Now let's get ready for them. We have a party to attend after all, and we can't go ruining it for them by being sad. Smiled Minato, not knowing that Naruto was just then having his world crumble down around him. Outside of the parents' room, Naruto stood frozen as he finished listening to his parents talking, his arms pushing him slightly away from the wall, his body moving as if in a trance as he slowly turned to pass slowly down the hall back the way he had come. But why? They said I would start this year. Sure, Naruto and Minami need attention, but what about me? They told me if I waited I would get training too. It's not fair. Why are they asking me to wait even longer? What am I supposed to do now? Thought Naruto, as he slowly made his way down the hall, his feet soon crossing into the sitting room as his mind continued to swirl. Seedling. Seedling, I'm so sorry. I know how much this must be hurting you, but you need to stay strong. The world's not always fair, but you can't let this beat you. Consoled the Jubie as she watched the boy, her own thoughts privately cursing herself for being right about the parents all along. Boo, but he has been waiting for 2 years, it's not fair. Why are they asking him to wait even longer? What's wrong with them? Why are Naruto and Minami so important? Yelled the other member of their trio as his mentally raged within their linked minds. I don't know, but the fact is that there isn't anything we can do about it. Well, we could show up the girls, show them my youngest isn't much compared to his mom, added Jubie as the other voice slowly fell into a set of anger mutters. Don't blame Minami and Naruto. Please, it's okay. Came the soft thoughts of Naruto, causing both voices to suddenly pause. What? Came both of their replies, only receiving silence as an answer. Naruto, what do you mean it's okay? You can't actually believe that this is okay. They broke their promise to you again. How much longer are you going to defend them? You can't keep letting yourself suffer for them, called Jubie with a hint and desperation in her voice that finally drew a reply from the boy. I'm not Jubie. This caught the other two speakers' attention. But I can't hate them for wanting to look after my sisters either, he continued as both voices fell silent. I know what they are doing isn't fair, but it's like you said, Jubie. Life isn't always fair, and I guess I'm just not as important to them as my sisters are, replied the blonde, allowing small tears to form on the sides of his eyes. Seedling, whispered Jubie worriedly as Naruto shook himself, forcing his tears back as he spoke next. I won't let this beat me though. I will keep training to protect them, and keep my promise, even if I don't have their help, continued Naruto as he slowly began to pull himself back together. Maybe you should leave the village to train somewhere else. Or hey, why not go and join another village? That would show them for treating you like this. suggested the other voice as Naruto shook his head in irritation. What, are you crazy? If I did that, who would look after Mito? And what would happen if I did join another village, and had to fight Hinata, or my friends? And besides that, where would I go? I don't even know where the other hidden villages are, replied Naruto as the other voice fell silent. As much as I hate to say it, I have to agree with Naruto on this. If he were to leave, no doubt they would send shinobi to find him. And even if he did make it to another hidden village, that old Toad spy network would be able to find him and bring him back. That if they didn't just ransom him off back to Konoha, agreed Jubie as the other voice let out an angry huff. But he has to do something. They're abandoning him, argued the voice. I will, Naruto replied, causing his fellows to fall silent. I'll keep training with Hinata, and get strong enough to keep my promise. I'll even protect my family whether they like it or not. And when I do get my training from them, I'll show them just how strong I can be so that they will have to see they were wrong to leave me behind. Finished the blonde as a small silence greeted his words. God, you're stubborn. Okay, then I won't fall behind either, so you better watch out, Naruto, shouted the voice as Naruto mentally nodded towards its source. Okay, seedling, we'll do this your way, whispered Jubie even as Naruto blinked back to reality to see Mito seated between Naruto and Minami, all three laughing happily as the older pair messed with the tiny redhead. As his view fell on the three, Naruto felt a small smile play across his face despite everything he had learned. He may have been angry at his family at the moment, but it just wasn't in him to hate them. He loved them so dearly, and in a way that is why this most recent betrayal hurt the most. Ideally, his thoughts returned to something Kushina had once told him, of how being an Uzumaki meant protecting your family, even when you may not always want to. Smiling softly to himself, nodding as his thoughts turned to those words. He was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and from now on, and he was going to show the world just what that meant. Flashback end. Now standing upon the Hokage monument some 4 years after that decision, Naruto Uzumaki stood looking down upon the village, his face with a look of grim determination as he drew in a deep breath of the new day. Okay, no turning back after this, he said to himself as he felt the small touch of excitement creeping over him. I just want you to know, seedling, that whatever happens, it has been my pleasure to know you. Godspeed, seedling, spoke Jubie, adopting a salute from her seat in the limbs of her tree, a firm look upon her face that drew a smile to the boy's lips. Remember, all of your training has prepared you for this day. Make us proud, and show those bakas how an Uzumaki does things, said Naruto's other confidant in a cheerful tone. As the second speaker finished, a small movement announced the presence of the second person upon the cliff face a moment before she spoke. Naruto-kun, are you sure this isn't going too far? Asked Hinata, stepping forward to stand beside him on the head of the third Hokage, the wind blowing out her blue Heim-styled hair, as she turned her paled eyes to the blonde beside her. Trust me, Hinata-chan, this is going to be the greatest thing we have ever done. Just think what Hanabi and Mito will think of it. Besides, we spent all night working on it. I can't let all our hard work go to waste, replied Naruto, placing a hand on the poor girl's shoulder and giving it a light squeeze for comfort. Hi, I guess you're right, and I do think they will like it. Kassen will too, smiled Hinata as she looked out into the village where her compound stood. Both teens stood there for a few more moments looking out on the city as Hinata allowed her thoughts to travel back over the past 4 years that had led to her standing beside Naruto upon the stone Hokage. Flashback. Naruto and Hinata were sitting together in a special classroom after the academy had let out with a few of their fellow students, including Sakura and Ino, waiting for their teacher to arrive, the pair ideally chatting away from the rear of the class. After deciding to train together, Hinata had been looking for a way to get Naruto's spirits back up after she had heard that his parents had pushed back his training yet again. So when she heard that they were going to start having extra classes on becoming medical ninja, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to get Naruto back to his happy self. Especially after she had explained that neither of his sisters would be able to do it due to their huge chakra supplies. This seemed to have done the trick, and now she sat next to Naruto, both watching the door, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their instructor, as around them the class slowly filled with prospective students of all ages. After a few minutes, a woman walked in with deep black hair and eyes, wearing a matching kimono, and holding a small pig between her arms, crossing the small wooden floor to stand before the blackboard facing the raised seating of the classroom. Hello everyone, I will be your instructor. My name is Shizen Kato. Shizen said, smiling around at the assembled students, her eyes falling on Naruto for a moment. That's odd. Tsunade says that Naruto is always goofing off. I wonder why he is here then, she thought to herself as she turned her eyes away from the blonde. True, she hadn't really gotten to know the blonde boy very much, only knowing the girls due to having to help patch them up after their regular training with Tsunade, and overall being only peripherally involved with the family. Well, let me first say welcome to your first lesson on medical program training. The Hokage and my master Tsunade have allowed me to start up this little course so we can start preparing future genin for the field if they chose to enter it after their graduation. If you all study hard, And listen, I don't see why we can't have you all learning at least one jutsu before you graduate, but you better be ready to work for it. She finished with a smile as she saw all of the students looking around excitedly. The lesson went by without too much of an incident, save for one girl who had fainted when Shizen had cut her arm to demonstrate the proper way to bandage a wound, the lesson having to pause as she was carted out of class. When the lesson was over and the majority of the class had departed, Shizen noticed that a pair of students hadn't returned their equipment. Looking around for a moment, as she spotted the two students still sitting at the back table with one of the test dummies. As she looked, she noticed the blue and yellow hair that signified that it was Hinata and Naruto who were apparently still working on the lesson of the day. Deciding to investigate, she walked over to see that Naruto was wrapping and rewrapping the dummy's arm, with Hinata pointing out where he had gone wrong before he set to work again. As she watched, Shizen could not help but be surprised as instead of getting angry or annoyed with Hinata's advice, or his own failure, Naruto simply smiled and proceeded to try again, attempting to follow the girl's instructions. He isn't acting at all like Tsunade described to me. He seems like a good little student, she thought to herself as Naruto finally succeeded in wrapping the arm and celebrated by hugging the poor girl beside him, who unfortunately fainted as a direct result. I guess I'll ask Tsunade about it when I get to the hospital later? She thought as she watched Naruto panicking over the unconscious Hinata, a small smile crossing her lips as he turned back and forth before finally spotting her. Sensei, help! Hinata's collapsed again. What do I do? He called, looking to the black-haired woman for help. Letting out a small sigh at how clueless boys could be, Shizen moved up the steps of the classroom to stand before the pair before replying. It's okay, Naruto, she just fainted, but set her head down carefully. She will wake up in a little while, okay? She replied, trying to make sure she didn't laugh at the poor boy as he hurried to obey. Okay, thanks, sensei, replied Naruto. He hurried to sit down beside Hinata, placing her head on his legs so it wasn't resting on the floor. Shizen could only giggle at the picture they made as she left, thinking how the poor girl was likely going to faint again as soon as she realized where she had been resting. After that, Naruto and Hinata had continued to attend Shizen's lessons, becoming two of the top students in the class, only being outdone by Sakura. That pink-haired girl seemed to have a gift for the area and took to it like a fish to water. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata tended to have to put in more work, but were able to become competent enough so that as they approached their final year, both could boast at having some of the best chakra control of their grade. Thought that was not the only thing that both learned thanks to Shizen's instruction. During their final year, as the pair had once again found themselves staying after class, Hinata had noticed that Naruto was fidgeting slightly in his seat, while also glancing at her from time to time before turning back towards the front of the class, with a faint blush on his face. This confused Hinata, as it was very out of character for Naruto to not be his usual boaster's self, her mind wondering just what was happening with her blonde friend. Meanwhile, within Naruto's mind, another woman was addressing the same point, only in her usual subtle manner. Well, are you going to tell her, or are you going to simply keep acting like an Aburame stuffed your pants with their insects? Asked Jubie, looking at the scene with a huge smile on her face as Naruto continued to squirm. Hey, leave him alone, it's not that simple and you know it. Spoke the Jubie's only other source of communication, only succeeding in drawing a larger smile to the woman's lips. Yo, what he said? I mean, how do I even go and do this? She is my best friend. Asked Naruto, his worry showing just how confused he was about the matter he found himself in. You should have thought of that before you read that last chapter in that medical textbook Shizen let you and her borrow. Or at least before you asked me to explain what happens when a kunoichi and a shinobi love each other very much. Laughed Jubie, remembering how both of her listeners had gone bright red and fainted when it came to the part about male and female relations. Hey, shouted two voices, still embarrassed about that particular episode. How were we supposed to know that she was fainting because she was thinking about us? Shot Naruto. Yeah, I mean, we always just thought that she was sick or something, or suffered from fainting spells, added the other, as Jubie gave both a small sigh. And the fact that she only did this whenever you two were close together or accidentally said something embarrassing didn't tip either of you off? Seedling, you need to pay attention if this slipped by you. Chuckled Jubie with an air of superiority. At this, both the two gave up and opted to continue their little fidgeting game once again as they glanced once more towards the girl sitting beside them. Soon the end of class came and Naruto found himself and Hinata heading off to one of the training fields to do a little more work before heading home for the day. Even after they arrived, Naruto had still not worked up the courage to talk to Hinata, and his nerves were so shot that while practicing with the shuriken throwing he had one sail so far over the target that it flew off into the woods bordering the training field. Finally, as they were about to leave, Jubie stepped in, and politely insisted that he ask her, Naruto, either say what you are going to say or I am going to make it so that ramen tastes like the uchiha's hair gel for the rest of your life. Shouted the black-eyed woman, having finally lost patience waiting for the blonde to say what he came here to say. This finally prompted Naruto to speak up. Hey Hinata-chan? He called out to her, as she finished throwing a kunai, turning back towards him. Yes, what it is, Naruto-kun? asked Hinata while a blush began to form on her face. He called me Chan. Naruto called me Chan, thought the girl, smiling happily to herself as Naruto pressed on. Well, you see, I was wondering if you, what I mean is, I was wanting to know if you might, well. He managed with all the grace and poise of a drowning man. Just ask or I swear I will blow up this hollow thing you call a head right now. Shouted Jubie, knowing that if someone didn't give the kid a kick in the pants he might just blabber on all night and never get to it. Once again she was the kick in the pants that Naruto needed. Hinata, I was wondering if you would like to go out with me sometime? Shouted Naruto as his anxiety and fear gave way, resulting in him yelling the question at her as though he was auditioning for a place as a human megaphone. Smooth move, Baka, now half the village probably heard you. Came a mocking voice from his head as Naruto froze in horror at what he had done. Meanwhile the Jubie had fallen backwards out of her tree and was now rolling on the ground howling with laughter at the whole situation, not being able to believe that he just shouted it at her like that. Oh my Kami, that was amazing, ha, you might as well have painted it on the Hokage monument. Managed Jubie between her laughing. Hinata for her part could only stare wide-eyed at Naruto, trying to process what the blonde had just said. Did Naruto-kun just ask me out on a date? No, don't faint, don't you dare faint, answer him. Oh god, he's just looking at me. Do something, you Baka, or he is going to think you aren't interested. Come on girl, move. Hinata screamed inside of her head, which resulted in a very interesting response. I'd love to. She shouted back at Naruto before clapping both hands over her mouth as she turned the same shade as Mito's hair and desperately tried to stay conscious. Yeah. Oh Kami, I can't breathe, this is great. Cried Jubie in Naruto's head, even as he tried to possess what she had just yelled at him. She said yes. Who, yeah, this is the best. Called the other member of this event as Naruto blinked across at his oldest friend. Really, Hinata-chan? Asked Naruto quietly, trying to look at the girl as a blush slowly spread across his face. Yes, Naruto-kun, I would really like to go out with you. Replied Hinata, also trying to meet his gaze despite her burning face. This would have been enough, however, once both their eyes had met, each blushed so heavily that they both fell over, with huge goofy smiles on their bright red faces, giggling to themselves, the stress of the whole event finally taking its toll on them. Amidst Jubie's continued laughing, only a single phrase was audible to no one but Naruto's other silent companion. Double kill, he snort. Flashback end. After their rather embarrassing start, the two had gone on their first date, and then a second, until halfway through their final year they had simply decided that they were officially dating. Each had agreed to keep the matter quiet during their time at school, not wanting to be hounded during their lessons, and although either of them would admit it, both wanted to hide it from their families for a little longer for fear of either trying to separate them. A fear present more so in the blonde boy as his family's situation slowly deteriorated around him. During these past 4 years, Naruto's connection to his family had become taxed at the very best. He hadn't really talked much with his father outside of meals, and even there he didn't really have anything to say to the man. After all, what was there really to talk about with him now that he didn't seem to concern himself with Naruto's training and work in the academy? When the man wasn't working in the office, he was working with his older sisters, and as a result the conversations he had always seemed to be about them and their training. Meanwhile the two sisters had each began to drift apart from their brother for their own reasons. Naruto had at first simply wanted to get Mito's attention from her brother, and had attempted to do so by showing off. However, when this didn't work, she also turned to belittling her brother in an attempt to prove that she was superior to him in every way. Couple this with her naturally competitive nature, and you had a recipe for disaster. Despite this, she had begun to back off slightly after a particular incident where Mito had yelled at her for being talking bad about Naruto, the whole thing devolving into a shouting match that neither had completely recovered from. Following that, she had simply taken to ignoring her brother and working to make herself stronger, while trying to mend her connection with her little sister. But most of the damage was already done, as after being hostile towards Naruto for so long she could no longer approach the boy without those old feelings pushing to the surface once again. And so as of yet her relationship with her brother was still in the garbage. Meanwhile Minami also found herself moving away from her brother, but in her case it was more out of a fear of being angry with him. She had long ago gotten it into her head that the only reason that Naruto wasn't allowed to train with them was because of his own behavior, and that he was choosing to slack off and misbehave, not taking anything seriously, making it his fault that he was left out. As a result, what started as simple annoyance with his actions soon turned to anger, and eventually to sadness. In her mind, Naruto was going to get himself hurt, and there was nothing she could do to stop him. She assumed that her parents saw this as well and were trying to dissuade him from becoming a shinobi by not training him so that they could protect him. As a result, whenever she found herself with her brother, all she could muster was either annoyance at him, or sadness that he seemed to be ignorant to his family's efforts to protect him from a life he was ill-suited for. As a result, she wasn't able to see the true reason for any of the events surrounding her brother, and simply moved further and further from him, making her blind to the work he was putting into his dream. The final sister Mito, however, had remained Naruto's bright light, giving him constant support, as well as love. The pair had only grew closer as the years went on, even as thanks to him she also grew closer to Hanabi, who despite what he said did enjoy the time he spent with both her and Naruto, although he would never admit to it. The boy may have been best friends with Mito, but he was still terrified of the Red Devil, as he referred to her. Then was the final member of his family, and assuredly the most complicated for Naruto to sort out his feelings on. His cousin Kushina had tried to remain a clear part of his life, even with the training, yet despite her seeming efforts she too slowly distanced herself from the boy. At first it was simply just taking him out for ramen, or accompanying him with Mito to visit Hitomi while the kids ran around, small things but enough to show him just how much he still meant to her. Unfortunately, as time continued to pass, those events started to become less and less common, the spaces between their trips to the ramen stand or simple visits growing longer and longer with each passing year. The reason, sadly, was that as Kushina continued to train her daughters, she found less and less time for her son. Not helping was that on top of this, Naruto and Hinata were working together more and more in both their medical classes and after. Ignorant to this, what times they could have spent were slowly taken over, Kushina's ignorance of her son's life making planning such times impossible for the pair. However, what was more damaging to their relationship was the lies Kushina had begun to believe to help her manage the growing guilt she felt at drifting from her son. Kushina may have been many things, brash at times, headstrong and stubborn, but no one could call her stupid. Looking back, she could see how she had allowed her own fears to damage her relationship with her son, but she also allowed her fear of facing her failure to build into a wall of denial that cut her off from her guild, piling the reasons and false truths as a means to hold back the swirling storm of failure that was her relationship with her eldest. Recently this had been causing her more and more distress. During his last year she had begun to try and make more time for him, but the issue was that she had been away from his life for so long that she just had no idea of where to begin with him. Her only saving grace was that thankfully Naruto seemed to be willing to be patient with her, though even his willingness to accept accounted for very little as Kushina continued to hold herself back from her son. At the same time, Hinata faced her own set of family issues. It wasn't all bad, however. Her mother and her had continued to be there for her despite her limitations, and her connection to Hanabi had actually been very nice, as he continued to see her as his loving older sister, who protected him. Formed the treat of what he called the Red Devil, sometimes known as Mito. Where things started to go downhill was with her father. With Hanabi to train, he had all but left his daughter to the side of his life, leaving a gap in her family where he was concerned. On top of this, her cousin Niji had gotten into a competitive nature like his father and her own, and as a result they were less like family and more like rival sports teams, always trying to one-up each other, leaving her closest relative to be a source of constant abuse. Still, this was not the same for every one of the pair's age group. Besides each other, they had also found some company in their classmates. Sakura had been a particular surprise. It seemed once she had found her place in the medical field, the girl's confidence had skyrocketed. With this came the avoidance of the dreaded fangirl symptoms that seemed to be infecting so many of the class's girls. She had also held on to a strong friendship with Ino, who found herself in the medical class along with Sakura after a while, looking to impress her peers. They had also gotten closer to Kiba, who unlike some of the class had really taken a liking to Naruto's jokes, and found himself enjoying his time with the two friends. It also didn't help that both Mito and Hinata found Akamaru to be the greatest fluffy plushie alive, so that brought the pair to this moment on top of the Hokage monument, looking down at the village below as the first vestiges of light began to crest the horizon. "Naruto-kun, are you sure about this?" asked a blushing Hinata as she looked nervously behind her to where a massive tarp lay wrapped up. "Well, Hinata-chan, a good friend of mine suggested the method, and you did say you wanted to tell everyone about us," smiled back Naruto while pulling out a kunai and walking back towards a rope that was staked to the ground. But Naruto, I am not sure this is a good idea," continued Hinata, allowing her stutter to return momentarily in face of this coming event. "It's okay, Hinata-chan, no matter what happens we'll be okay. Now watch this, it's going to be great," smiled Naruto as he sliced through the rope behind him with a dazzling smile upon his face. With a flutter of canvas and a small shifting of robes, a banner descended over the Hokage's faces, rolling halfway down the mountain as it went, obscuring the stone faces' eyes. The first to notice the movement were the sentries on the outer walls of the village, as the flutter of white had grabbed their attention. The reaction from them was different depending on the individual. While several were simply stunned at the message now facing them, along with the idea that it had apparently been so easily slipped past all of them, left several momentarily stupefied. Others, particularly from the female demographic, were giggling to themselves, thinking how cute the whole event was, while a few of their male coworkers could only nod their heads in approval at the display. Those who noticed next were the shinobi in kunoichi, along with the students who were about to leave for class as they exited their homes, or spied it from their windows. Most fell into the same groups as their ladders, however, there were a few exceptions. "Oh my God!" shouted a pink-haired girl as she spotted the banner from her bedroom window before falling into a fit of excited giggles at what the banner spelled out. "There's no way, how did I not see this coming?" called a blonde girl as she exited her front door, dropping her lunch as her eyes traveled over the banner, allowing her mouth to sound out the words. From the Hyuga resident, 3 sets of Byakugan sat above 3 separate expressions. Hitomi was smiling ear to ear, while she clapped her hands together in front of her mouth trying to stop her excited giggling. Hanabi was torn on what to think, finally settling for a simple smile, being happy for his older sister, as he traced the message before him. Hayashi, however, had a look on his face as though he had just seen his entire home burnt down. Equal amounts of horror and anger crossed the man's face as killing intent began to leak off of him. Over at the Namikaze's residence, one little redhead was excitedly clapping her hands as she looked out her window at her brother's most recent action. Even as behind her the remainder of her family were undergoing very different reactions. Minato was livid, his mind already racing as he glared towards his son's latest prank. How could he do that to the Hokage monument? Didn't he realize that he was desecrating a village monument? On top of that, how could he not tell him about what was written up there before telling the whole fucking village? And what did he mean by Uzumaki? Thought the blonde as he continued to glare at the hanging message. Minami and Naruto were simply in shock, their eyes tracing back over the sign as it hung down over the village. Not knowing what to think, a part of them was both happy for their brother, but also jealous/angry at him for creating this whole event. But most of all, they felt confusion at the one point of the banner Uzumaki. They both thought, wondering just what their brother meant by the change. Kushina, however, was where the real reaction was found. She simply stood there as if frozen in place as she read the banner. Guilt, happiness, sadness, anger, worry, and a small twinge of fear all fought for possession of the poor woman's face as her violet eyes continued to dart back and forth across the banner, causing her to look as though she was having a small fit of some kind. As her eyes passed from left to right, she found herself reading the words once again, as if trying to believe that they were real. Naruto Uzumaki, luckiest guy in Konoha, is dating Hinata Hyuga, the most beautiful girl in the world. The banner read in bright orange letters as it swayed in the morning breeze for all to see. Several questions came to her mind as she read the banner for the second time. How did I miss my own son being with Hinata? She thought to herself. How could I miss something so big as this? Warehouse, why didn't I see it coming? Thought the woman as her racing mind began at last to slow enough for other thought begin inching across her consciousness. Wait, how could he not tell me? Have I really pushed him that far away from me? Wait, what am I thinking? My Sochi has his first girlfriend, and it's Hinata. Oh Kami, they will be so cute together. Oh, I wonder if Hitomi is seeing this. I wonder how Hayashi is taking this. Thought the redhead in rapid succession. Her thoughts finally came to rest on one particular part of the banner that suddenly became the complete focus of her attention. Why does it say Naruto Uzumaki instead of Namikaze? Is he trying to say something to us? But what would leaving out only the Namikaze part of his name? Wondered Kushina. And with those final thoughts she turned to see her family's reaction to the banner. As she looked around she saw the questioning and, in the case of her husband, furious reactions to the pronouncement. Mito was still clapping away at the window, and her 2 daughters were looking between their Kasen and Tusan as if expecting them to explain what was going on. Minato. Kushina began, but before she could get any farther she was interrupted by her husband. Kushina, take care of the girls, I have to go take care of our son, stated Minato in a voice of forced calm as he departed in a familiar yellow flash, leaving Kushina to turn towards her daughters, who still looked slightly dazed. Girls, did you know about Naruto and Hinata being together? Questioned Kushina to the pair as each met her violet eyes pausing themselves before replying. I didn't, Kasen, but I really don't spend much time with Onaikan anymore, replied Naruto, looking a little ashamed as she said it, which did not go unnoticed by Kushina. No, Kasen, I don't really have time to worry about Onaikan's stunts, though I know he does stay after class with Hinata to go to that course on medical jutsu with Aunt Shizen. I guess he just went to spend time with Hinata, answered Minami as she began to answer her own questions in the same manner that had led her to move so far from her brother. Wait, how long has he been going to these lessons? Asked Kushina, wondering why she hadn't heard about any of this before. Pausing for a moment, Minami considered the question before replying. Not sure, I think it was during our 2nd year sometime. You would have to ask Shizen, Minami answered back as Kushina nodded slightly to herself. Yeah, I guess I should. Anyway, you girls get ready for school. Mito, come on, we are going to go and visit your godmother for a bit, called Kushina as she turned to find her youngest still happily clapping at the window. Meanwhile, across town within the Senju complex, Shizen at that very moment was smiling to herself as she looked at the banner hanging above the Hokage's faces. Well, it's about time those 2 finally told everyone, she chuckled to herself. Being their teacher for the past few years, It was pretty obvious to her that the two were either dating or so close to doing so it hardly mattered. Meanwhile, Tsunade was simply laughing at the whole thing, while banging her fist on the windowsill trying to catch her breath as she looked from the banner to Shizen. Shizen, please tell me, does he ever do anything halfway? She managed between laughs as her student paused for a moment before shaking her head slightly. Not that I've seen, he is all this and more, milady. He is also becoming quite prominent at medical work. In fact, he is one of the top students in my prep class. Shizen replied, still smiling as her sensei slowly caught her breath. Her student's words caught Tsunade's attention, however. Although she had fought to have the basic program installed for her apprentice, she hadn't actually had a chance to stop by and find out how the classes had been going. Between her work at the hospital and creating the medical ninja corps and the regular forces, she hadn't had a lot of free time. What little she had spent with Kushina and the girls. She soon realized as she cast her thoughts back. On that thought, she recognized that she had never been very close to Naruto. He had just reminded her too much of her brother at that age, and the pain of that lose was still being too much for her to face. As this occurred to her, she realized just how little she actually knew about her only godson, and with that realization came a pang of regret. Just how much have I ignored him because of my own fears? She thought to herself, suddenly feeling like a coward at running from the boy for nothing but his appearance. Shaking herself, she decided to stop by the Namikaze later that day and see if she could at least start getting to know the boy she should have been spending time with for years. Hey Shizen, could you tell me a little bit about the kid? Asked Tsunade, turning to find her student blinking towards her, looking slightly confused by her question. I don't see why not, she replied, privately wondering why her lady was suddenly taking an interest in Naruto, but deciding to ignore it. Back on the top of the monument, Naruto could not help but feel spikes of killing intent begin to emerge from all over the village as the banner swayed for all to see, his smile faltering slightly as he wondered what was going to come of this. Still, it had been worth it, and as that thought crossed his mind, Naruto once again found himself smiling as his passenger added her own view on the matter. Well, my little seedling, this has got to be either the single dumbest thing you have ever done, or the most romantic. On second thought, it's probably both, chuckled Jubie, smiling as she noticed Hinata turning beet red as the thought of all the people who were now reading the message. Ah, who cares, this is great, laughed the voice. Yep, this was perfect, agreed Naruto as Jubie let out a sigh. Not to interrupt, but I can feel some chakra signatures approaching, and they seem to belong to your father's Umbu, spoke the woman with a note of concern in her voice. So shall we run for our lives? Asked the voice. Oh yes, let's, responded Naruto as he turned towards Hinata. Hinata-chan, I'll see you later at the finals. I have to go for now, said Naruto, giving Hinata a quick hug before grabbing one of the ropes and shimmying down it towards the town below. Just as he leaped, Hinata found herself surrounded by several Umbu who were looking around for the orange-clad boy. Hey Nico, go ahead and take the girl to school, we'll track down the kid, called a wolf-masked Umbu towards his female companion. Meanwhile, the other three Umbu began to run down the side of the mountain after the boy, attempting to catch him before he could reach the city and give them a real chase. Hinata in the meantime looked over at Nico as her fellows departed. Nico-san, what are they going to do with Naruto-kun when they catch him? Asked Hinata, not able to keep a bit of worry out of her voice. Nico only looked down at the girl silently for a moment before responding. Our orders are to escort him and his accomplices to the academy finals for now. After that, however, you both will be brought before the Hokage, she finished without a hint of emotion in her voice. This caused Hinata's head to drop slightly. She knew she would probably be okay, but she couldn't help but worry about Naruto. He had not been on good terms with his father for the last few years, and this incident was sure to push things between the two. Spying this, Nico decided to offer some comfort to the girl. I'm sure the Hokage will be gentle with you kids, she said in an attempt at a comforting voice. I'm not worried about myself, Nico-san, replied Hinata in a firmer voice. I don't want to see Naruto-kun to get into much trouble is all, she said, looking up at the Umbu with a look that made the women giggle a little despite herself. Well, I guess we know who is in charge of this relationship, thought Nico, as she and Hinata disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Later at the academy, Hinata and the rest of the class sat waiting for Irika to arrive. Hinata in the meantime was subject to more than a few stares on account of the morning events. Kiba, Sakura, and Ino had already bombarded her with questions at her arrival, everything from why they hadn't been told to whose idea the banner had been and for more details of the pair's relationship. The girls could only giggle about how cute it was, while Kiba just kept telling her how awesome the whole thing banner had been, and how we wanted Naruto to make one for him when he got himself a girl. Meanwhile, two figures of the class were keeping quiet during the morning. Naruto and Minami sat in silence during the early lessons, still not knowing quite what to think about the whole morning's events. I wonder what else I've missed about Onaizen, Naruto asked to herself as she waited for her brother's arrival, glancing now and then out the classroom window. How did I miss this? I'm supposed to be his Onaizen, for the love of Kami. What have I been doing? If I can miss this, then what's next? thought Minami, beating herself up mentally at having been so afraid of her own emotions to have driven a wedge so great between her and her brother. Before either had time to think more on the matter, the door to the classroom opened, and in walked Irika, followed by a blonde boy in step with two umbu that stood flanking him. "Well, everyone, it's time to get these exams underway," called Irika, giving one final glance back to Naruto and his escorts as he did so. "Well, you gave them a good run while you could," said the Jubie with a cheer-up tone to her voice. "Yeah, who would have thought they would have been able to clear that fruit cart? But you still made them work for it," chuckled the voice in agreement. "Hey, who said you could stop practicing? You still haven't mastered number 6 yet. Till then you won't get to have free time on my watch, Solider. Now back to work, or we start all over again," spoke the woman in a firm tone directed at the other voice. "Ha, sucks to be you," chuckled Naruto mentally as his other confidant let out his own chuckle before fading. "Oh yeah, well, you have to deal with Kassen later, so who's it suck to be now?" replied the voice. "Oh crap," thought Naruto as he paused for a moment, his eyes widening. "Oh crap is right, but one thing at a time. For now, just concentrate on passing this exam. I'm not having you mess up after all the work you've done to get here," cut in the Jubie before the two could go at it again. "Yeah, you're right, I have an exam to pass," spoke Naruto aloud by accident, in his enthusiasm drawing all of the classroom occupants' attention. "And now everyone thinks your crazy way to get off to a great start, as usual, seedling," sighed Jubie with an exasperated shake of her head as the blonde moved forwards towards his examination. Chapter 4. Talking. Thinking/mental conversation decided to change font so it is easier to tell. Let me know it helps. Demon/God or the like. Jutsu. A not so easy fix. Soon Naruto was escorted towards the rear of the class, where the umbu leading him gestured towards an empty seat separated from the rest of the students. This, however, caused Naruto to look up at the porcelain-masked face of his escort for a moment, as though he were insane, before he marched purposefully towards the empty seat beside Hinata, a few of the class watching his determined progress, as short as it might have been. Naruto managed to get a hold 2 feet from his escort before the man's hand darted out to seize him by the shoulder, causing the boy to jerk to a halt. "Namikaze, you are to follow my instructions. Now take your seat," stated the umbu plainly as he once again gestured to the separated seat, causing the blonde to glance back at him, his eyes narrowing towards the man. "Don't think so, you can sit there. I'm sitting by Hinata-chan," replied Naruto, glaring defiantly up into the porcelain mask as the umbu's fellows glanced at the exchange, shaking their heads slightly before sifting into the shadows around the room, waiting for their colleague to finish with the blonde. "You will sit where I tell you to, Gaki, or I will make you," stated the umbu in a tone that dared Naruto to disobey him, as his hand tightened ever so slightly upon the boy's shoulder, drawing Naruto's eyes down to it before moving back to the 2 black hole of the man's mask as a wicked smile crossed his lips. "Oh, I would not have done that if I were you," chuckled Jubie, leaning forward on one of the branches of her tree as she prepared for the show to start. "Oh crap, he's got that look in his eye," thought the majority of the class, the scared Irika included, as they all began to move slightly back from the pair, a few pulling out books or shifting as if ready to fling themselves under desks. Looking around in confusion at the sudden change in the class, the umbu was forced to wonder what it was he was apparently missing. A moment later they got their answer. No one could quite explain how or what happened next, but by the end of their disagreement, as the students and teacher re-emerged from their cover, Naruto was left for the rest of the class with being escorted by a rainbow-colored umbu, his whole body caped in a mix of neon colors that could likely be seen from orbit. At the same time, his fellows, who had taken positions at the door and window respectively, could only chuckle silently at the fate of their comrade while making a mental note to not start a tiff with the Hokage's son, orders or no. The resulting scuffle had also left a large amount of paint dripping from the ceiling, as well as one unlucky rainbow-colored Nara, who had yet again not been prepared to duck. "I hope the Hokage gives him D ranks for a month after this," thought the now multicolored umbu as he glared down at his now ruined uniform before glancing back to his blonde charge. But where was he keeping all of that paint? Meanwhile, Naruto had settled himself happily beside Hinata, who was trying and failing to keep a small blush off of her face as she felt Naruto's hand close around her own, as they turned towards the head of the class. "Well," called Irika as he emerging from behind his desk, dragging his aide Mizuki to stand alongside him, "now that we are all present, I will go ahead and explain the exam." Across the rows of desks and up the staggered seating where the students sat, Naruto watched as Irika settled into his speech, allowing himself to fall back into his mindscape until the actual exam had begun, having heard enough speeches from the man to know what was coming. And just like that, with a slight tug to the back of his mind, he was off. As he opened his eyes upon the familiar grassy field of his mindscape, he could not help but lament the lack of one of its particular features that no longer cast itself into the wide blue skies. Pushing himself up from the soft carpet of grass, Naruto's eyes turned to the central hilltop that was now barren, of the beautiful tree he had seen all those years ago when he had first met the Jubie. The hill now appeared somehow naked without the tree, and with a few steps Naruto found himself standing at the edge of the hill, slowly making his way up its slope. At reaching the crest of the hill, a simple pool of water was there to meet him, sitting just where the tree had once stood, as still as glass and somehow darker than night itself, as it refused to reflect the blue skies above. The midnight blackness of it let out a faint familiar glow, as if it were a doorway opened from a long way off, spilling light into a quiet night, yet the light did nothing to illuminate its countenance. At reaching the summit of the hill, Naruto found himself gazing down into it, the still water, before he brought his hands up, cupping them around his mouth. "Hey Jubie, can I talk to you for a minute?" called the boy into the pool. That seemed to shiver slightly at his words before going still once more. After a few moments of continued silence, a purpled spot slowly began to rise from the still water. Slowly the object continued to swell till a woman's face emerged, her waves of purple hair falling about her shoulders as they too emerged, her black eyes trailing over towards the boy, a look of slightly annoyance upon her brow. As she slowly rose to stand upon the now still pool, her slender arms reached up to cross before her bosom as she let out a sigh as she examined the boy before her. "Seedling, how many times do I have to tell you? You don't have to scream in your own heat or in my ear for that matter," came the lecturing tone of Jubie as Naruto gave her a wide grin that slowly caused Jubie to drop her own annoyed expression. "And then he just smiles at me. I am such a pushover." "Okay Seedling, I'll let you off the hook this time. But don't take too long. Your shouting caused your friend to lose focus and knock himself out while trying to manage number 6. Smiled the Jubie, Naruto letting out a small chuckle at the mental image of someone managing to knock themselves out with their own technique. "Thanks Jubie-chan, I just wanted to talk to you about what I should say to my two-san." "You know, after the exam?" asked Naruto, as his voice slowly shifted to show the obvious concern he had on the subject, a point that did not go unnoticed to Jubie. "What to do?" "Sigh, honestly Seedling, I don't know. Never really had a two-san. I guess all we can do is wait and see." "Really, waiting is the worst part for now," replied the Jubie as she tilting her head to the side, a habit she had picked up from Naruto whenever she was thinking. Right. "Thanks Jubie," replied Naruto, allowing his head to drop slightly so as to try and hide the worry now moving across his face. Jubie watched the blonde's head drop, feeling a small rush of self-loathing for being so helpless to alleviate the boy's suffering. She could not help but think how much easier it would be if he was more like some other kids his age, who would have allowed him to simply break from his family after so much silent suffering on his part. But that wasn't her little Seedling. He was just too caring about people to callously cast them aside, and what was worse, he absolutely hated disappointing them, even if they excelled in doing the same to him. "Still, I suppose that's what makes him the perfect host for me. Just a couple of bakas always trying to handle everything ourselves," sighed Jubie as she shook herself, putting her mind back to work for the problem at hand. "Well Seedling, we may not know what to do with the Hokage, but try and remember that you did what you did for you and Hinata-chan. It was about making you two happy, so don't let him or anyone else take that away from you. All right." She finished, smiling hopefully down at the blonde, who slowly raised his eyes to meet her own. After a moment, Jubie's words seemed to have the desired effect as Naruto brightened up and even cracked a small smile, moving forwards to huge the woman as she reached down to run one hand gently through his blonde locks. After their small embrace, Naruto finally stepped back, still smiling slightly up at the woman. "Thanks Jubie," called the boy as he glanced around the deserted mindscape for a moment. "So I guess I'd better get back to class before anyone sees that I'm acting funny," chuckled Naruto as Jubie's own face turned up in an amused expression. "A little late for that Seedling, you did rainbow paint your guard," chuckled Jubie as Naruto paused for a moment before nodding, one hand rising up to scratch idly at the back of his head. "Oh yeah, hey wait. Jubie, I have an idea," called the boy just as Jubie was starting to sink slowly back into the pool, her eyes shifting back to the boy as her slow descent stopped. "Well, now I should be worried, so what is it Seedling?" asked Jubie, noticing the wide smile now upon the boy's lips. "With the exam we do the henge right." "Well, what if I whisper," he finished, attempting to be silent, ignoring the oddity of whispering within his own mind. Despite this, the blonde, almost ecstatic look to flood across his face as Jubie paused before letting out a small giggle, reaching up one hand to cover her mouth. He, "Oh, I like it, you have my permission. Oh, I wish I could see the looks on my son's face when you do that. Just make sure you do it right, I'd hate to have you mess it up," replied the Jubie wistfully as she finally allowed herself to descend back into the pool, leaving not a trace upon that early smooth surface. After giving the somehow empty mindscape one finally look, Naruto allowed himself to be pulled back into reality, as the bright blue and green faded into darkness. Soon enough the blonde found himself dropping back into his own body as the feeling of the seat below him and the soft drown of Irika's speech washed over him, the man's voice slowly winding down as the class seemed to be stirring from their own slumber. As Naruto blinked a few times, as he finished coming back from his mindscape, just as Irika finished the last of his speech. "All right everyone, good luck on the examination and remember what I told you," called Irika as he moved forwards, his hands full of the written examination. "Just in time, now to get this thing done." smiled Naruto to himself as he reached out to take a text for himself before passing the pile over to Hinata as the two set to work. The written test passed without incident, Naruto finding himself pleasantly surprised at how well he had done, making a note to thank both Hinata and Sakura in helping him to prepare on the subject. It's hard to think just a few years ago I would have probably failed that test, thought the blonde, smiling at the proof of his hard work that he was now passing towards Irika. After the exams were fully collected and stored, Irika led the class out into the yard where a series of stationary and moving targets had been set up for the examination. Once the class had fully filed in, Irika called up the first student, directing them towards a line beside which a table stood covered in kunai and shuriken awaiting use. For a time the only sound was the whistle of steel through the air, accompanied now and then by the satisfying thunk as it found its target, and the dull chatter of those watching, spiking now and then in support of a friend. "Sasuke Uchiha?" called Irika, watching as the raven-haired boy approached the weapons table, his expression slightly sullen as his eyes fell across the weapons and targets. With a bored air about him, Sasuke bent to begin selecting kunai and shrunk in, ignoring the calls of support from behind him. Sadly, this was what the young Uchiha had become. The boy that now stood at the weapons table had changed greatly from who he had been only 2 short years ago. On that day, Sasuke had borne witness to his brother Itachi slaughtering every shinobi and kunoichi of the once great Uchiha clan, watching as the brother he idolized struck down their own father, then turning his blade upon every clan member that could hold the kunai. By the end, Sasuke was left alone beside his unconscious mother, as the blood of his family slowly cooled upon his cheeks, his eyes distant as they traced across the faces of his dead clan. Only those either not affiliated with the shinobi world or below the rank of genie had been spared his wrath, the rest having met their bloody end that night, and with them died too the once happy boy who had been Sasuke Uchiha. In his place came the new boy, who, despite the surviving members of his clan, had shut himself off from the rest of the world, concentration only on gaining the power to kill his brother. To kill the man who had murdered the boy he had been. Exasperating this issue was the fact that he was to be the first of the next generation of Uchiha for Konoha, and as a result he garnered a bit of a fan club in both school as well as some elements of the civilian populace who saw this as an opportunity to gain favor with the future clan head. So a boy hurt, alone, and angry, separated himself from anyone who could truly help him, instead choosing to allow people to praise him and offer him encouragements towards his goal of killing his brother. So by the time Sasuke had bent down to pick out his weapons for this portion of the exam, almost all of the boy he had once been was lost. There was one person, however, who had somehow managed to help the boy hold on to some vestiges of himself. That person just happened to be Naruto Namikaze, who had become something like a rival to the Uchiha, the two constantly butting heads over every little thing and oddly forming an attachment thanks to the actions. While Sasuke had the natural talent on his side, Naruto's special training and constant striving to grow had her neck and neck with the Uchiha in almost every area of the academy, causing the continued growth of their competition. The two had managed through this to form a bit of a friendship, at least when they weren't trying to pound the other into the ground. "Okay Sasuke, just attempt to hit as many targets as possible. You need at least a score of 6 to pass," stated Irika as we watched the boy gather up his weapons and turn towards the target. "HN," Sasuke replied as he flicked his hands forwards in an almost lazy fashion, letting a small wave of kunai and shuriken fly out as a single wave of steel that speed downrange. With a satisfying series of trunks, all 10 of the kunai and shuriken buried themselves into the wooden targets across the field nearly simultaneously. At this display, a few of the fangirls could not help but cheer for the raven-haired teen, even as Naruto's voice called out a challenge to the boy, drawing a small smirk to his face as he moved back towards the class. Naruto's attention, however, was drawn up towards the Hokage monument, where he could barely see figures moving back and forth across the cliff side, likely attempting to dismantle his sign. "How like I would make it that easy for you," thought Naruto a moment before he saw a distant series of colored eruptions going off on top of the monument, followed shortly thereafter by what sounded like a mixture of angry shouts and death threats. But maybe that was just his imagination. Chuckling to himself at his small victory, Naruto turned back towards the front of the class, where he saw a young man stepping back as Irika's eyes found the titular blonde. "Naruto Namikaze," called Irika, patently waiting for Naruto to respond as his eyes dropped to his clipboard. After a few moments, Irika noted that no one had moved, causing him to turn his attention back to where he saw Naruto standing blinking innocently towards him. Meanwhile, a great deal of the class were also looking towards the blonde, a few unable to keep from glancing at the rainbow-colored umbu that still stood stoically behind him, as even he was now looking towards the boy. "Naruto, what are you doing? Get up there," Irika repeated with a hint of annoyance in his voice as he saw a small mischievous smile crossing the blonde's lips. "But Irika-sensei, you didn't call my name," called Naruto as he raised a hand to point towards the monument. "If you need help, it's right up there," continued the blonde, apparently amused as he watched a few of the class looking up towards the banner still waving gently before the Hokage monument. After a quick glance towards the banner, Iruka sighed, marking his clipboard as he turned back to Naruto. Fine, Naruto Uzumaki, will you just get up here and start your test before I have to dock you points? Called Iruka, rubbing his forehead, wondering what he did to deserve this, even as a few of the class saw the distant poofs of a few more multicolored eruptions from the cliff. Two of the class, however, had shifted their attention back to Naruto as he approached the weapons table, wondering what exactly was happening with their Nizan. Why does Naruto keep using Kanzen's old last name? I mean, why not use Taozen's too? I just don't get it. Threw Naruto, a little annoyed as she tried and failed to figure out what her sibling was up to. After all, what would be the point of only dropping half a name? After all, there weren't any simple Uzumakis in the elemental nations anymore. Wait, could that be it? Is he trying to do this for Kazen? But why? I mean, Kazen's not just an Uzumaki anymore. Man, what is going on with him? Thought the blonde girl, her blue eyes closing in concentration as she continued trying and failing to piece together what she was apparently blind to. A few feet away from her, the final member of the sibling trio was also attempting to decipher her sibling's message. Uzumaki. Well, that was Mom's clan name. Is he doing this to try and get her attention? Baka, if he wants attention, then all he has to do is work harder, and Kazen and Tusan would let him train with us. All these kind of stunt are showing is how unprepared he is. If he keeps trying to take shortcuts, he's going to get himself in trouble. Thought the redhead, her annoyance with her Nizan only surpassed by her confidence that the boy's actions were to blame for his lack of training. Meanwhile, as the sisters continued to debate the boy's action, Naruto had reached the testing table. Taking it slowly, Naruto pulled up a pair of projectiles at a time to throw towards the targets, smiling with each dull thwack that echoed back to him. Although not as impressive as Sasuke, his throws were mostly on target, only missing 2 out of the 10 possible targets. As the last kunai found its mark sticking into the moving dummy's head, even as his last shuriken glanced off of its arm, Naruto found himself smiling at his score. It wasn't perfect, but it was his, and after all the hours working with Hinata over the years, those 8 hits were his and no one else's. Nicely done, Naruto, it's good to see you've improved so much. Offered Iruka, marking down his score and motioning for the next student to approach as the blonde made his way back across the field. Good job, Naruto-kun. Called Hinata as he stepped up beside her, the girl's soft words of praise causing Naruto to break out into a wider smile as he turned to her. Thanks, Hinata-chan, I'm sure you'll even better Databayo. He replied with so much enthusiasm the poor girl found herself blushing as Ino and Sakura leaned slightly out of line to cast wide smiles towards the pair, flashing thumbs up towards the girl. Soon enough, the rest of the class stepped up for their attempts, most passing the exam with varying scores. Hinata managing to score an impressive 9, which prompted Naruto to throw away all subtlety, deciding to give tight huge that took her off of her feet, causing her to blush furiously even as a wide smile decorated her face. Despite Naruto's happiness with his own score, he could not fight off a pang of sadness as he turned from Hinata to watch both of his siblings score perfect 10s, each of them throwing in the same manner that Sasuke, showing the fruits of their training. Watching the gap in skill between himself and his siblings, the blonde boy found himself deflating slightly even as beside him Hinata reached out her hand to give his own a gentle squeeze, causing him to smile softly at her in thanks. As he turned from Hinata, the pair saw as Sakura took her turn, his momentary sadness being pushed back as he set himself to cheer for his friend. At the same time, another pair were having less success in wrestling with their own emotions as they shot small glances towards the blonde. Well, Naruto did alright. I mean, he's still not as good as me, but he still did okay. I guess I should congratulate him. That would be okay. Yeah, then I can ask him about that Uzumaki thing with the banner. Thought Naruto as she turned, taking a few steps towards Naruto, his mixed eyes turning up to meet her azure ones as she neared him. Hey Nizan, you. Well, you did pretty good with the throwing weapons, so congratulations. Called Naruto, attempting to keep a happy tone in her voice as she spoke to her fellow blonde. Idly she noticed how odd it felt to be talking to him like that. Just being happy to talk with him. It had been a long time. Across from her, Naruto could not have looked more shocked if he had tried at his sister's words. Jubie, is Naruto congratulating me? As in actually praising me? It's been years since she did that? Said Naruto in his head. Seedling, she hasn't really talked to you much since Mito-chan screamed at her that one time. Really, I think this is the most she's said to you in months. Responded Jubie, while privately wondering if Naruto had some kind of ulterior motive. Well, she's being nice. That's good, maybe things are look up. He thought. Thanks, Naruto. But you're still way better than me. Bet you have been working yourself into the ground like always. Smiled Naruto, his words catching Naruto slightly off guard. Who? But he doesn't train with yous, how does he know that? I mean, he used to watch with Mito, but that was years ago. She thought with a twinge of sadness as the though crossed her mind as a small flash of a younger blonde boy and a little red-haired bundle cheered for her across a grassy training field. How could he have remembered that for so long? And why? thought Naruto, allowing herself to simply step back and watch Minami's attempt as she tried to get her thoughts in order. Following her own perfect score, Miami's thoughts turned towards her Nissan as well as she slowly moved across the schoolyard towards the class. Nissan did okay. Well, really, he did great. I mean, he was better than most of the class. But how? He was always just playing pranks, wasn't he? I mean, I didn't always see him, but that's why Tu-san and Kazan wouldn't train him, right? I mean, what else could it be? It had to be that. Maybe he just got help from Hinata. But that would mean training. Wah, was I wrong? Thought Minami as she walked up to her Nizan, slowly growing nervous as she approached him. Hey Nizan, I guess you've been working hard on your throwing. I mean, it shows. Minami said softly with a hint of embarrassment. It wasn't very easy for her to be faced with proof that she might have been very wrong about her brother, and could have been destroying her time with him for nothing. And if that was the case, then what had it been for? And why had her parents done the same? But why did Kassen and Tusan not train Nizan then? I mean, we were busy with training, but they should have noticed, shouldn't they? Or did they? No, they couldn't have missed it. Minami thought, more than a little scared of the answer she might receive. Now Minami too, did Kassen put something in the food this morning or something? Naruto thought to himself. Maybe it has to do with you, Banner, but something seems off with them. Maybe it's about you and Hinata, or maybe it's about the whole Uzumaki thing, suggested Jubie as she mulled over what she was seeing, trying and failing to understand the sudden shift in the sisters' behavior. I guess that could be it, but why would that make them want to be nice to me? Wondered the puzzled boy as he turned to face Minami. Thanks, Minami, I guess all my work paid off, but you're still the best at weapons out of us. Naruto replied to his sister, giving her a warm smile. This did little for Minami's mental dilemma, and the mounting worry that she had been helping to destroy what connection she shared with her brother. With such thoughts still plaguing the two sisters, the class made their way back into the school building for the final part of the exam, the jutsu section. Instead of heading back into their normal classroom, which was still dripping with paint, they all headed into the auditorium where the exam was to take place. At reaching the room, they were instructed to stand against the back wall and wait to step forward to be examined. Before beginning, they were instructed that they would be monitored during the entire event. To most of the students, this point passed them by as little important. A few simply thought it was so that they would not be interfering with other participants. But this was actually a final part of the exam designed to see if they could take the first step towards acting as soldiers over a group of kids. Planted in the class were several chunin who were there particularly to fail the exam, to increase tension between the other students. Along with this, the professionalism of the students was also being observed throughout this test to see how they would behave when witnessing the actions of their fellows. It had been suggested by Ibiki of the interrogation department to set up this particular part so as to see how the students acted under pressure, as well as a way to weed out those who allowed their base emotions to dictate their actions without thought. As a result, their reaction to the passes and failures of their fellow class members were also being heaped on the students in order to monitor their competence in their shinobi mentality. A few of the students had been able to pick up on the meaning behind their predicament, while others remained blissfully unaware. But why would they have us all be able to see each other? That would only make it worse to fail, and make everyone low. That's it, they're trying to psych us out, thought Sakura as she looking around at her classmates. Like a trick like that would work on me, thought a raven-haired boy. Yes, time to show off for Sasuke-kun, though a blonde completely missing the point. Troublesome, was the only thought from Shikamaru. I hope I do okay, munch munch, said Choji to himself. Oh man, this is great, Jubie, it's like they set it up for us, thought Naruto, even as a smile spread across his face, which incidentally caused his Umbu escort to back away slowly from the boy, worried for his sanity. Okay Hinata, just remember what Naruto-kun and Kazan told you. You've worked hard for this, and you are going to become genie together with Naruto-kun, Hinata said to herself, setting her face into a look of determination. Oh, you just watch me, this is going to be easy, thought Naruto as she rolled her shoulders slightly as if removing a crick from her neck. Come on, Uncle Jiraiya taught us all about intimidation, this is nothing, thought Minami, sparing a glance towards Naruto and hoping that he would be okay as she remembered he hadn't been given the same training. The thought bringing another stab of worry into her mind. What was that, Akamaru? 2 of the students aren't from our class, then why would they be her? Unless there's something else going on. Keep your eyes peeled, buddy, whispered Kiba to Akamaru. Buzz 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 buzz, no one is even looking at me. I'm starting to wonder if my clan can become invisible and no one told me, thought Shino to himself. Soon enough the students stepped forwards one by one to take their examination, each attempt allowing the tension mount upon those remaining as they saw their fellows celebrating in success or marching away sadly in failure. A few of the weaker students were unable to keep from panicking and in one case simply crumpling to the floor in a dead faint. Not long into the exam, Hinata stepped back with a leaf headband wrapped around her neck and a bright smile on her face that Naruto returned. She could hardly resist jumping up and down in happiness at the idea of proving herself in front of everyone, and even to herself. As she reached her position once again, she glanced over to Naruto, noting the smile upon his face, and privately wondering what he had planned. Soon enough, Naruto was stepping forwards to stand before Irika in the center of the gym, his confident smile still in place upon his lips, as he gazed at his sensei. Okay Naruto, I need you to do the henge, kawarimi, and finally the clone jutsu. Listed off Irika as he looked up from his clipboard and settled his eyes on the approaching blonde. Sensei, would it be a problem if I did my henge last? Asked Naruto, fighting back the need for break into an even wider smile, something that did not go unnoticed to the umbus still stationed around the gym. I guess that won't be an issue, replied Irika after a moment of wondering how this could possibly be turned against him. Right, said Naruto as he positioned his hands and called up his chakra clone jutsu. At his call, a few clouds of smoke appeared around the blonde, dispersing a moment later to reveal 4 clones standing around the boy, all blinking and smiling just like the original. Very nice, Naruto, called Irika, marking down on his clipboard, while thinking how far he had come over the last few years. Irika then raised his hand up with a practice kunai ready, taking aim at Naruto. Ready, Naruto? Ready, sensei, replied Naruto confidently as he prepared himself to dodge the oncoming blow. With that, Irika flicked the kunai forwards into the orange-clad boy where it struck, sticking directly into his chest. Naruto's eyes bulged slightly as the kunai entered his body, the force pushing him back till with a flash of smoke a chair and the kunai tumbled to the gym floor with a dull clatter. Irika at the same time was forced to push himself forwards as the chair he had been occupying disappeared from under him. Turning his head, he found Naruto standing where his chair had once been, grinning up at the man. Nicely done, Naruto. Now would you mind going and getting my chair for me? Said Irika with no hint of real anger in his voice. In reply to his sensei's chiding, Naruto raised his hand and rubbed the back of his head as he rushed to drag the chair back to Irika before once again taking his position in front of the examiners. Alright Naruto, the henge is all that's left, called Irika as he resettled himself into his seat, turning black eyes upon his blonde student as he spoke. Naruto nodded excitedly in reply as a small pulse of chakra began to build around him. Okay Jubie, here we go. Man, I wish I had a camera, thought the blonde as he prepared his henge. You and me both, seedling. Oh, I wish I could see my sons' faces when you pull this off, Jubie thought as she settled down on the grassy hill, the smile on her face somehow stiff, as though she was pushing something down as she mentioned her sons. But if there was something there, it was for her alone to know, as she turned to look out through Naruto's eyes, an invisible observer to the world. As soon as Jubie's words had left her mouth, the grinning boy was obscured in another billowing cloud of smoke. After a moment, the summoned smoke began to dissipate, allowing all of those within the gym to see anew where the orange-clad prankster had been before. The newest appearance garnered quite the response. There in the middle of the gymnasium stood a woman dressed in a beautiful gray and silver battle kimono adorned with the pattern of falling leaves. Standing just an inch under 6 feet, with both her arms and feet were bare so that her pale skin shone out like ivory. As she turned towards Irika, her hair that cascaded down her back in a deep rich purple swayed slightly so that it seemed to give off a faint glow in the dull gymnasium. One lock of that purple river falling forward over her front, accenting her generous bosom as it concaved to her figure that supported a heart-shaped face from where a pair of brilliant eyes shone out. Black eyes, like twin pools of midnight, captured so that they seemed to draw in the light around them as they drifted over the class, pausing for a moment upon each before shifting back to Irika. Most of the onlookers could only gaze at the creature before them in awe, wondering what exactly they were seeing. A few, however, were able to keep their wits and start asking themselves some suddenly very important questions. Wow, where did Naruto see someone like that, and those eyes? Thought Sakura as she looked at the henged boy. Naruto-kun was all Hinata was able to manage, trying and failing to allow some of the more inappropriate ideas to enter into her head about her boyfriend. Naruto buddy, you have got to tell me where you saw this woman. I think I'm in love, shouted Kiba in his head, allowing a smile to play across his face. Damn it man, that is not a woman, it's a boy. Now get your head back in the game, thought Naruto Zumbugard, giving his head a little shake as he did so. The most amusing reactions, however, came from Naruto's sisters, who at the moment had more than one voice bouncing around in their respective heads. What the hell is that thing doing here? She's supposed to be sealed, shouted the young part of Kyubi as it banged against its cage inside of Naruto's mind. What hell fuzzbutt, what are you yelling about? Naruto yelled back as she placed her hand over her seal as if trying to hold back the voice. Shut up, Naruto, this isn't time for your stupidity. You have no idea what you're even seeing, do you? The Kyubi replied with a growl. So Onaizen hinged into some odd-looking women, what's the big deal? Replied Naruto, adopting a questioning look as she took the words of the Kyubi in. Just shut up, kid. Something is going on here, and it has something to do with my cousin, replied the Kyubi, relaxing slightly against his cage, trying to think of what was happening in front of him. Wait, Kyubi. And he ignores me? Crude, I wonder what he meant by cousin, and what is going on with Onaizen? Wondered Naruto as she glanced once more at Naruto's henge. Meanwhile, Minami was having a bit more trouble calming her part of the Kyuubi down. Mama's back. Hey Kassen, over here. Hey, over here. Hey Minami-chan, hurry, go say hi. Hurry. Mama, over here. Yup, the Kyuubi's Yin chakra excitedly bouncing around its cage. For some reason that Minami could never quite figure out, the Yin part of the Kyuubi had always been more like a child than a great beast of destruction for some reason. She assumed it had to do with there being less of a good side to the Kyuubi, but she was never able to really get a straight answer out of either, any straight answer for that matter. Kyuubi, what are you saying? You don't have a Kassen. I thought you were one of the great-tailed beasts, and will you please try and calm down? Called Minami, trying to calm the excited fox down before she got a larger headache than what she was already having thanks to the excited creature. Baka Minami-chan, everyone has a Kassen, she was just gone for a while. Replied the Kyuubi as if lecturing a child. But you're not just anyone, you're Kyuubi the nine-tailed fox, the most powerful demon. Your cousin would be a demon too, not some woman. And how would Naruto have seen her anyway? Minami tried to reason with the Kyuubi. Don't care, that's my Kassen. The Kyuubi replied, folding its arms in front of its chest as it turned away from the cage's door, signifying an end to the conversation. Great, now Kyuubi is pouting again. Seriously, why did I get the one that acted like a child? Minami thought to herself, before again turning to face her brother just as the henge fell. As the image of the purple-haired woman dissolved, the reappearance of Naruto was greeted by a few moments of silence, as everyone in the room shook themselves slightly to get over the memories of the figure they had just seen. Naruto's two sisters were now looking at him with equal suspicion and curiosity, having finished their conversations with their tenants only moments ago. In the meantime, Iruka was the first to snap back awake from the whole ordeal, focusing back on the blonde before tallying up his overall results, and smiling as what he saw. Well done, Naruto, with this you pass, and are now an official shinobi of Konoha, said Iruka proudly as he held out a headband for the blonde. Naruto rushed forward, grabbing the headband and affixing it to his head with a huge grin plastered across his face. Nothing could spoil his mood at that moment as he turned back to see Hinata smiling with small tears in her eyes, so happy to see Naruto pass. Just as Naruto was about to walk back into place, a hand fell on his shoulder, alerting him to the presence of a figure just behind him. As he turned, the sight of the rainbow-colored umbu that had been escorting him the whole morning came into view. At the sight of the multicolored man, Naruto's smile faltered a little even as he noticed another umbu place a hand on Hinata's shoulder before there was a swirl of leaves, and the two were shined away towards the Hokage's office to answer for their actions with the monument that morning. Meanwhile, across the village, within the Senju compound, Kushina and Mito were just being let in the front door by a smiling Shizen, the little redhead throwing herself into the black-haired woman's dark kimono in her usual happy embrace of greeting. Auntie Shizen, well, hello to you, Tomito-chan, smiled the black-haired woman as she looked down into the smiling child's face, before shifting her gaze up to Kushina, offering a smile as well before leading the two into the compound. As the three moved past the entryway, the kitchen and living area came into view along with the other occupant of the home. Kushina, Mito-chan, what a nice surprise, called Tsunade, looking up from the kitchen table at the pair's arrival. What brings you to over today? Asked the blonde as she turned in time to receive her own impact of greeting from Mito, before turning to face Kushina. Sorry for just showing up like this, replied Kushina, giving the women a quick hug. We just wanted to stop by for a few minutes. I had something I wanted to ask Shizen. Kushina finished as she moved to sit down on the chair Tsunade gestured her towards. She was soon joined Shizen at the table, even as Mito led free to chase after the small pig Taunton, her happy giggles serving as background to the older women. So what did you need to talk about me with? Asked Shizen as she looked up from the where Taunton was leading the youngest Namikaze on a chase through the living room. Well, you see, I heard that my Sochi was taking lessons from you after school, and was wondering if you could tell me how they were going? Asked Kushina, trying to keep her tone steady as she spoke, the awkwardness of the question, however, pushing through despite her efforts. At her words, both Shizen and Tsunade exchanged a small glance, prompting Kushina to continue, her thinly veiled worry becoming more pronounced. I mean, I hope he isn't causing too much trouble in your class. He tends to be a little too much like me when I was a kid, continued Kushina, even as Shizen turned back to her, a small frown tugging at the corners of her face as the redhead continued. I'm just worried he's disturbing the rest of you class. If he is, I'll have a talk with him. We can even wait for him to be ready before he starts coming back if you think it's best. I just hope he hasn't been causing your trouble, finished Kushina, her tone oddly distant as though she was reading from a script, lines she knew and had spoken well enough, but knew in her heart to be nothing but ink on parchment. The same tired excuses she had been repeating for years, lines that had slowly become all she had to know her son by. However, before the truth of this act could dominate her, the comfort of that lie settled in again upon her. After all, it was because of his lack of focus and pranking ways that she had held off her son's training these last few years. It wasn't that she didn't know her son. It wasn't that she was afraid to look at him in the eyes anymore. It wasn't that she was scared of what she had become. As Kushina finished, a few moments of silence greeted her in which Shizen could only look at the women, a mixture of barely concealed anger fighting for dominance beside an equal force of fear at what the woman's words alluded to. Meanwhile, Tsunade had dropped her head slightly as she remembered the talk she had shared with Shizen that morning, recognizing the fear in Kushina's words, and knowing what they meant for the woman. And for Naruto. Flashback. So Shizen, what can you tell me about the Gaki? Asked Tsunade as she sipped her tea across from her apprentice, the blonde having only just managed to stop laughing at the signs still visible from the open windows of the compound. Well, I can't say I'm an expert or anything, but I guess I'll tell you what I've seen of him in class over the years, replied Shizen, tapping her chin, lightly casting her thoughts to the titular blonde. He isn't a genius or anything and can be a bit loud when he gets excited, no real shortage of enthusiasm though. He never seems to know when to give up, but he's always happy to get advice from me or the other students. Really, aside from being a bit excitable, I would say he is the perfect kind of student, finished Shizen as she blinked across at her sensei, who nodded slowly at her words, prompting her to continue. He really isn't like what you would expect from most his age. You would think a boy might be embarrassed by being slower than some of the girls, but he never seemed to mind. He even stays after class some days with Hinata and myself just to get that day's lesson down. Shizen continued, her mind flashing back to her years now spent teaching the boy. Besides that, he seemed really eager to learn. I was surprised as I had heard of some of his pranks at the academy, but he never misbehaved in my class. Did he ever say why he didn't prank you? Asked Tsunade as her apprentice paused before nodding slightly. One day I decided to ask him why, replied the black-haired woman, pausing to take a sip of her own tea. And what did he say? Asked Tsunade, a small twinge of guilt building with every word spoken about the boy. Well, he said he only did that when they were learning about something boring like history, or the civilian side of the village, replied Shizen, setting down her cup. I think he said something like, if it can help me survive as a shinobi, what's the point, Databayo? Replied Shizen, smiling at the memory. At hearing this, Tsunade could only lean back in her chair, thinking about what she had just been told. Sounds like the kid wants to learn and does behave whenever he is given the chance. Damn it, he sounds just like Nawaki. And I didn't see it because I was so scared for myself, thought the blonde woman as she let her eyes drop slightly even as her mind continued forwards. Wait, I might have missed it, but what about Kushina and Minato? They always said he wasn't ready. But they couldn't have missed it as well, could they? No, it couldn't be. Besides, I have enough mistakes without worrying about new ones. I wonder if maybe I could offer him some hands-on training. If that might work, I can even offer some to his new girlfriend. It's at least a start. Finished the blonde as her thoughts drew to a close along with the conversation. Flashback. And Kushina, said Shizen, finally breaking the silence and drawing the redhead's violet eyes around to her. I'm sorry to have to ask this, but just how much do you know about your son? Asked Shizen, her eyes hardening slightly as she watched Kushina's face take a pained expression, seeing in that one look all the answers she needed. What do you mean? Replied Kushina, a mounting feeling of dread filling the whole woman, as she stared back into the black eyes of her friend, her hands moving to cup the glass of tea before her in an attempt to hide the trembling they had undertaken. Kushina, I'm asking you how much you know about Naruto, because I'm sorry to say what you just said doesn't reflect upon the boy that has been in my class these past few years. Continued Shizen, staring back at the women across from her with a hint of coldness leaking into her voice. She could understand Tsunade's reason for not having gotten to know Naruto, but there was at least no real duty for her to do so. But this was Naruto's mother for Kami's sake, and she was acting like she didn't even know her own son. And worse, she felt as though she was also to blame, having been blind to the horrible truth that was now opening up before her. Being faced with the possibility of this brought forth both anger and sadness that she was struggling to hold back. Upon Shizen's comment, Kushina flinched back as thought she had been struck. However, Shizen did not let up as her tone darkened, pressing the woman before her with her words. If you have to ask me if he has been behaving in my class, then I have to assume you haven't spoken to him about it, and he has been in my class for the last 4 years. Continued Shizen. And I haven't seen you once in those years there to pick him up from class, Kushina, not once in 4 years. So I'll ask again, Kushina, how much do you know about your son? Oh, Kami, please tell me it hasn't been that bad, thought Kushina, her mind reeling from what Shizen had said. I know I have been distant with him, but surely I haven't allowed the gap to grow that large, right? Right. She asked herself, trying to assure her rapidly crumbling assurance, as those words she had spoken now rung so hollow before her. As Kushina's mind began to shiver, her body followed suit as a small sweat began to break out over her, even as her hands still holding her glass of tea began to shake slightly despite her attempt to keep herself steady. Tsunade, seeing Kushina's plight, decided to try and help the poor woman catch her breath, so tried to steer the conversation towards another topic. Luckily for her, Mito came to her rescue as the little redhead sprouted a golden chain from her back in order to help catch the fleeing taunton. Mito had only a month ago discovered that she had the same kind of special chakra like her mother. Unluckily for Hanabi, the days she had gotten the hang of it had been when the poor boy was trying to hide from her in a tree. The result had been Mito wrapping the chain around the boy's leg and trying to pull him down while he clung to the branch for dear life. He had been rescued from the event by Hinata and Naruto, who had intervened in order to make sure no one was hurt. Though the poor boy had turned around to see Mito smiling at him with a single chain waving behind her like a tail, only reinforcing the idea that she and all other girls except for his Nae-san were devils in disguise. So Kushina, when are you going to get to training Mito on the use of her chains? After all, she is the only one of your kids who has your chakra right, said Tsunade, trying to save the poor woman in front of her. Why yes, we were thinking of starting her training next week, after the others all got their own senseis, replied Kushina, silently thanking Tsunade for saving her from falling apart. The question pushing her thoughts away from the crumbling walls of her mind, even as her hands began to relax, an air of calm moving over her. The mother's happiness was short-lived, however, as Mito, overhearing her last words, ran up to her, a wide smile upon her lips. Really, cousin, that's so cool. Can Aniki help too? I want to be big and strong just like him, chattered away the excited redhead, ignorant to the look of abject horror that was playing across Kushina's face as her momentarily repaired defenses were hit with a fresh wave of images. Images of a boy no older than Mito asking the same kind of question so many years ago, and what her words had done to that innocent smile he had once worn. And Naruto, said Kushina, her voice cracking slightly as the realization of what was happening fell upon her, even as her hands tightened around the tea in her grasp so that the cup shattered. And just like that, the dam broke, and everything was suddenly so clear to her for the first time in years. The lies she had begun to believe, her strings holding her determination together, now broken, cut, leaving her alone with the naked truth. Her truth. She had abandoned her son, her maelstrom. How she had let her own fears allow Minato to convince her to leave him to the side. How she had started to simply take everyone's word on Naruto's behavior without a second thought, and how she had let the babe she had once held so close her heart now slip so far. How she had slipped so far from who she once was. Struggling to see some reassurance, she tried to recall how in the past year she had begun to try and get closer, only to realize how feeble those attempts had been. She had started conversation only to back out once it became awkward for her. She had offered to spend time with him, but only when she was free, never seeing when she could set aside other things for him. Every time he had stepped up smiling at her, happy to see her, and every time she had left him to walk away with a smaller smile upon his face. What? What am? Who am I? Oh Kami, no, please no. Sochi. My little maelstrom. I'm sorry. Manager, her crumbling mind as a wave of pure despair began to move over her. Even outside, Tsunade moved forwards to help her hands that now had small cuts from her broken cup, even as the dull mutter of voices rang out around her, somehow distant to the woman. Just as Kushina felt that she must surely drown in this horror of her making, a tugging at her dress drew her vacant eyes down to where Mito was. Look up at her. The little redhead's eyes wide with worry as her mouth moved quickly, the sounds slowly pushing through the numbed shell around Kushina. Cousin, what's wrong? Cousin, what's wrong? Called Mito worriedly as she watched her grandmother tending her Kushina's hand, giving the redhead worried glances. Something in Mito's worry seemed to reach Kushina as sudden smack came to her, as if her own mind was forcing itself back into action. No, this isn't you, stop hurting them, screamed a part of Kushina as she found herself dulling, responding to the stronger voice. Right, I fix this. No, I have to fix this. It's time to act like the cousin you're supposed to be for a change. You have to, you can't let this be about you. Never again, she thought as dully the pain in her hand came to her, along with her the other senses which she ignored as she reached down to whip a stray tear from Mito's eye, causing her youngest to blink up at her. Nothing's wrong, Mito-chan. I promise. Don't worry, and I'm sure your Aniki will be there with you. After all, we can't have an Uzumaki training without all of us, managed Kushina as she saw her daughter's face light up in a smile before she pulling her daughter into a tight embrace, looking sadly past the girl's red hair to the pair of women watching her. And by Kami, nothing is going to stop me from making it up to you, Sochi, she thought to herself as she tried to fight back her own tears. Tsunade and Shizen only looked down on the crying mother, watching the emotions in her face changing slowly to one of determination. With a small breath, Tsunade turned her gaze to her student, who was now looked at her as well, the same uneasy look upon both of their faces. This was not something they had been prepared to find, but it was before them now, and all that was left was to choose how they would face it. Meanwhile, across the village, Naruto and Hinata shivered into view just outside the Hokage office, their umbu guards releasing their shoulders as they turned to see their final member nodding a porcelain cat mask towards them. Okay, Bor, I can take it from here. Now go get yourself cleaned up, you look ridiculous, stated Nico as she steered Naruto, and Hinata towards the Hokage's office, leaving the painted umbu to vanish a moment later in another shiver of leaves. As the teens were steered forward, the doors to the office swung open, revealing Minato sitting behind his desk with several shadow clones, going about filling out forms, while the original sat with his back to them, his eyes facing out across the village through the open window before him. "Thank you, Nico, that will be all," called Minato in a crisp voice as Nico bowed slightly, shining away a moment later. As Naruto and Hinata watched Minato dismiss the clones gathered about him with a simple flick of his hand before turning to face them. Despite the anger he felt towards his son at that moment, he could not suppress a small twinge of pride as he saw the leaf headband sitting upon his blonde brown, even as he set his hands before him, figures interlocking above which his impassive gaze sat. Pushing that to the back of his mind, however, his focus turned back to why his eldest was currently sitting before him. "So Naruto, would you mind explaining to me why you and Hinata there decided it would be a good idea to vandalize the Hokage monument for your own amusement?" began Minato with a tone of disapproval as he tracked his sapphire eyes between the two newly minted shinobi. At the man's words, both teens felt themselves straightening slightly as if on instinct as they gave each other small worried glances before Naruto swallows, stepping forwards to speak but finding the words somehow lost to him. "Well, I'm waiting," Minato continued as he looked into his son's blinded sunset eyes. Knowing of having his father angry with him and actually facing it becoming two very different things as he now stood before the man's intimidating gaze. For all his determination at his father's words, Naruto found himself all but paralyzed, his mind racing in a circle, desperate to gain ground but finding nothing that could help it in this current situation. Thankfully, Naruto's mind contained a guiding hand for just such circumstances. "Seedling, snap out of it," called Jubie, causing Naruto's mind to quiet slightly at her words. "Jubie?" managed the teen before the woman's voice rung out again. "Good. No, be quiet and listen to me, don't worry, just say what I tell you to and it will work out, understand?" called Jubie, kick-starting the boy's mind back into life. Still a little dazed, Naruto mentally nodded at this, hoping Jubie could help him with this somehow. Well, you see, Hokage-sama, I simply wanted to announce the good news to the village in a place where it could be seen by everyone, and the monument wouldn't really interrupt anyone's work or endanger the village, so it seemed the only place," replied Naruto, repeating exactly what Jubie was saying to him. "And pray tell, what complications were those that you were avoiding?" questioned Minato with an air that made it clear he was not buying his son's defense. "Well, Hokage-sama, if I put it up inside the city, it could have obscured business, as well as gotten in the way of civilians, and possibly shinobi activities. The city walls also would not have worked, it would have inconvenienced the guards stationed there, possibly putting the village in danger," replied the boy. This caught Minato slightly off guard. Something about how his son was speaking was off to him. However, even as he considered this, the boy's argument took his attention. "He does have a point about the wall and the town, but that still doesn't explain the banner itself," Minato thought, looking back to Naruto. "Yes, that is all fine and good, but that is assuming that you needed a banner to declare it to the town in the first place. So mind explaining why you needed that to tell everyone that you two were dating?" asked Minato, letting a little bit of anger leak into his voice as he tracked his eyes between the pair, quickly growing tired of debating this with his son. "Well, I can only say that I wanted the whole village to know about it without it having to go through the rumor mill. If it did, it could have come out as something else and tarnished the Hyuga clan's and the Namikaze's name. I mean, rumors can start about anything nowadays. Now everyone knows that we are together, so rumors won't be able to fester," replied Naruto with the same calm responses as before, still seeming slightly off as the words tumbled from his lips. "Rumors are nothing compared to the Hokage monument which you disgraced. It is a distinguished part of this village, and your stunt was little more than vandalism. Disrespecting that mountain is disrespecting Konoha," replied Minato, rising from his chair and resting his hands on his desk as he looked down at his son. "If that is the case, Hokage-sama, why was it left completely unguarded?" asked Naruto, his question momentarily catching Minato unprepared. Before Minato could pull his anger back together, Naruto pushed his advantage. "If it is, as you so, such a distinguished part of the village, then shouldn't it be under some kind of protection so that I, without even being a ninja, could set something like that up? I assumed it wasn't all that disgraceful considering how easy it was to string up the banner. I mean, not even one person came to ask what I was doing, and I was there all morning," continued Naruto, his words snapping together for slowly form a perfectly reasonable excuse for his actions. From beside Naruto, the pale-eyed Hinata could only stare open-mouthed at her boyfriend as he continued to debate with his father over the banner, and wonder how Naruto was managing to come up with such a good explanation. He had just said to her that he wanted to let everyone know how much he liked her, when she had asked him. Now he sounded like a Nara explaining his answer as if playing out a larger chess game. "Besides," Naruto continued, her putting one arm around Hinata so that her thoughts were suddenly smothered as a rose-tinted blush worked its way up her cheeks, "I wanted the whole village to know I had the most beautiful girl in the village as my girlfriend, Databeo." He finished, causing the Jubie to facepalm slightly from within in mind, and he goes off script. And he was doing so well. Sighed Jubie as he gazed out a second later to see Minato pulling himself back together, a sense of dread accompanying that shift. I see. Minato said, sitting back down in his chair and looking between the two as he thought, drew in a deep breath, his tone a small smoldering thing that spoke of the anger he was containing. So you have time to spend all morning setting up this prank. You have time to practice an excuse, and you do this all without taking the time to think what this would mean to the village and to your family. Stated the Hokage, each word dripping with obvious anger. Naruto, this is the reason that you haven't been being trained like your sisters. You're still not thinking things through. You're behaving like a child, and I'm not even sure I shouldn't take those headbands from the both of you right now until you have proven that you are mature enough to be shinobi of this village. Why can't you act like a member of the Namake's family is supposed to? Finished Minato in the same voice, heavy with disapproval, his own lies being read like a script just as Kushina had only hours before. The reaction to his words was immediate. Naruto stiffened for a moment as twin flashes of sadness and anger swelled up inside him as he gazed at the blonde before him. At the same time, from within his mind another figure snapped as well, his pure rage pouring out in such a flood that Jubie was forced to focus upon it, leaving Naruto alone for the moment. So the sadness closed in, the cold reality of what his father's words meant, and with that the flash of anger at him, not just for his callous words but that he would dare threaten his Hinata-chan like that. From beside him, Hinata felt more than she saw the sudden shift in the boy beside her, his emotions as bare to her as chakra was to the Byakugan. With that clarity came a sudden fear that if they weren't careful the two might lose more than they could believe. Shaking herself, Hinata turned to prevent this even as one hand moved to gently cup that of the boy's. Hokage-sama, she said softly, drawing Minato's attention. We put up the banner and set it off before we graduated, so the two aren't really related. And we both managed to pass the academy tests in front of the class in Yoranbu. If we weren't fit for duty, then wouldn't we have failed then? She finished, falling silent, and while looking back to Naruto, seeing that he was now looking silently at the ground below him. At Hinata's words, Minato let out a heavy sigh, allowing his anger to cool slightly as he cast his thoughts over what she had said. Well, I guess she is right about that. They did both pass the exam, and what would I tell the Hyugas if I sent her back after a whole class saw her pass? Leave it to Hitomi's daughter to be able to talk a Hokage down. Not that I need much talking down. I don't want to punish them too much, but they need to learn what is and isn't acceptable in this village. Here his eyes fell across Naruto. Especially Naruto. Why does he keep acting like this? I don't have time to deal with his stunts, and he doesn't even realize that every second I spend cleaning up after him is one I can't spend doing things to protect our home. Thought Minato as he turned his focus back to the pale-eyed girl before him. While that is the case, young Hyuga, the matter still stands that both of you have defaced a part of our village's heritage. Replied Minato, pausing as he saw Hinata moving slightly closer to his son, noticing as she did that the boy was no longer looking at him. A small feeling of shame touching him as he saw this. However, you are correct that at the time you were not shinobi of Konoha, so I will be lenient this once. You are each 5D rank missions to be completed without pay upon your team assignments. He finished, raising a hand to let them know they were dismissed. Hinata could not help but breathe a sigh of relief at this, thinking how all things considered they had gotten off easy. Now her attention turned back to the blonde who had not moved since his father's comment. May we go, Hokage-sama? Asked Hinata, looking to get Naruto out of the office as soon as possible. Yes, you may go. Replied Minato as his eyes dropped down to his desk as he began to look around at the scrolls strewn out before him, not watching as Hinata slowly led Naruto out of the office. As they reached the door, however, a thought occurred to him. Wait, I didn't find out what that whole Uzumaki thing was about. Wait. He called towards the two retreating figures just as they reached the door, drawing their steps to a halt. Naruto, I need to ask you something, said Minato, prompting Naruto to turn slowly to face him with his face still bowed, either unable or simply unwilling to look the man in his face, hiding the small tears that had formed after his father's comment about his place in their family. Why did you have your name up on that banner say Naruto Uzumaki instead of Namake's? Asked Minato with some genuine curiosity in his voice. The response he received was not what he had expected. A soft and sad little chuckle exited Naruto's lips as he brought his face up to look at his father in the eyes. Minato noted the formation of tears in Naruto's eyes but dismissed them as nothing, thinking he was simply sad at getting punished. Well, Hokage-sama, like you said, I've never been very good at being a Namake's, so I decided I'd try and see if I could do better as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said, looking into his father's eyes, before turning back to exit the room hand in hand with Hinata. Silence followed his words, a silence Minato sat and stunned at what his son had just said, replaying the words over and over in his head, trying to understand what the boy had meant. Then, just as his iron resolve began to crack and doubt began to creep in, there was a knock at his door, and in walked his secretary with some more files to be handled. With the prospect of more work ahead, his emotions found themselves once more second to his duty. After all, he was the Hokage, and his first duty was to the village. Words he would someday damn himself for believing in. Chapter 5. Talking, thinking / mental conversation, demon / god or the like. Jutsu. What goes up must come down. As Naruto and Hinata descended the stairs of the Hokage Tower, neither could work up the strength to talk to one another. The happiness that had been with them when they had unveiled their banner before the village, and even their pride at becoming shinobi, was now slowly slipping away to be replaced by only the harsh words of the Hokage. As the pair made their way down the winding stairs, the pale-eyed Hyuga felt as though she had to guide the numb Naruto down each step, his movements somehow stiff. Empty. Hinata slowly turned her eyes upon the boy as they reached the lobby and began approaching the main doors. What she saw was the destroyed face of the boy she cared so much for. His eyes closed tight along with his lips as he allowed small pools of tears to form in silence. As he moved slowly across the entrance hall, his expression pained at trying to hold back his sorrow. "Oh, Naruto-kun. And oh, Hinata, don't you dare start feeling bad. Naruto-kun needs you to be strong for him. Get it into your head, girl, and get your boyfriend to smile again," thought the Hyuga girl as the two stepped out into the village. "Hey, Naruto-kun, what do you say we go and see Shizen-sensei and tell her the good news?" asked Hinata, trying to get a response out of him, her tone hopeful even as Naruto continued to remain silent. Meanwhile, inside of the boy's mind, Jubie had re-emerged from her pool and was passing back and forth, desperately trying to think of what she could do to snap the boy out of it, even as black thunderclouds began to gather across the usually blue sky, the normally still pool behind her bubbling with the rage of the other occupant to the blonde's mind. Damn that man, what was he thinking saying something like that to my sibling? If I wasn't bound to these two, I would tear him limb from limb. And he's so out of it, it's all I can do to stop him charging off to Konoha. Why are all men idiots? Shouted Jubie inside the mindscape, unable to communicate with Naruto, as his mind slowly grew darker with every passing second. "No," whispered Jubie as her black eyes swiveled up to see the storm clouds slowly moving across the mindscape, her lips pressing together in worry as she glanced back to the bubbling pool behind her. "The boy is nearly comatose. Darn it, think, Jubie, think for the love of Kami," she yelled as she grabbed large clumps of her hair in both her hands. As she became more and more infuriated, her thoughts turned to the only other person she could count on to be trying to snap her two seedlings out of their current dilemma before either did something rash. "Come on, Hinata-chan, you need to do something. I can't help me if he won't let me in. You need to snap him out of it," called Jubie in a desperate cry, hoping that in some way her words could reach the girl as she looked up into the darkening sky of the mindscape. Outside of the blonde's mind, Hinata had been waging her own mental conflict, trying to think of what to do for the boy as he continued to remain unresponsive. "Come on, Hinata, think, what can you do? You need to help him," she thought with a mix of concern and panic. As she cast her eyes around for something to help, she found her eyes drawn to the banner that was still gently flapping in the afternoon breeze, her eyes tracing across the words upon it, and what they had done once it had been finished. "That's it!" she shouted to herself, spinning Naruto around so that he was now face to face with her. As Naruto came around, Hinata's hands came up, cupping his face a moment before the pair's lips met their soft embrace, even as Naruto's eyes shot open with surprise, as Hinata's closed with a silent prayer that this could help. For what seemed like forever, the two stood in that embrace before with a gently pressure their lips parted, the sudden absence carrying a note of longing with it. At that feeling, Naruto's eyes slowly went wide, while his face held a look not unlike those found on the faces of people who had recently been too close to a faulty explosive tag. Before he could recover or even begin to gather a thought, Hinata had spun him around once again, this time to face the monument, his eyes drawn to the banner waving gently in the breeze. "Naruto Uzumaki," called Hinata in a commanding voice as she turned Naruto to face the sign. "You are a shinobi of Konoha. You are the kindest boy I know, eh? And you are dating the most beautiful G-girl in Konoha, Hinata Hyuga. Now start acting like the boy I love and answer me," finished Hinata, her words slowly rising into a shout as she forced herself to continue through her nerves, desperate to see them given voice. Then, as the words ended, Naruto felt a small pressure upon his back as Hinata slumped slightly into his back, her smaller frame pressed against his as her next words came out in a soft, almost pleading tone. "So let's go to Shizen-sensei's and thank her for teaching us, Naruto-kun. Please?" whispered the pale-eyed girl as her hand found his, their figures intertwining as Naruto blinked up at the sign, his mind abuzz with sudden activity. Hinata-chan, wait, what, where, what's going on?" managed the boy's mind as with a start Naruto found himself standing in a familiar open field as what looked like the wisps of storm clouds retreated from a blue sky. Before Naruto could figure out what had happened, a sudden impact caught his attention. "You baka, don't you ever scare me like that again," called Jubie as she pulled Naruto into a cross between a headlock and a hug, her voice a mix of elation and anger, as the blonde struggled to free himself. "Jubie-wa? What happened?" called Naruto as with a final squeeze Jubie released him so that he thumped to the grassy ground, turning to see her shaking her head, a few flecks of moisture being flung aside. Well, do you want the long or short version, seedling? Asked the purple-haired woman as she calmed herself, looking down at the boy. I was leaving the office, and everything just kind of collapsed in on me. What was that? Replied Naruto as Jubie gave a small glance back towards the pool that had died down to a gentle rippling. You shut down and he got upset. You went catatonic after your run-in with your dad. I guess it was a little too much all at once, and he didn't take it much better. With him so worked up I couldn't reach you, and neither could Hinata-chan. So well, she took matters into her own hands, finished Jubie, allowing a small look of happiness to adorn her face for the first time as Naruto blinked up at her before glancing back towards the pool. Wait! He? Started Naruto, only to be cut off as a voice echoed from the pool. He is really fucking pissed. Roared the voice as both turned to face it, even as a heavy sigh escaped it following its words. But yeah, I lost my head. Good thing Hinata-chan was there. Make sure you thank her for me, okay? Called the voice a moment before it faded, the pool once more going silent. Is he? Started Naruto before Jubie cut him off. I'll handle it, Naruto, now get out there. Called Jubie before giving the boy a shove so that he found himself falling back into consciousness, leaving Jubie seemingly alone in the mindscape once more. He better hurry before she has to get his attention again. Sighed the woman as she turned back towards the pool, letting out a silent thank you to the girl as she did. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? Spoke up the voice just as she reached the pool's edge, causing her to look down with an annoyed expression. Quiet you, for that little stunt we're drilling you all day. You anger is worse than my son's. Called Jubie as the pool remained silent for a moment before rippling once again in response. Someone's has to be. Besides, what did you expect after you looking after me? Replied the voice, the barest ghost of a smile lingering on its words as Jubie felt herself shaking her head even as she sunk into the pool once more. Just don't think you have to do it alone. We're both here for you. Even Hinata-chan and Mito-chan are, so don't think you're alone anymore. Whispered Jubie as a calm fell across the pool a moment before she vanished beneath its surface. At the same time, Naruto was coming back into reality, turning his head from side to side to get back his bearings. However, before his eyes had even fully adjusted, he felt the small pressure of Hinata at his back, the gently touch of her hand in his, and slowly her turn to look down at her, the girl's face moving so that it was now buried into his chest, her face obscured by long lavender locks of hair. What Naruto didn't know as he looked down at Hinata's form was that at the moment the poor Hyuga was blushed so brightly it was likely she was visible from the moon, and had pulled her own version of Naruto's episode, retreating into her own thoughts even as her mouth let out soft mutters that Naruto couldn't make out. Why did I yell that? What was I thinking, forcing a kiss in the middle of town, and I called everyone's attention to it like that? What was I thinking? Okay, this is fine. I just have to be calm. I'll just run away. Yeah, that, and change my name, dye my hair. I wonder how I would look as a blonde, maybe start over as a priestess somewhere. Wait, what am I thinking? That's crazy. I would start a bakery, yep, that's it, a bakery, and hid away with all my cinnamon buns so no one can ever find me. The poor girl's thought growing more imaginative by the second. However, before the girl could keep up her derailed train of thought any longer, Naruto interrupted her. Just as Hinata was about to start figuring out names for her secret bakery life, she felt a hand place itself under her chin, a small pressure slowly lifting her face so that it looked up into a welcoming smile. Sorry for worrying you, Hinata, and thank you. Naruto whispered softly before leaning down to capture Hinata's lips in his own, their embrace somehow more joyous than the one moments before, as if the lips themselves were elated at their meeting, and Hinata's thoughts. Well, they weren't so complicated any longer. Okay, new plan, shut up and go with it, girl. Was all they managed as she allowed herself to sink into the kiss, her fears of the past few moments washing away in the warmth of the two's embrace. After a few moments, the two broke apart with large smiles plastered across each of their faces, the afterglow of their kiss lingering upon them. You're right, Hinata, we should go tell Shizen we passed. Spoke Naruto, smiling down at her, as she gave him a small nod, her fingers tightening around his own. Hi. She replied as both of them turned, beginning to make their way towards the Senju compound, leaving their worries behind, at least for a time. Meanwhile, across the village within the Senju residence, a group of women sat silently around a small kitchen table, too, watching the third as she slowly steadied herself. After a few more deep breaths, Kushina managed to steady herself, her attention turning to the pair seated across from her, who offered nothing but patience for the redhead, who felt a fresh stab of guilt that she managed to push down even as the blonde of the pair spoke. Are you okay now, Kushina, if you need some more time? Tsunade began, but she was cut off a moment later by Kushina, who shook her head, raising her violet eyes to the woman. And oh, she began, her voice coming out slightly cracked as though afraid to let that silence close in upon her once again, leaving the watching pair to blink, slightly worried at her. I mean, no, I think I have waited more than enough, don't you? She finished, looking over at Tsunade and Shizen, who both gave a small nod in agreement with her words. Okay, then I guess we should start at the beginning, shouldn't we? Sighed Tsunade, trying to keep the conversation moving and avoid another pause that could lead Kushina to collapse in on herself again. They had been forced to send Mito out to play with Taunton only a short while ago due to Kushina suddenly breaking down in fresh sobs at her own memories. Kushina, I want to know why you are not as close to your Sochi as you are with your daughters, and when it started. Began Shizen, her voice firm but lacking the overt anger present hours before. It was little comfort to be angry at a woman who looked so broken as Kushina currently did. After gathering her thoughts for a moment, Kushina moved to answer. Well, it started when they were 5, on their birthday. You see, Minato and I decided to train the girls first so that we could gauge the Kyuubi influence on them. We were worried if we weren't careful they could get out of hand. We didn't want Naruto to get caught up in it if something were to happen. I was still carrying Mito at the time, so there was a chance I could be undependable if the Kyuubi acted up. Kushina began, her voice soft as the shame she now felt became etched upon each word she spoke. But Minato is a seal master, and I know for a fact that Jiraiya was making regular visits. Why did you alone have to be responsible? Asked Tsunade, being confused by Kushina's response. We didn't want to risk it. Even if Jiraiya did visit sometimes, he wasn't always there. Even if Minato could be counted to hold off one Jinchuriki without hurting them, two could have been dangerous. And if Naruto was beside one of them, we couldn't guarantee his or their safety. Kushina replied, her words causing Tsunade to pause for a moment before leaning back in her chair in apparent contemplation of Kushina's words. But once they were able to control their chakra, we planned to include Naruto. Added Kushina weakly, her words sounding somehow broken compared to her earlier speech. Kushina, whatever you had planned to do isn't important, the fact is you didn't ever start training him, did you? Stated Shizen calmly, her eyes watching as Kushina looked away from her, a pained expression upon her face. And still Shizen pushed her, the anger she felt for having been blind to Naruto's life forcing her to find the truth of these shadowed events. Why didn't Naruto join them a year later, Kushina? If it was just for a year, then why is it that your Sochi was left by the side till now? Continued Shizen, her voice growing slightly more hostile with every word. Just as Shizen looked ready to continue, Tsunade moved a hand over to her student, cutting her off before she could begin again, her own eyes trailing to Kushina as her own lips parted. Shizen, getting angry isn't helping her. Stated Tsunade, drawing her student's eyes to her for a moment before she let her head drop in a nod as her master took up the questioning. I'm sorry, Kushina, but she is right. I can agree with not training him during the first year hack, but Shizen is right, there is no good reason that he was left without guidance for so long. So Kushina, what happened? Asked Tsunade, trying to keep her student's anger from taking hold of the situation even as she was attempting to balance Kushina's own fragile state. At her words, Kushina looked up to her before beginning anew. We were going to. Until Minato and I had a talk the night before the triplets' 6th birthday. Kushina started weakly, feeling as though she would have liked nothing more than to sink through the floor as both women watched her for a moment, their faces impassive. And what happened during this talk that made you change your mind? Tsunade asked in a tone of forced calm. Well, a lot of things. I had been wanting to train with the girls more now that I was able. Kushina started weakly before she was cut off once again. That had better have not been your only reason, Kushina. Cut in Tsunade, her brown eye narrowing upon the redhead. Immediately Kushina began to shake her head as her lips parted once more. No. She shouted, her voice holding an edge of panic to it. And no, it wasn't like that. We were worried because of what happened to me when I was younger. The girls had the same targets painted on their heads that I did, and we were scared what would happen if they were left alone. Kushina all but shouted, a few tears brimming in her eyes as she looked between the pair, Tsunade looking momentarily pained even as her student appeared lost. What is she talking about? Asked Shizen, looking around to her sensei, who let out a heavy sigh as she turned to answer her. Shizen, before you ever meet Kushina, back when she was just a genin, she was abducted by the hidden cloud for her chakra and being a Jinchuriki. It was only thanks to Minato that she didn't end up in Kumo being used for Kami only knows what. They almost got away with her. And I'm guessing that is what you were worried about happening to them. Finished Tsunade as she looked towards Kushina, who nodded silently at her words. What? Why didn't I ever know? Shizen questioned, glancing to Kushina, feeling a small pang of guilt at not knowing about such an event. It's not something I care to talk about, whispered Kushina softly as she glanced across at the black-haired woman. Still, that doesn't really answer the question, Kushina. Stated Tsunade, drawing the pair's eyes to her once more as she continued. Why didn't this apply to Naruto? He may not be a Jinchuriki, but he is still your and Minato's son. If you want to talk about targets, he is still in danger, pointed out Tsunade as Kushina looked momentarily shaken before struggling to speak. We, Minato said. Kushina started but was interrupted by both women. Tsunade slamming his hand down onto the table, bringing Kushina's words to a halt as Shizen began to question the redhead once again. Damn it, Kushina, we are not asking what Minato might or might not have said, we're asking you. So tell us why you left your Sochi alone. Give us a straight answer. called Shizen as the mother turned to face her, what was left of her mind shaking with the effort of answering the simple question. We were just. I had. She spluttered before Tsunade cut her off, her voice coming out in an almost subsonic growl. Kushina, what are you running from? Stated Tsunade as Kushina spun to face her as the walls of her control fell once more, the naked truth once more exposed. 3 was scared alright. Shouted Kushina, her words causing both women to look slightly shocked at the normally strong-willed woman looking so vulnerable as she brought her arm to wrap around her as if trying to shelter her from the world as her words continued to tumble from her lips in a broken mix of sobs as she began to visibly shake. I was scared, I didn't know what to do, and I listened to Minato. We were trying to do what was right but nothing turned out like it was supposed to. We just kept pushing back his training, over and over and over again. Damn it, I don't know why I did it. I just kept running away from it every time. Every time I just kept running. Every time he would ask or another year would pass, I would make up some excuse to put it off further. By the time I realized what I had done, I was too afraid to know what to do. If he knows what I did, he'll hate me. Cammy, I don't know what to do. I just keep running away from him. I'm still running. Finished Kushina, the tears and sobs intermingled throughout her words, finally overtaking her, leaving her to slump over the table, her red hair falling over her face as her muffled sobs rang out through the home once again. Neither Tsunade nor Shizen could move for a solid moment as they watched the woman collapsing in on herself, the raw guilt and sadness laid bare as a woman they knew would stand before the devil himself without flinching, broke at the mere memory of what she had become. As her strangled sobs continued, Shizen slowly rose to move around to the woman, putting one of her arms around the quivering figure of Kushina as she began to make quieting sounds, glancing across to Tsunade, whose head was now bowed into her folded hands, apparently in deep thought. For what seemed like an eternity, the 3 stayed like that, Kushina's sobs slowly dying down into a small series of wet hiccups as Shizen worked to clean her up, and Tsunade continued to run what she had learned through her mind over and over till one point was all that was left to learn. Kushina, who brought up the idea those 2 times? Asked Tsunade in a calm voice, finally glancing up from her hands towards the redhead who was just managing to draw a few calming breaths. WWE both. She began, but was cut off by Tsunade before she could continue. No, Kushina, no half answers. Was it you or Minato that had the idea to hold of Naruto's training both times? One of you, or both brought it up. You may have had the same worries, but one of you brought it up and I want to know who? Finished Tsunade, already suspecting she knew the answer. It. And Minato was the one. He brought it up on their 6th birthday. After we talked, we decided to hold off his training. That was where it started. Whispered Kushina softly, her voice heavy as though too exhausted to even muster the guilt necessary to start another round of sobs. I see. Tsunade replied softly, standing from the table and moving towards the window to look out towards the Hokage monument, as she drew in a few calming breaths. I think it's time you stopped running away, Kushina, and a good place to start may be talking to your Sochi and his girlfriend. Tsunade said after a few moments, turning her head to glance back to the redhead, a small pained smile touching her lips as she saw the redhead unable to meet her gaze. 2 don't even know where he is. Kushina murmured softly, fighting to hold herself together. Cammy, I wouldn't know where to start looking. You don't need to worry about that, Kushina, called Tsunade, drawing the redhead's eyes to her. He and his new girlfriend are walking up the front lawn as we speak. Finished the blonde as the kitchen went suddenly silent as Kushina's face suddenly shifted to a look of abject horror. Swinging her head to face the front door, Kushina felt herself trembling, before her eyes began darting around hastily as if looking for a place to escape to, even as something inside the woman finally snapped. And the little redhead that had once declared she would become Hokage forced her way back into the driver's seat of the Uzumaki woman. No, damn you. Not again. You aren't running from him again. Now get your ass in gear or so help me I'll brain you. She yelled at herself even as a knock came at the front door. Glancing up, Kushina saw Tsunade give her a small nod before moving out into the hall as Shizen moved to remove what redness she could from Kushina's face, trying to hide what she had just been through, and privately hoping that the redhead was ready to face her son. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bright green door of the compound, Naruto and Hinata stood glancing around at the estate, their hands still intertwined, never having parted since they left the Hokage's building. Hey Hinata-chan, what do you think Shizen-sensei will think of the banner? Asked Naruto as he looked from the door he had just knocked on. I'm sure she'll like it, Naruto-kun, replied Hinata, smiling as she glanced back to the banner, a warmth in her voice as she looked at it, the words now holding a stronger meaning after the events of that day. Yeah, you're right, Hinata-chan, nodded Naruto as a movement before them drew their conversation to a close as the door in front of the 2 teens slowly opened to reveal the smiling face of Tsunade, her arms crossed beneath her impressive bosom as her green and white outfit waved gently in the afternoon breeze. Well, if it isn't the town's 2 lovebirds, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Or is this step 2 and you're going door to door with the news? Asked Tsunade, smirking as the toe looked up at her, taking a moment to look Naruto up and down as she did so, wanting to start getting a feel for her godson as soon as possible. "Hello, Tsunade-san. We're here to see Shizen-sensei and tell her the good news," replied Hinata, pointing to the headband that now hung around her neck, speaking comfortably with the sage having met Tsunade a few times when she had come by her home to give her mother's checkups. Naruto, on the other hand, while having seen Tsunade on several occasions, had never actually talked to the women for any extended period of time outside of a simple greeting, and was slightly lost as what to say to her. He had a vague recollection that she had some kind of a relation with his twin sisters, and Mito had mentioned something about a blonde Ba-chan, but outside of that he had nothing to judge the woman before him on except for her title as a sage. So in typical Naruto fashion, he simply did what came naturally. "Hi, Ba-chan," he said with a small wave and a smile, ignorant of the landmine he had just stepped on. Of all the things Tsunade might have been expecting the boy to say, this particular phrase was not one of them. Now, usually Tsunade was a reasonable enough individual, but there were a few exceptions. Okay, so there were a lot of exceptions, but the point is that on top of that particular list were perverts, closely followed by those who commented on her age. As a result, if she had not just recently sworn to herself that she was going to get to know her godson better, Naruto would have likely been approaching Suna airspace about them compliments of the woman's fist. As it stood, she simply looked at the boy with a slightly annoyed expression for a moment before letting out a sigh as she stepped back to allow them entrance into her home. "Well, come on in, Gaki. Shizen is in the kitchen at the moment. Oh, and Naruto, your cousin is in there as well, so hurry and tell them the good news." She finished gesturing them inside, the two moving to follow her down a small hall towards the kitchen ahead. Ahead, Shizen and Kushina sat at the table, the latter looking tired but at least not bearing any sign of the anguish still tearing at her insides as the footsteps rounded the corner, bringing the three figures into the room. With a sad little smile, Kushina saw her Sochi enter into the room, the metallic glint of his headband drawing a small bud of pride a moment before it was strangled by the guilt that let her know that he had earned it despite her efforts, and not thanks to them. Then came the mental assaults once again. "Wow, wait, damn it, Kushina, what were you waiting for? He's a shinobi now, he's becoming an adult and a soldier. What were you waiting for all this time?" She thought sadly to herself as that growing part of her suddenly cut off that train of thought with an angry growl. "Shut up, this isn't about you now, get ready to congratulate him," came that voice, so much like the person she had once been, and for the first time in what felt like forever she listened to that voice even as the pair of teens turned smiling to Shizen. "Hey Shizen-sensei, look, we passed were shinobi of Konoha," called Naruto excitedly as his eyes found her in the room, raising the hand still holding Hinata so that both now held a hand in the air as if the victors in some kind of sporting event. Shizen for her part let out a small chuckle, the gloom of the room vanishing with just the pair's happiness, as she rose from her chair to walk over, kneel down to embrace the two in a light hug. "Never a doubt in my mind you two would. I'm so proud to have had you as my students," Shizen replied as she sat back slightly so that she could look at their grinning faces. "Now, what's all this about you two dating?" she added in a slightly mocking tone, even as a large smile spread across her face at the blush now touching Hinata's cheeks. "Well, you see, Naruto tried to say, while a blush moved across his own face even as he cast small glances over at his cousin, a little worried about what he was supposed to say in front of her. "Seating, calm down, we both know your mom isn't going to be that mad. Worst case she okay, so maybe you should be scared, seedling," finished Jubie, sounding slightly worried as Naruto shot her a mental glare. Not helping, Jubie, not helping. Luckily for both of them, Hinata was able to step in to help the situation. "Well, Shizen-sensei, we have been together for about a year, but we didn't want it be known, so we kept it secret till we passed the academy. Sorry we didn't tell you," finished Hinata, trying to keep her voice steady as she answered. In reply, Shizen brought a hand to rest upon the girl's head, rubbing gently at her hair, as she grinned at the pair, rising to her feet as she did so. "Well, it's not like I didn't figure it out about the second week of class," she smiled, mentally chuckling at the shocked looks now upon each of the teens' faces as she continued. "Just make sure you two look after yourselves. I can't have my students giving me a bad reputation." Shizen finished walking back into the kitchen to prepare some more tea for their guests. "Of course we will. Just watch, we'll be so famous that everyone will want you as a sensei databao," responded Naruto, while pulling Hinata closer to him, resulting in a small eat from the girl, while raising his other hand over his head in a fist. From the doorway, Tsunade could only give a small chuckle and shake of her head as she looked at her apprentice's students. Soon enough, Shizen stepped back across the kitchen, a serving tray in her hands, as the group moved back towards the kitchen table where Kushina still sat in silence. As they moved, Tsunade glanced to Shizen before giving the two teens another glance and nodding to herself as she came to a decision that had been on her mind for a time. After all, it seemed that today was becoming a day for change. Might as well not fight it. "So Gaki, Shizen tells me that you two are aspiring new medical shinobi. Care to tell me what she has been able to teach you?" asked the blonde, stepping around the two as they pulled out their seats, Tsunade noticing as they did that Naruto had chosen the seat directly beside his mother's without a moment's hesitation. The simple gesture bringing a small bit of hope to her, as she glanced to Kushina, seeing her eyes now focused on the boy, seemingly shocked at his choice of seats as well. I guess he isn't as far from you as you think, Kushina. For your sake I hope you're done running. The blonde sage thought before continuing with her conversation as she dropped into her seat. How about you go first, Naruto? Prompted Tsunade as Naruto nodded. Well, I'm not as good as Hinata-chan or Sakura-chan, but I'm pretty good at the basic mystical palm technique. But I can only do it about half the time. The other times I end up blasting myself away from the dummy, smiled Naruto, as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly as Tsunade let out a small snort, having seen the same thing happen whenever someone pumped a little too much chakra into the technique. But I'm really good at bandaging and resetting bones and stuff. Hinata and Sakura drilled me till I can stall till someone like them gets there to fix the person up, so no problem, Databayo. He finished smiling across the table as Tsunade gave an approving nod. So not bad chakra control for a genin, and smart enough to know not to endanger the patient but do what he can to wait for those who can handle it. I have to say, Shizen, the boy does strike me as a fine shinobi in the making. Thought Tsunade, letting her eyes trace over to the girl seated beside the blonde. And how about you, Hinata? Prompted the slug Sannin as Hinata nodded back to her. Well, I've made it up to using the next stages of the mystical palm technique, although I'm still working on it. The quiet girl began. But I was able to take the medicinal part of the lessons and apply it to healing salves and some small chakra pills that help with minor injuries. Sakura-chan is still better than me at the chakra techniques, but I'm the best in the class at elixir work, finished Hinata with a bit of pride in her voice as she thought back to her best area of the training. Tsunade smiled at this, noting privately the similarities between the young woman and her own student when she had just started her training. She also couldn't help noticing that now both of the pair had mentioned the Sakura girl. Who might have to look into this Sakura-chan, she mentioned. After all, Shizen might have her own apprentice soon enough. Thought the blonde sage, glancing from the pair to her own student for a moment before replying to the two. Well, that sounds very impressive for fresh genin, especially you, Hinata. In fact, you remind me of Shizen when she was just getting started in the medical field. The Sannin said, looking from the smiling teens to Shizen, who smiled faintly at her sensei's words towards both her students and herself. In fact, if you ask her, I bet that Shizen wouldn't mind having you as her first apprentice. Finished the blonde, taking a sip of the tea Shizen had set before her. Both Shizen and Hinata froze at these words, looking at Tsunade as she continued to sip her tea with a small smile playing across her lips as she did so. But Lady Tsunade, I'm still just an apprentice, I can't have one of my own. Until, my lady, do you mean? Spoke Shizen in a rush, her face going from confusion to a look of anticipation and joy. Unless I had recognized you as a full-fledged master of the medical field, is that what you were thinking, Shizen? Questioned Tsunade, setting her cup down and facing the woman with a smile. Shizen could only nod silently in reply. Yes, Shizen, that is exactly what I mean. I've been considering it for some time now, but seeing your student's progress makes me confident to announce you as having completed your training under me. I have no doubt you will go on to surpass me as the next queen of elixirs in no time. Later today we can finalize it by having you sign the slug contract, but as of now you are. Tsunade started but was interrupted by Shizen throwing herself into her arms, nearly knocking the blonde Sannin over her chair. Tsunade, caught slightly off guard, simply held the girl who had been like a daughter to her as she let her thanks out, the pair the center of a few warm smiles as the members of the kitchen let out small calls of congratulation at the news. After a few moments the noise died down as Shizen released the blonde and once again took her seat, her face along with Tsunade's moving towards the final member of the trio whose time had finally come to act. And act she did. Sochi. She began in a quiet voice, getting Naruto to turn to face her. I wanted you to know how proud I am of you for becoming a genin. Shizen's been telling me about your classwork. And, well, I wanted to ask you if you would like me to help you with your training? If you want me to, I mean. Kushina finished quietly with a hint of fear in her voice. As she spoke, Kushina looked down into the swirling purple and blue eyes of his own, now fixed upon her own violet orbs, as his mind went momentarily into shock at hearing the words he had long given up every hearing from her. A myriad of thoughts swam through the boy's mind as he tried to process what she had just said to him. Only in small time ago his too. No. The Hokage had been telling him that he wasn't ready to be trained like his sisters, but now here sat his cousin in defiance of his words. As this fell upon him, a small fear gripped him as he saw the Hokage forbidding her from training him, snuffing out the small life she was bringing to his old dream. What should I do? She doesn't know about what the Hokage said. There's no way he will allow her to train me. And why now? What's changed? Is it because she saw the banner, or because I became a shinobi? She agreed with him back then. Even if she didn't leave me all alone. But can she even mean it? What should I say? Naruto wondered as another voice cut into his inner debate. Stop confusing yourself, Naruto, called Jubie, momentarily bringing the boy's thoughts to a halt as she continued. The choice is simple: either say yes and deal with the Hokage later, or tell her no and stay as you are now. Either way, seedling, this is your choice to make. Over the past year she has seemed to take more and more notice of you, but this is the first time she's made this big a step. For what it's worth, I think this offer is genuine, offered the woman, wondering herself just what was happening with this day's events. It's like Kami's working overtime on the boy's prayers, doing backlog, more like it. Privately thought Jubie, even as the final member of the mental trio spoke up. Just do it, Baka. This is what we wanted, so don't you dare let it slip away from you again. Forget that idiot Hokage. You're an Uzumaki now, and even if she's not much better than him, your cousin is Kushina Uzumaki, so learn your heritage already. Called the voice in an annoyed tone before he fell silent, waiting for Naruto to act. Don't say that about her. Shesh's not like him, whispered the blonde as he mentally shook himself. Right, I'll do it, but I think she should know about the Hokage so she doesn't get in trouble. I don't want to lose this for hiding it from him, Naruto thought as he turned his attention back to reality, even as his partner let out a small huff. Bought time, let's just hope she isn't spying on us for the Hokage or something like that, added the voice, leaving the blonde with that uncomfortable thought as he focused back onto the redhead before him. Cousin, there is something you should know first? Started Naruto, looking up at his mother, who visibly stiffened. Oh, Kami, please tell me it isn't too late. Please don't let me have destroyed any chance I had to have my Sochi in my life. Please. Kushina pleaded as she forced herself to speak, cutting Naruto off mid-sentence. Sochi, please. I know I don't have a right to be asking you this after having put it off for so long, but please, I want to be there for you. If you'll have me, she said softly, looking down at Naruto with naked longing playing across her eyes. A look another mother knew all too well. Seedling, whispered Jubie, catching Naruto's attention once again as she continued. I know you may not fully trust your cousin yet, but as a one cousin looking at another, please give her a chance. Not all of us get a chance to be with their children, and it's not always clear why, whispered the purple-haired woman, looking off into the blue and green expanse of her home, silently casting her thoughts onto her own children as she did so. After a moment, Naruto made his choice. Okay, cousin, if you think I'm ready, he replied softly, still a little off guard by the sudden offer. Sochi, whispered Kushina as she softly reaching out to capture her son in a hug. Oh, my little maelstrom, I know you're ready. I'm just sorry it took me so long to notice it, but I'll make it up to you, I promise. She continued while holding the boy close to her. Cousin, she still cares about me. She doesn't think I'm an embarrassment to the family. She really does love me, thought the blonde while allowing himself to relax in the woman's grip as the other observers watched. Good for you, seedling, good for you, whispered Jubie, even as the other voice simply went back to work, though Jubie noticed tears leaking down his own eyes as he left her gaze. Meanwhile, after a moment, Naruto remembered what he had been about to say a moment before. Cousin, said Naruto, pulling himself back from Kushina to look up into her eyes once again. Yes, Naruto-kun, replied Kushina, her voice still a little unsteady as she looked down at her son. Well, I really want to train with you, but I don't know if the Hokage will allow it, replied the blonde in a quieter voice, his words bringing a sudden chill to the warm moment that had begun to set in upon the scene. His words caught Kushina more than anyone off guard, her mind rushing to understand what Naruto could be talking about. Oh God, did he know about everything? No, that couldn't be. If he had, he would have said something earlier. So what was he talking about now? Did it have something to do with graduation? I heard he did just fine. So what then? Thought the woman, rushing to find an answer to her fears. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? What would make you think your Tusan wouldn't let me train you? Asked Kushina, inwardly dreading the answer. I can think of a few reasons, thought both of Naruto's mental occupants at the same time, even as across from the boy Tsunade and Shizen were thinking along similar lines. Meanwhile, Hinata was forcibly holding herself back from explaining what the Hokage had recently said to Naruto to everyone, but holding herself back as she glanced to the blonde boy beside her, knowing that this was something that Naruto had to do himself. Well, he was upset with me and Hinata-chan about the banner this morning, and well, I don't think he will want you training me is all, replied the blonde, not meeting his cousin's eyes as he spoke. This did not go unnoticed by Kushina as she listened to her Sochi's explanation, her eyes tracing from him to Hinata, who was looking as though she wanted to speak but remained stubbornly silent. Even so, he's not telling my something, doesn't trust me, but why would Hen? Never mind that, what could it be? Even Hinata looks angry about something. Maybe she will tell me what's going on. But that doesn't matter now, realized Kushina as she focused back on her son. Well, I don't care what he thinks, Naruto-kun. I'm going to make my Sochi the best shinobi he can be, and Mito-chan's going to be there to help, she said, mustering a small smile as she said so. Oh, and speaking of Mito, she is out back with Taunton, and I bet she really wants to hear the good news, so why don't you go tell her? Kushina finished watching Naruto as she finished. At hearing her words, Naruto visibly brightened, a small smile touching his lips as he nodded to Kushina before getting up to go and tell his Amato the good news. Just as Hinata was getting up to follow him, however, Kushina called out to her, drawing her movement to a halt. Hinata-chan, could I ask you something quickly? Asked the redhead, hoping to find her answer, whatever it might be. Hearing this, Naruto turned as he reached the home's rear door, looking back towards Kushina and Hinata in turn with a questioning look. Hinata, however, waved him on. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I'll be right behind you, just don't let Mito get too excited. Smiled Hinata, privately thinking she knew just what Kushina wanted to know and intent upon giving her just what she wanted. Her words seemed to reassure Naruto as with a small smile departed out the back door, where a cry of greeting followed by a muffled thump came drifting through the door a moment before it swung shut. Even as the sound of Naruto, no doubt being drugged to the ground by his enthusiastic sister, reached inside, Hinata turned to walk back to the table where Tsunade and Shizen and retaken their seats, taking her own so that she sat directly across from Kushina. Hinata-chan. Before we start, I wanted to say thank you, spoke Kushina in a somber tone. Her words caught Hinata momentarily off guard. Out of everything she had been expecting to hear from the redhead, a thank you was not among them. For a moment, Hinata just stared blankly at the redhead until she was finally able to form some kind of response. Kushina-san, why are you thanking me? Asked the genuinely puzzled girl. Kushina in turn adopted a sad little smile as she saw the young woman's confusion. What I'm thanking you for, Hinata, is being there for my Sochi. Aichi needed someone like you, Kushina replied, slowly watching as Hinata's eyes widened slightly at this. After how little I have been there for him, I'm just thankful that someone was there for him. I'm starting to make amends, but I first wanted to thank you first, continued Kushina, still with that sad smile across her face. Hinata looked back at the sad face of Kushina and could only feel a small pang of sadness of her own. Sure, Kushina had wronged Naruto, but it seemed that he was willing to put his trust in her at least one more time, so she supposed she would as well. It's okay, Kushina-san, Naruto was there for me when I felt like I was all alone. I'm happy to do the same for him, Hinata replied, seeing Kushina's face drop slightly. After a moment's pause, the new genin spoke again, seeking to offer some small comfort to the poor women before her. He still loves you, you know. I don't think he ever really stopped. It's just you're going to have to take it slow if you really want to make it up to him. He's been without you for a long time. Finished Hinata, seeing her words cause Kushina to visibly flinch before steeling herself as she turned back to the pale-eyed girl, nodding slightly. Thank you, Hinata-chan. I hope that I can start to repair some of the damage I've been doing over the years, Kushina replied before focusing back on why she had asked the girl to stay behind with her. There's something else I would like to know, continued Kushina as Hinata nodded for her to continue. What really happened between Naruto and Minato at the office? Kushina asked, sitting firmly as if bracing for the worst. But even then she was ill-prepared for what came next. With a heavy sigh, Hinata looked around at the three women for a moment before recounting what had happened in the office, including the conversations between the Hokage and Naruto, leaving nothing out. As she spoke, Shizen and Tsunade's faces slowly contorted into looks of anger and disappointment, but even they paled in comparison to Kushina. As Hinata had begun, hot anger flooded through every fiber of her, suddenly tense. But before it could run rampant, a darker thought touched her, as she remembered that only a few short hours ago she was doing the same thing to Naruto. With that realization, her anger sputtered as it found itself turned inwards as a fresh wave of guilt threatened to overtake her, even as her mind sputtered to understand what she was hearing. Minato, what the hell were you thinking saying that to our Sochi? Be you, but am I any different? I was saying the same thing to Shizen earlier today. But to say it to his face like that, it's like you don't even care if Naruto is hurt. But that's crazy, right? Oh please, Kami, tell me that isn't it? Thought Kushina as Hinata's tale progressed. Once the story had finished, the four sat in silence for a few moments, no one speaking before Hinata rose from her seat and with a small bow excused herself to go and join Naruto in the back, leaving the three women to sit in silence thinking on what they had just been told. So what are you going to do now, Kushina? Because it sounds to me like your husband has damn near driven your son out of the family, asked Tsunade, her voice tinged with her still pulsing anger, as she looked around at the redhead, who appeared to be in almost a state of shock. I wasn't there for him either, boo, but it's like Minato is purposefully trying to push him away. But that can't be right, can it? Asked Kushina in an almost begging voice as she looked around to the pair. Kushina, I don't have any idea what Minato is thinking, and right now it doesn't matter. What you need to worry about is what you are going to do now, because if what Hinata said was true, then you're looking at your last chance, replied Tsunade as beside her Shizen nodded in agreement with her lady. She is right, Kushina. You need to worry about Naruto at the moment. He needs you to be there for him, and I'm afraid that if you don't hold on to him this time, it's over, said Shizen, looking upon her friend. Right. But I mean, what do I do? Training is a start, but he'll have a sensei soon for that, and a team I don't know what time I have left. Kushina replied solemnly. How about becoming the kid's Jonin sensei? Suggested Tsunade after some thought, causing the other two women to look at her for a moment. Kushina paused as the idea washed over her. It would allow her to start spending more time with Naruto, and even allow her to supervise his training hands-on. Mito could come along, and be trained while Naruto and his team were. Heck, if Hinata was on the team, they might have Shizen there as well. It sounded like it just might work. Yes, that's perfect, this is just what I need to do for Naruto. And Minato better go along with it if he knows what's good for him. She thought even as she pushed herself up from the table, a determined look upon her brow that had been absent for far too long. You're both right, this is my chance and I'm not letting it slip by me, she said while making her way to the back door, to tell her children and Hinata that she had to go and see the Hokage about something, asking them to look after Mito for a moment. Before she left, however, she made a point to hug both of her children, even pulling Hinata into a quick hug before whispering to her something that caused the girl to blush heavily before departing. Meanwhile, across the village inside the Hokage's Hokage office, Minato was busy filing through his paperwork, trying to decide why exactly the things seemed to multiply whenever he looked away from them. He had just finished with the last sheet when his secretary once again entered his office, much to his displeasure. Let me guess, more requests formed the civilian council, or is it something to do with the treaty between Suna and Konoha that was supposed to be arriving today? Asked Minato while looking up from his desk and silently cursing his lack of a break as the woman approached, shaking her head slightly as she passed him a tightly packed file. No sir, it's the results from the academy's test, as well as those who have submitted their names for Jonin instructors, replied the secretary quickly before turning to leave the office, letting the door swing shut behind her with a dull click. Finally, something that is actually shinobi related. I swear that this job is becoming more and more of a paper pusher the longer I stay here, sighed Minato as he opened the file, taking the first stack of papers and starting to skim the names arranged before him. Seems that Sim's pup needs a little more work on his theory work. Might mention it to her next time I see her. Oh, the new Ino Shikacho trio all passed. Well, that's at least one team I don't have to worry about. Now let's see, quite a few civilian ninja have made it through this year. Oh, and even a few from Shizen's class. Could always use a few new medical shinobi, thought the man as he continued to slowly flip through the file till he came across the names of his daughters, a smile touching his lips as she read their information. Top of the class, good marks in every area. Well, of course we've had Naruto and Minami working since they were 6, of course they would be amazing. Let's see, they were tied for the top of the class, with the next being Sasuke Uchiha. Well, I guess that is to be expected, the boy only lives for training nowadays. Maybe those 3 would make a good team, all 3 of the best students put together. It might seem unfair, but at least they wouldn't slow each other down at all. Heck, if they keep up this pace, they might even be the next coming of the Sannin in a few years. Now who to have as their instructor? Thought Minato as he sank back in his chair, his eyes closed as the faces of those who had volunteered passed through his mind one by one. Karina won't do, she already had her apprentice Asuma, could I suppose. Kakashi's always available now, who else do we have? Pondered the blonde as he sat in silence, allowing his mind to wander around this dilemma. Before too much time had passed, a knock came at the door, followed moments later by several faster, louder knocks that forced the Hokage's eyes open as he glanced to the door, letting out an annoyed sigh as he leaned forward onto his desk. Not right now, I'm in the middle of something very important, come back in a bit, called Minato dismissively, trying to get back to his train of thought as the knocking quieted. However, just as he was starting to get his thoughts back on track, a bright golden chain erupted from the center of the office door, sending the bronze lock clattering to the office floor, where it spun to a stop just before his desk. As 4 white masked figures shivered into view before Minato, as each turned to face the door, their hands trailing to the hilts of their blades as the doors before them swung effortlessly open to reveal the figure behind them. Instead of an assassin, the Umbu and Minato found a familiar red-headed Kushina still draped in the simple blue dress she had been wearing that morning when Minato had departed for the office. As one, the Umbu gave the redhead a glance before turning to Minato, who shook himself slightly as he nodded for them to depart, which they did a moment later, leaving the blonde to face his wife, who currently had an expression on her face that promised pain to anyone who dared to get in her way. As the blonde watched, Kushina strode confidently into the room till she stood before her husband's desk, looking down at the man with a determined expression that likely accounted for the enthusiasm the Umbu had executed in leaving the office a moment before. I think that you can make time, right, Minato? Kushina said, looking down at her husband, who felt a dull sense of foreboding in her words. Kushina, what are you doing here, and why did you blow down my door? Asked Minato as he looked back to the broken door before glancing up to his wife, still feeling some uneasiness with the intensity she seemed to be watching him with. I blew open your door because you didn't open it, Minato, and I'm here to tell you that I am putting in my name to be a Jonin sensei for this upcoming group of genin. She replied simply, with a note of authority in her voice as if daring Minato to try and question either of her statements. She had expected some kind of protest from Minato at her words, some kind of appeal to her like those that kept threatening to pull her back into her own guilt-ridden past, held only in check by the anger currently fueling her defiance. What she had not anticipated was for Minato to burst into a large smile before her, as he let out a small bark of laughter. "That's perfect, Kushina. I was just looking through the list of Jonin senseis, for someone for Minami and Naruko's team, but you would be perfect. You already know their training schemes and would be able to work with Jiraiya and me just like we have been doing it perfect. Why didn't I think of it? You scared me for a moment, but leave it to you to fix everything." Minato smiled, continuing to speak as he missed the look of anger growing upon his wife's face. He didn't remain ignorant for long. Minato's rambling was cut short as a golden chain suddenly whipped out before him, stabbing down through the list of students and into the solid oak of his desk with an audible crack that caused Minato jump slightly as he gazed up into the face of his angry wife. Then his survival instincts had their say as they kicked into high gear at the sight of his wife's intimidating form. The danger signs all fully on display. Her beautiful red hair was waving slightly, having already separated itself in 9 locks, her arms folded under her chest, while above that her face was fixed into an angry gaze that she currently had leveled straight at him. If that was not enough, aside from the chain currently stuck in his desk, there were several more of the golden machinations that were currently waving dangerously behind her, glinting slightly in the light from the window behind him. "Kukushina, what's wrong?" asked Minato with a clear hint of fear in his voice as he took in her angered form. "What's wrong, Minato, is that you interrupted me. Now you're not going to do that again, are you?" she asked as her chains drew slightly closer to the desk, an ominous clinking reinforcing her words. Minato could only shake his head slightly in reply, wondering what was happening as Kushina continued. "Now, as I was saying, I wish to be a Jonin sensei for my Sochi," she finished pointedly, her tone leaving little doubt that this was anything like a request. No, this was a demand, and Minato knew it. For his part, Minato looked as though he had just been struck across the face. He had never even considered the possibility that Kushina would wish to be Jonin sensei for Naruto. Why would she, with Minami and Naruto being the top of the class, why would she want to be teaching Naruto? She hadn't mentioned him outside of his pranks in months. What had changed? It just didn't add up in his mind. Naruto, why him? Kushina, where is this coming from? What about Naruto and Minami? What's wrong with them? I have to make her see reason. Minato thought to himself. "Kushina, I don't think that Naruto would fit well with Naruto and Minami's teamwork. They are the top of the class, and they need someone of their skill in order for them to reach their full potential. Naruto just isn't up to," started Minato, only for a second chain to slam forwards, embedding itself into the desk with another sharp crack only a few inches from where Minato's hand was resting, causing him to fall silent instantly. "Maybe I need to say it again, but slower this time," whispered Kushina as the pair's eyes meet once again. "I crack want crack to be crack a Jonin sensei crack for my Sochi crack, not my daughter's crack, not the top of the class crack, not for the reincarnation of the first 3 Hokages crack, but for crack my crack sochi crack. Am I making myself clear?" She finished punctuation every few words with another of her chains spearing the desk before her so that it had effectively splintered under her assault. "Cuss. Kushina, be reasonable. You're talking about leaving the girls alone during their most vulnerable time as kunoichi. What about the other villages? What about them?" called Minato, a hint of desperation in his voice as he saw just how serious Kushina was being. Hoping his appeal would be enough to change her mind, or at least calm her down. It did neither. "I have given the last 6 years to my girls, don't you dare question my love for them," spat Kushina, glaring at Minato, who recoiled slightly at her words. "But I have been failing my Sochi for just as long, and I refuse to do so any longer. So you will let me be his Jonin sensei, or I will beat you within an inch of your life, at which point you will make me his Jonin sensei anyway," finished Kushina with a dangerous intensity that seemed to transform the housewife into a being more terrifying than the beast she had once held captive. "Kushina, you're being irrational. Just calm down, and we can talk about this, you'll see," started Minato softly, trying to talk down the enraged redhead. "Please, we can work this out. I promise. Let's just take a little time and," continued Minato, his tone soft, almost pleading. A tone she had been hearing too much that day. From the hallowed halls of her memory, the memories threatened to overcome her once more. Memories Minato would regret bringing up. Memories of a small boy with sun-kissed blonde hair looking up at her, with a pleading look in his voice, asking to go out for ramen with his parents, before being turned down by that voice. The same boy sitting on his bed looking sadly at his parents, that voice assuring him everything would be fine. Denying him training. Assuring him of their lies. Her lies. The tone that now haunted her. The one that even now was trying to convince her to leave that boy alone once more. That voice that now drove her to act. "Okay, Minato," whispered Kushina softly as Minato seemed to relax slightly as the words came from her mouth, thinking he had won her over somehow. "I guess we'll have to do it the hard way." She finished as with a sudden blast of movement the golden chain still speared into his desk went taut before the great oaken desk threw itself up scattering bits of paper and quills everywhere as Kushina proceeded to hurl the desk bodily towards him. Minato had only a second to react, but being the yellow flash, this was all the time he needed. As he avoided the desk in a flash of light before he was beside his wife, another flash exploding out before both he and Kushina were suddenly gone from the Hokage's office even as the desk shattered through the top floor window and hurtled down towards the street below where it splintered loud enough to draw several figures' attention. With another flash of yellow light both Minato and Kushina found themselves landing in a deserted training field, Minato forced to jump back as Kushina swung an arm around in a vicious back-handed strike aimed for his head. As Minato danced out of her reach, he found himself landing a small distance from his wife, looking back to see her focused upon him as her chairs began to shift ominously behind her. Minato, I am going to say this only one more time. I am going to train our Sochi with or without your approval. I won't fail him again, and if you were half the father I know you can be, you wouldn't be standing in my way," called Kushina, settling herself in to beat some sense into her husband if necessary. Across from her, Minato watched as his wife's chains began to move into place even as she herself sank into a familiar stance, apparently intent on keeping her word on the matter if he declined her. Damn it, why is this happening? Why is she suddenly so adamant about Naruto? I know I promised we would eventually get to teaching him, but this is just crazy. What is going on? God, what am I going to do if this keeps up? It could tear the family apart. And no, I won't let that happen. I won't lose them. I can't let everything fall apart now, I can't, thought Minato to himself, as he looked towards across to his wife, seeing her intent to fight him in earnest if he didn't respond. Get moving, you idiot. Just let her train Naruto, Jiraiya, and I can still work with the girls, and I'll just have someone I trust be their sensei. Fighting like this isn't helping anyone. Besides, with my hummingbird style as well as the toad style, they will be fine. He finished, still ignorant to the true cause of his wife's rage, but knowing enough to recognize when to fight and when not to. With a breath, Minato relaxed as he looked across to Kushina, his lips parting as he gave his reply. Okay, Kushina, if that's what you want, you can have Naruto as your student. I'll get you the list of students to put in your request. I'll bring them home tonight. Now I have an office to put back together," replied Minato as he started to move towards her, only to stop as she shook her head towards him. "I'll walk back," whispered Kushina as she turned from him physically at his words, but no longer able to look him in the eyes as he slowly began to make her way across the field back towards the village, leaving Minato to look after her, a bone-deep pain now permeating him. As she disappeared into the tree line, Minato found himself looking after her for a few moments before, with a silent yellow flash, Minato set off to return to his office. Just as across the village the trio of Hinata, Naruto and Mito were making their way out of the Senju compound, each sharing a parting goodbye with the occupants before heading into the earthen streets of the village. Soon enough the three were off, Naruto and Hinata taking turns to answer the excited question that Mito fired off about the exam, and if they were going to rescue a kingdom now, or maybe fight some evil magician like in her Princess Gale movies. As they traveled down towards the Hyuga complex, their path happened to run across a familiar pair that had only just been let out of the academy for the day, both lost in their own thoughts, so that it took them a moment to notice who they were walking towards. As they stepped away from the academy, their new headbands worn on full display, Minami could just not shake the events as the exam out of her head, or more specifically, she was too busy discussing those events with the other voice that resided there. Okay, Kyubi. I thought I asked you to call me Q. Minami-chan spoke up, the Ian half of the Kyubi, interrupting the girl's train of thought for what felt like the 100th time that day. Right, okay Q, now what was that about Naruto Nizan and your cousin? Questioned Minami, trying once more to get some kind of a straight answer about what had caused her passenger to go into the equivalent of a sugar high since the exam. What do you mean? Minami-chan? Asked Q, tilting its head to the side slightly in a questioning glance as it practically wiggled with excitement. What I mean, Q, is that you said your mom was gone, and that she was like you, meaning she's a demon. So how would my Nizan have ever seen her? Q, I'm thinking you made a mistake, replied Minami, trying to remain patent as she drilled the fox for answers. At her suggestion, however, the massive kitsune let out a huff, turning its head up and away as if he was talking face to face with the redhead instead of the mental conversation they were sharing. I didn't make a mistake, that was my cousin, huffed the beast as Minami found herself mentally sighing at the kitsune's attitude before giving up the point. Okay Q, when you didn't make a mistake, but that still doesn't answer how he saw her, replied Minami as the kitsune let out a pleased-sounding noise as it turned its attention back to her original question. Don't know Minami-chan, but he did somehow. Maybe he saw her when he was busy training. I saw him in the test, and you said he did well, so he must have been working hard. Maybe he saw her then, replied the kitsune as his words bit into Minami worse than in the beast's own fangs had done so. For a moment the redhead went silent, her red eyes traveling down to the dirt street her sandaled feet were padding against, watching as the small puffs of dust traveled up to brush against the black leggings that accented her yellow battle kimono. As her eyes drifted, her thoughts found themselves once again swirling with doubt about her Nizan, and the actions she had so firmly held to. Actions she no longer held blind faith in. That's right, Naruto Nizan was out training. He wasn't just goofing off the whole time. But then what do I know about him? I mean, no, just calm down, don't start second-guessing yourself before you have any answers. Minami reassured herself as within her mind Q seemed to come to some kind of conclusion of his own. Wait. I know. Minami-chan, how about you ask your Nizan where he saw Mama? He'll know. Called Q excitedly, a sense of pride in his voice as though he had just solved the most difficult of problems with his idea. At his words, Minami felt a sudden fear touch her as the consequences of that possibility unfolded before her. Can I even do that? Thought Minami to herself. I haven't been close to Naruto Nizan for years, thinking he was being lazy. Now that it's clear he wasn't, do I have any right to even ask him? What if he won't want to talk to me? If he won't listen to me? She thought to herself. Meanwhile, Q, picking up on these last few thoughts, decided to add his own 2 cents in. Come on, Minami-chan, I'm sure he will. You're the nicest person I know. Besides, if he doesn't want to talk to you, I'll ask him, then he's bound to say yes. Smiled Q, wagging his tails as he cheered his container on, a small smile touching the girl's lips despite her worries. I'm the only person you know, Q-kun, but thanks for the encouragement. I'll just have to see if Naruto Nizan will be willing to give me a chance. Finished the girl as her eyes traveled up from the dirt road to see the trio approaching them. During Minami's mental fretting beside her, Naruto had been undergoing her own less civil mental discussion. I'm getting tired of this furball. Now tell me what was with Nizan and that weird henge. Shouted Naruto, her yells reverberating within the sewer-like proportions of her mindscape as the towering kitsune behind its kage let out an annoyed growl at her words. By Kami, will you shut up for 2 seconds, you miserable little meatbag? I'm trying to think and your constant whining is distracting me. Spat the young side of the Kyuubi, even as he rubbed his forehead trying to get rid of the headache slowly growing since he had spied that blasted image earlier that day. Well then, think up a way to answer me. What was with Naruto's hedge and why were you freaking out about it? Darn it, Kyuubi, tell me what's going on. Continued Naruto, her voice issuing from every corner of the kitsune's cage as it slammed its paws over its rabbit-like ears. Will you shut up? I don't know what's going on. If you want to know so bad, ask that Nizan of yours to tell you and leave me alone. Shouted the Kyuubi as a wave of chakra billowed out from the beast, forcing Naruto out of his presence as the mindscape became blissfully silent for the kitsune. Kyuubi. Hey. God, that stupid furball, I hate it when he does that, my ears pop every time. Thought Naruto, shaking her head slightly so that her waist-length blonde hair waved behind her, brushing against the dull red of her cut-off battle kimono, touching just where the red gave way to her blackened umbu-style pants. Baka kitsune, still I guess I should just ask Naruto. I mean, it's better than just sitting around and waiting. Finished Naruto with an annoyed sigh. But will he want to tell us? Whispered a little voice in her head as she turned her attention back to her and Minima's progress through the village, spotting just as her sister had a moment earlier the trio moving ahead of them. The two groups paused for a moment as they seemed to notice one another, the pair of sister focusing immediately upon the titular blonde along with his recently announced girlfriend, and their youngest sibling Mito, as the three across from them shifted between the two girls in turn. The mutual staring contest lasted all of a few seconds as with Mito's enthusiastic cheers she speed off towards her sister, soon throwing herself into her usual flying tackle of greeting. "Nei-san," cheered Mito a moment before she crashed into Minami, nearly bringing the larger redhead to the ground with her. As the little missile impacted, she felt a small metal plate resting against her front, turning her eyes down to see the leaf headband that was wrapped around her waist like a belt. It took all of a second for this to dominate the young girl's attention as she swung her smiling face back up to her sister, eyes shining above an ear-splitting smile. "Nizan, you're a kunoichi. You're just like Kazan now, that's so awesome. Hey, are you going to go and save princesses now?" Naruto. Nizan said that would take time, but I think he just doesn't want me to know about it. "Is it a secret you can tell me?" "I won't tell anyone, really. Please," called Mito in a forced childlike tone that would have melted lesser mortals' hearts on the spot. Minami, however, had grown up with the little red terror and knew that look all too well, simply smiling down at her Amato, wondering how the girl managed to be so excited all the time. "Sorry Amato, no big secret. We won't be starting missions till we get our senseis in a few days, so you will just have to wait till we start missions," replied Minami as she returned Mito's hug, giggling as the little redhead's face turned up in a childish pout that didn't quite hide the smile still on her lips. "Okay, Nei-san, but you have to tell me as soon as you get a mission, promise," Mito finally replied in a slightly whining tone as she directed her bright eyes up to look at her Nei-san. Minami in turn let out a small sigh before nodding down to Mito, who seemed pleased with that response as she turned towards her other sibling. Naruto in the meantime stood off to the side, slightly looking longingly at the interaction between Mito, and Minami, her lips shifting slightly as her teeth found themselves chewing on them slightly. It had been a long time since she and Mito had been that close. A long time since she could remember being that comfortable around her Yamato, even if it was all she ever wanted. Ever since that time years ago, when she had tried to embarrass Naruto in an attempt to impress the little redhead, she had lost that happiness. Instead of impressing Mito, she had only driven a wedge between the two. The little girl's tear-filled shouts, still as clear to her now as they had been back then, froze bits of her life that never failed to bring a shameful shiver to her spine. Even since she had done everything she could to mend her mistake, anything to mend their relationship, but it still hadn't returned to how it once was, and privately she feared it never would. At that moment Mito turned her attention to Naruto, her eyes focusing on the headband that, like Naruto's, was tied around her forehead, the little girl's violet eyes focusing on it as her smile grew larger, if possible her voice calling out to the blonde. "Yay, Naruto-ne-san is a kunoichi too. Now you all are going to be going on adventures. You have to promise to tell me all about it too, okay ne-san?" called the little redhead, giving her sister an enthusiastic smile even as she remained holding Minami, seemingly making no effort to embrace the blonde in turn. Something Naruto felt like a physical blow as her lips parted in an effort to reply. "Yeah, Yamato, just watch, we are going to be the greatest kunoichi of all time. When you get to the academy they'll have to have books just about use," replied Naruto, smiling as she saw Mito's excited look as she turned back to Mito to start asking if that was true. At the same time, Naruto and Hinata had finally caught up with the little redhead, her little running start having covered quite a bit of ground so that the four teens were only just now standing across from one another. "Hello Minami, Naruto, congratulations on passing," greeted Hinata with a kind smile, nodding to both, who gave her smiles of their own. As Hinata turned to see Naruto not having spoken, she moved slightly closer to him, her arm moving to elbow him a little, prompting him to speak up. "Hey. Just okay Hinata-chan, what?" Hinata said. "Congratulations you two. I just knew you two would pass no problem," smiled the blonde, while idly rubbing his side where Hinata's impact had landed. "Thanks Naruto," replied Naruto a little dismissively as she glanced to her brother before looking back to where Mito was finally releasing Minami from her grasp. As the youngest sibling touched the road, Minami looked over to Naruto, her mind set as she addressed him. "You did really well Tenzin," she called, trying to sound genuine as she wondered how to actually talk about what was still running rampant through her mind. "And thanks, we got Rookies of the Year." She continued, raising a hand to brush lightly against her headband as she decided to at least try for a first step along that path. "But it means a lot to know you were cheering for us," she finished, offering a hopeful smile towards the blonde as she did. For his part, Naruto could not say that this run-in was very welcome after the roller coaster his day had been. Heck, he was still wrestling with what had happened between his cousin and him. Adding the complication with his twin sisters on top of that was pushing even his impressive mental reserves. That, and it didn't help that a certain someone was not helping to keep his more unpleasant emotions in check. With a small force of will, however, he forced himself to bit back those feelings as she looked from the apparently uninterested Naruto to where Minami stood looking hopefully towards him. "Well, huff, what am I thinking? If I just ignore them I'm not much better than the Hokage. And Minami Yamato kind of looks like Kazan did? Oh well," thought the boy, coming to decision as he focused back on his red-headed sister. "Always Yamato," smiled Naruto, noticing as he spoke a small smile touched Minami's face even as across from her Naruto's eyes tracked to Naruto for a fraction of a second before looking away as if ashamed to look at him. Well, we better get going, we still need to tell Kassen and Tusen the good news," called Naruto, looking down at Mito and then to Minami as she glanced across at the other two, looking to get moving as soon as possible. "I better get home too, I need to let my parents know that I passed as well. And explain about the sign," mumbled Hinata as Naruto gave her an encouraging kiss on the cheek, causing her to blush heavily as she gave a final wave to the group before heading off towards the compound. As Naruto looked at her retreating form, he found a small blush touching his own cheeks as he noticed Minami and Mito giggle at him from a few feet away before he shook himself, preparing to head home now that he was alone with his siblings. However, just as he was about to turn towards home, Minami's voice caught him off guard. "Hey Naruto, why don't you tell Mito all about the exams ending?" "Naruto wasn't there for that. Besides, I have something I want to ask Naruto really fast," asked Minami, looking down at Mito, who nodded excitedly as across from her Naruto smiled at the chance to be with her little sister for a bit, privately remembering to thank Minami later for the suggestion. "Yeah, okay, come on Squirt, I'll tell you all about it. Besides, we need to tell Kazan the good news," said Naruto as Mito nodded, moving up beside her as the pair stepped forward soon a ways down the street as Naruto turned to Minami, who stood silent still where she had been a moment before as the afternoon wind rustled her yellow garb just as it did for his own orange jacket. Once the two had gone a small distance, Minami drew in a heavy breath, steeling herself as she turned to face her brother, noticing as she faced him that Naruto seemed just as uncomfortable as she was, the thought causing a small trickle of fear to break through her calm. But before that trickle could grow, Minami forced herself to act. Hey Nizan, that was a cool henge you did during the exam," she said, inwardly berating herself for sounding so timid and unsure. At her words, Naruto found himself relaxing slightly, at least having something to explain what was happening with one of his family today. "Oh, so that's it. I guess you were right about the henge catching their attention, Jubie." He smiled to himself as from within the grassy field that made up his mind the familiar purple-haired woman emerged from that glassy pool, smirking slightly at his words. "Well, what could you expect? I'm guessing that my youngest has been giving her a field day after that," giggled Jubie, privately praying that her child was just excited at having seen her. "Yeah. But there is something we kind of overlooked," he replied quietly as Jubie quirked an eyebrow up at his remark. "Oh, and what is that, seedling?" asked Jubie with a hint of interest. "What are we supposed to tell her about that henge? I mean, I don't trust her to keep quiet if I tell her about you," he added as Jubie took a moment to mull that over. "Well, you know, that somehow completely slipped my mind. Look, just tell her you saw it in a book or something. If she proves herself later, we could meet. Kami only knows I'd like to see my son again," she finished in a whisper that Naruto could tell held more longing that she had wanted to let on. "Don't worry, Jubie, I'm sure you'll see them soon. I'm just sorry you have to wait. I know you're only waiting because you want to keep me safe," he replied in a softer tone as the woman shook her head slightly at his words. "No, seedling, there is no need to worry. It was at my insistence that we waited till you were ready before revealing it anyone. After all, what use is people knowing if the result is painting a target on my little seedling?" Finished Jubie with a kind smile, giving the boy a mental nudge as her felt his worry vanishing in her comforting words. "Thanks, Jubie," replied Naruto as he turned his focus back to reality, where the girl before him had only seconds before finished breaking the silence between the two. "Thanks, Minami. It took forever to get it just right. I had to work really hard after I found a description of it in an old story about the court of Kami, but man, was it worth it," smiled Naruto as one of his hands rose to scratch idly at the back of his head. "A book? I don't remember us having one like that," asked Minami, curious about how she could have missed one like that in their home, having always liked reading more than her siblings. At her words, Naruto silently cursed as he tried to figure out a way out of this. Yeah, we don't. It was at Hinata-chan's one day when we were looking after Mito and Hanabi," chuckled Naruto nervously as Minami nodded slowly at this. "I guess that makes sense. It sounds like something that Hyugas would have. And well, at least he is willing to talk to me about it. That's a good sign, I guess," thought the redhead, drawing some small comfort from the thought that she pushed ahead with. "Oh. Well, maybe I'll have to borrow it sometime. That henge was something else. Even Q was excited about it," replied Minami, gently resting a hand over her stomach where the spiral seal held her partner. Her words unknowingly drawing a hopeful smile to a mother's lips. "Anyway, I just wanted to say it was really something and I was really impressed," continued Minami with a small smile on her face. As she saw Naruto smiling widely at her praise, she felt a sharp stab guilt at how long it had been since she had been the cause of such a smile. How long it had been since she just said something nice about the boy in front of her, the thought sparking something deep within her. "Okay, Minami, you have to start somewhere, might as well be now," decided the redhead, stealing her courage for what came next. "Amnesia, I wanted. What I mean is," she began, her stumbling words causing a puzzled look upon the boy's brow as she swallowed, forcing herself to stay calm. "Look, what I'm trying to say is I'm sorry for how I've been acting. I was being a baka and I'm sorry. I'd like to start over if we can," she finished, looking hopefully up to her Nissan's eyes for some time, waiting with bated breath for how he would respond to her. "Well, I can't say I expected that. First Kushina and now her, this day just keeps getting weirder and weirder," muttered Jubie, shaking her head at how long it had taken his family to finally start inquiring about her seedling. For his part, Naruto was now facing the same thing twice in one day. Kushina had at least been there for him, but his sister, well, she hadn't been really hostile to him, but she hadn't been exactly supportive either. And now she was just apologizing to him. Jubie, little help here?" asked Naruto with a hint of worry in his voice as his other passenger added their 2 cents worth. "And now she starts up. Go, what is that? Admit you screwed up day. Course Minami would be the next to notice. Whatever, it's up to you what to say, but I wouldn't trust her yet," added the voice as it faded, leaving Jubie to let out a sigh as she addressed the blonde. "Sorry, seedling, but I'm with him on this one. It's up to you how to respond. You can give her a chance, or you can shut yourself off from her," started Jubie. "You can choose to live with those that wish to change, or you can choose to hate them for what they have done, and many wouldn't blame you for that. They're your family, seedling. What comes next is up to you," finished the Jubie as Naruto mentally nodded at her words. "Right. Okay, Jubie, it's up to me, and I don't want to not have a family anymore. I've lost them for so long, I don't want to lose that chance to have them again," he said, returning his attention once again to Minami, who stood silently waiting for her sibling's answer. Minami. Well, thanks, that means a lot to me. Started the blonde, Minami, blighting at his words for a moment before he continued. But you're going to have to give me some time, okay? It has been. Here he paused, a slight look of pain crossing his face. It's been a long time for me. He finished with a small smile as he watched Minami seemingly deflate before him. Oh. Okay, Nizan. I'll wait, replied Minami, looking down as a bit of moisture touched her eyes, her own guilt now washing over her in earnest at her brother's words. However, before it could overwhelm her, a small pressure caused her to look up as Naruto moved over to give her a brief hug before stepping back, that same hopeful smile upon his lips. But we can start now, offered the blonde as Minami found herself smiling as she reached up to whip away the tears that had touched her cheeks, nodding towards her Nissan. Ha! Hi! Replied Minami as the pair turned to follow after their siblings, Minami's thoughts allowing themselves to hope that things would turn out for the best. While she was saddened at her brother's response, she could not hold it against him for wanting to take things slowly. Looking back at her own actions, she could not help but see it as a testament to her brother's heart that he was even giving her a chance, and she swore to herself that it wouldn't be going to waste. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.